Well, well, well. Somewhere in this great, big, beautiful green and blue rotating orb that we rotate the sun on, somewhere, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and all is right in the universe. But that place is not in Oklahoma City tonight because the Oklahoma City Thunder, or should I say, the Choklahoma City Thunder, are heading home early. They are heading home outside of the NBA Finals. They are, in fact, not heading home at all. They can just stay at home. They can keep their bum asses in Choklahoma City where they belong because they're not going anywhere anymore after tonight as they fall at home as 3.5-point favorites defending their NBA title from a year ago, 111-103 in stunning fashion at the hands of the young, inexperienced, and ahead of schedule San Antonio Spurs. And while things are not right in Oklahoma City right now, they are right everywhere else in the universe, at least in the basketball watching universe, baby, because balance has been restored. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the fraud league MVP, the fraud who stole back-to-back undeserving league MVPs, who has now insinuated himself into the conversations of a plethora of all-time legends. There are, again, 13 other players in league history, now 14 counting him, that have gone back-to-back in the league MVP, and 12 of those 13 players are all-time top 15 greats. And now Shai Gilgeous-Alexander slimily crawls his way into that pantheon of greats by stealing not one, but 2 league MVPs, in my estimation, both from the great Nikola Jokic, or you can make a case, at least in this year, from Victor Wembanyama. I think both Nikola Jokic and Victor Wembanyama deserved the MVP over Shai Gilgeous-Alexander this season. And so he has been absolutely, unequivocally exposed in this postseason. I mean, I guess we should be congratulating Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, actually, because, well, in the words of the legendary John McClane, welcome to the party, pal. It's about time, SGA. It's about time. The alleged league MVP and one of the, 2 or 3 best players, allegedly, in the NBA finally showed his ass up to one of these games in the Western Conference Finals because, of course, he has just been a complete and utter no-show in all 6 games leading into tonight. But finally, congratulations, Shai. Finally, he doesn't shoot 30-something% from the field. 35% on 12 of 21 shooting from the field tonight, but he just didn't have it in clutch time. You know, the guy who led the NBA in clutch time scoring this year, the guy who stole his 2nd consecutive league MVP on the back of those clutch time stats, well, he didn't look so clutch tonight at home in Game 7 in what was a very winnable game for the Thunder down the stretch. And why didn't he look that clutch tonight? Well, it's because he actually didn't have as much help as he's used to having. No Jalen Williams tonight, no AJ Mitchell. And as a result, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had to play 43 minutes and had to do the lion's share of the lifting offensively. And as I've been saying for 2 years, it's not so easy when you have to do as much stuff as these other superstars are called upon to do. As much as Nikola Jokic is called upon to do, as much as Victor Wembanyama is called upon to do. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has to do practically nothing but score 25 to 30 efficient points and get plenty of rest, while his super MVP caliber bench does the lion's share of the lifting in the on-offs and the plus minuses. Well, tonight it didn't quite go like that. The San Antonio Spurs, 1 through 6, again, outclassed the Oklahoma City Thunder. And with Mitchell and Williams missing, it just was a different story tonight for the Thunder. And now the San Antonio Spurs have won 4 out of the 7 playoff matchups on the heels of winning 4 of the 5 regular season matchups against this Oklahoma City Thunder team. Ultimately, look, it is what it is. The better team won in this series. The San Antonio Spurs, kudos, congratulations to you. You are returning to the NBA Finals on the strength of this 111-103 victory. It truly was, in my estimation, a whole team effort tonight. It wasn't just Victor Wembanyama doing the lion's share of the carrying like we've seen throughout the majority of this series. When the Spurs win, it is primarily all Victor Wembanyama. But tonight on the road, you get all of these contributions from all of these young players on this San Antonio Spurs team. Specifically, Dylan Harper, I thought, who was magnificent down the stretch in the fourth quarter. He was a +9, by the way, in the plus-minus, the second best on the San Antonio Spurs team in this game, second only to Julian Champagnie, who was +16. And Wemby, of course, well, Wemby was still Wemby. He was impactful. The stat line doesn't quite bear it out. 22 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, only 1 block. He played through foul trouble. He ended up with 5 personal fouls. But the San Antonio Spurs just outclass the Oklahoma City Thunder. And now everybody, we will be partying like it's 1999 because we have a rematch in the NBA Finals from 1999, which is also the last time the New York Knicks were in the NBA Finals. So they've been waiting for several days now to see who their opponent would be in that series, and it is now the San Antonio Spurs. And while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has stolen those 2 aforementioned league MVPs that I mentioned, he will not be adding to his trophy case now this season. No conference finals MVP, no finals MVP, no NBA championship, and this is a major gag job by both Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder, because the San Antonio Spurs are coming. They are on the precipice, I think, of a dynastic run, but they are at least 1 or 2 seasons ahead of schedule, in my humble opinion. And I mean, look at these guys, just all of them essentially 22 or younger in the core rotation other than De'Aaron Fox. They are only going to be better next season with a year of maturation under their, under their belt, as well as, not to mention the cap space that they do have on the books that they're going to go out and improve to this roster. The Spurs are coming, and it would have really behooved the Oklahoma City Thunder to go ahead and secure this second NBA championship on the watch of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But he chokes, fails, is incapable of doing it. Take Kobe Bryant's name out your mouths, people. Take prime Michael Jordan's name out your mouths. I never want to hear Shai Flopless Alexander's name, that scrub, that overrated choke artist. I never want to hear his name uttered in the same general vicinity of a sentence as Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. Guys, it's going to be a lit night here tonight on Skap Live After Dark. We are only 9 minutes in right now to what I anticipate will be an all-night affair. We've got about 2,000 people in here joining us live now at around 11 o'clock on the East Coast in the good old US of A, which is where I'm coming live to you from, I should say, with moderator Gary. And just in 9 minutes since we've been on, an unprecedented, now 44 super chats already. That just keeps counting up like, I don't know, one of these crazy tickers. Guys, incredible turnout already tonight. Welcome from all over the globe. I know, look, there's an international feel and appeal here in the Skap Live After Dark live sessions after these games end. 2,000 people, just an incredible turnout. And guys, I don't like to welcome moderator Gary in or start thinking about hitting the comments area till like a half an hour or 40 minutes into the show. But it would seriously, I just have to. I would be remiss to not welcome in moderator Gary, who is a lifelong San Antonio Spurs fan, who has been on the Spurs wagon since, the early 90s. This guy has been here through the good, the bad, the thick, and the thin. Gary, I want to bring you on in 1 second, but first, I have to give hopefully the people are watching at the party that I left. Gary, I was at a 50th birthday party tonight. So before I bring you in, I do just have to give a special birthday shout out to JJ. Happy 50th, my friend. You don't look a day over 40, you gorgeous bastard, you. And welcome into everybody who is still enjoying themselves, more than likely, at that party. But I had to get home and I had to get on with all of you guys, the people in the Skap Live After Dark. And without any further ado, Gary, come on and say some words to the people, please. Say hello. What are you feeling, Gary? What are the emotions? Of course, you thought maybe your Spurs were a year or two away, and here you are, Gary, 4 wins away, 1 series away from reclaiming the Larry O.B. Gary, what say you?
Yeah, unprecedented. Never seen this roster is still in construction. I've never seen a team other than a manufactured super team, like when the Celtics won the championship in 2008 or when the Heat in 2011 went to the finals. I've never seen a young team with an organic build go all the way to the finals. And I in no way, I got to give a shout out to the NBA community, because I really think the NBA had no choice but to say, we got to do something about SGA and the flopping and all of these egregious foul calls, because I assumed SGA would continue the flopping and we'd be facing the officials and we would have no chance, in which no one would. But the NBA finally listened, and this is actually great for the NBA, just like in the 80s when you had the Magic Bird rivalry, and then in the 90s with Jordan. Having Wemby against the Knicks, this young Spurs team against the Knicks in position to win their first championship in over 50 years, this is going to bring popularity back to the NBA. I'm so glad Silver had the decency and common sense to figure out, okay, we need to do something, because had Tony Brothers officiated his game and had SGA going to the free throws,
And real
28
quick here,
times.
For those of the listeners who aren't aware, Tony Brothers is the guy in Game 5 who was seductively licking his whistle while he was gazing longingly into Lou Dort's eyes and giving them every single call for the entire game, obviously. And it was an easy Thunder win. So, of course, luckily, Tony Brothers was not the guy on the call. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that this is unprecedented, because we've never seen a young organic build in mid-construction go into dethrone the champion. I've never seen it done in the NBA.
Now, and it's not over yet. Like, they haven't won the championship.
Well, I mean, no, but they dethroned the champions, though.
Right, yes.
I didn't say they won it, but to beat OKC, yes, to beat OKC, even to make it, even if they lose in the finals, I never thought they had a chance against OKC because of SGA's flopping and the egregious calls he gets. So I'm like, there's no way in hell they're going to give us the benefit of the whistle. Now, I thought once Wemby establishes himself, the superstars, they do gain favorable whistles as they become bigger draws to the league.
And Gary, just to sprinkle in this bit of context, I thought it was pretty clean. Look, nobody wants to see 70 free throws. There were 70 free throws shot like 2 games ago. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody in any era that grew up in any era of time, whether it be the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, nobody goes into a game saying, oh boy, I really want to see each team shoot over 30 free throws. Tonight, I thought it was pretty well, like, it wasn't egregious. Shea even wasn't necessarily trying as much as he does in the past couple games to gain those calls. It was 19-22 was the total game end free throw margin for both teams. 22 shot for the Oklahoma City Thunder, 19 shot for the San Antonio Spurs. So, guys, look, listen, I'm going to get to the comments as I typically do around the half an hour or 40-minute mark. I generally like to get into the comments, see what direction you guys want to go with it. Look, I don't even know what to say right now. There are 61 super chats, sitting here in 14 minutes so far, and I should probably just start doing them immediately. I want to unpack the game a little bit more first before I get to them. I will, as I always do, hit every single comment before I sign off tonight. I've been joking that if the Spurs were to win this series, ultimately, it would go from Skap Live After Dark to Skap Live After Dark till dawn, because I would likely be on till dawn answering all of these comments and questions. But I will be, if that's what it takes, guys. I will read and answer or comment on every single of these super chats that you guys send. But first, I do just want to dig a little bit into this game where, look, SGA, I thought, was the best SGA we've seen this entire series by far. He entered the night tonight averaging just 24 points per game on 37% shooting. He had 35 points tonight on 12 of 21 and 9 assists to go along with it. As good as I think we reasonably could have expected him to be under the circumstances and everything that we've seen, not just tonight or not just in this series for the previous 6 games, but in the 5 games, or I guess the 4 games that he played in the regular season. So I thought that, honestly, all kidding aside, I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an unmitigated fraud as an MVP. I don't think he deserved either of the last 2 MVPs. I would have voted for Nikola Jokic for both, and I would have been fine with SGA this year, even over Jokic, but I thought SGA deserved neither. Therefore, look, I've been rooting against Shai. I've been trying to skew my commentary towards exposing Shai throughout this year and last. But look, in all sincerity, he played 1 through 3, quarters 1 through 3 tonight. He played a great game, I thought. He was making difficult shots. He was keeping them in it. His shots were timely shots, right when they needed that, right when it looked like the Spurs were about to throttle them and really distance himself. Shai would come up with a play, but he just simply was not there in the fourth quarter because, again, it's hard work. It's hard work when you don't have this super 1 through 10 deep team that is carrying you on all of your on-off minutes, all game, all series long. This is why he shouldn't have been the MVP the last 2 years. And this is why, quite frankly, I don't think he's close to the most valuable player, because he's never asked. He is never asked to do the things that he was asked to do tonight. And he failed when he was asked to do it tonight. So welcome to the party, Shai. Welcome to the party in terms of thanks for showing up finally for the first time in 7 games, or for the first time after the first 6 games, I should say. And welcome to the party in terms of this is what it feels like to be a real superstar with real responsibility and burden on your shoulders. Not so easy, Shai. And he failed tonight at home as a favorite, as the defending NBA champion, as a significant favorite. Regular season, start of the playoffs, and into this series, the Thunder were the significant, overwhelming favorite to defend this NBA championship from a year ago, and the back-to-back league MVP simply failed, wasn't good enough, not a close facsimile to being good enough in this series. So Shai finally plays a good game, but quite frankly, just doesn't get enough, actually, other than Cason Wallace, I thought, was magnificent in the fourth quarter. But look, he had 17 points, and I think 12 or 13 of those came in the fourth quarter. The bench, look, they scored a lot of points, but the plus-minus advantages weren't really apparent when I'm looking through. Like Jalen Williams, the other Jalen Williams, of course, was the only guy in a positives in terms of plus-minus off the bench. And in fact, he was the only guy on the entire Thunder team tonight that was in the positives. So the Spurs, again, they just outclassed and outplayed the Oklahoma City Thunder really from top to bottom. And from the start of this game on, they were up 14 early in the first quarter, and they realistically never looked back. The Thunder closed in, they tightened, they took the lead a couple times, but the Spurs always had an answer, and they always kicked that lead back up and extended it. And look, they really didn't have to get into a clutch situation down the stretch because they just held on to the lead all the way through the final whistle. So congratulations to Mitch Johnson. Congratulations to Victor Wembanyama. Congratulations to the San Antonio Spurs, who have beaten the Oklahoma City Thunder. And now we have, roughly 4 days to sit by and wait for the NBA Finals to get underway. The San Antonio Spurs will host that series. They will be the home team, and the New York Knicks, of course, trying to make a little bit of history themselves because they have not won an NBA championship now since 1973. Do not adjust your listening devices. I said 1973. Look, as old as I am, that's several years before my reign on this earth began. And of course, Jalen Brunson, now who leads them along with Karl Anthony Towns. Look, they were like 3 years old the last time they were even in the NBA Finals, which again was against the San Antonio Spurs. Guys, if you are just joining us, please, I have to remind you and mention it right now because we have 2,200 people in here now. So maybe some new listeners or new viewers. Make sure, please, you hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and smash. Is that what they say? Is that what the kids are saying? Smash that like button, obviously, to let the algorithm gods of YouTube know that they need to disperse this thing to other listeners and other viewers, potentially, that I would be new to their little timeline or whatever the kids are calling it, guys. But welcome into all of you. Look, it is only 22 minutes in right now, but we will legitimately be on for the next 7 or 8 hours if I don't start reading some of these comments and getting into what direction you guys want to take it. Of course, I'm here for it. Which way you guys want to go, I'm here for it all. So let's first welcome in DJing right off the bat. Thank you and welcome, DJing, a regular through and through. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of regulars here, so I appreciate all of you guys. Gary, I'll take some of the shorter ones as we've been doing to keep some pacing and some movement along. The longer ones, I'll hand them over to you. DJing says, job not finished, but I'm so happy. Well, for me, job finished because I like the Spurs. I like the Knicks. I hate the Thunder. So realistically speaking, I just needed the Thunder to lose at some point. So they have. So now all I'm doing is sitting back and rooting for a good ass series, which I think we will get. The Spurs and Knicks played 3 times in the regular season. Remember, typically Eastern and Western teams only collide twice, one home, one away during the regular season. However, the Knicks and Spurs got an extra meeting this year because they met in the Adam Silver Invitational, if you will. The in-season tournament final matchup pitted the Knicks and the Spurs, and actually the Knicks won that game. Then they split the 2 regular season matchups. So the Knicks actually won 2 of the 3 meetings between those 2 teams this season. Now, look, the Spurs are on an absolute run. They're a different team now than they were in the first half of the year, but so too are the Knicks. The Knicks have been on a historic run, let's not forget. They have right now by far the best net differential in NBA playoff history, and it isn't close. Right now, they are sporting roughly a 19-point per game net differential through the first 3 rounds of the playoffs, which would obliterate the all-time NBA mark set by the 2017 Golden State Warriors, which was 13.5. The 2001 LA Lakers, second all-time at 12.75. So again, the Knicks at 19, that's how much better they are than the rest of the teams we've seen historically throughout the playoffs. But again, this Spurs team is a different beast, a completely different animal than anything that the Knicks have seen on the Eastern Conference side of the brackets. So this is going to be a very juicy, mouth-watering, and tantalizing little NBA Finals matchup. If you ask me, I can't wait for it. I'm glad I'm going to have like 3 days to rest and recover after what is promising to be at this point like a 5 or 6 hour show tonight because you guys are just absolutely just out of this world right now with the Super Chats. 72 Super Chats in 24 minutes. Just outrageous. In the words of the great Darko Rajakovic, that's outrageous. Next in, we bring Karthik Shankar 1 in. Ethical Hoops 1. Bye-bye, OKC floppers. Yes, Shea Flopless Alexander can just flop his fish ass into some pond in the Oklahoma City area because he will not be taking his flopping act into the NBA Finals. Thank the basketball gods. Again, balance restored thanks to Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. Next in, we've got Dahan G coming in. What is up, Dahan G? And welcome to you. Thanks for being here. Chet Holmgren was an absolute disaster all series. Look, Chet Holmgren is going to be having nightmares about Victor Wembanyama for probably the rest of his life. Like, even when he gets out of the NBA, first of all, obviously Wemby is going to plague him for the rest of their time in the NBA. All of it stemming back from, again, if you're just joining us and you're unaware of this story, they played each other, US and France did, in an under 18 international tournament back when they were like 16 years old. So this is several years ago. And the US beat France by 1 point. And Chet Holmgren got the MVP trophy in that game, despite the fact Victor Wembanyama was easily the best player on the floor. And Wembanyama was just incensed by Chet getting that trophy. And he has been enraged. It's like a bull seeing red every time these guys get on the same court with each other ever since that trophy presentation, like whatever it was, 6 years ago now at this point. And it seemingly is never gonna, like Wemby will never let it go. It's never gonna drop. So Chet is just gonna be plagued and owned every time the Spurs play these guys. And then probably after that, Chet will still be having nightmares. Like, Chet will be like a 75-year-old man and still having nightmares of the alien Victor Wembanyama. George Costanza joins us next. Again, this is a very prominent live stream here that we have. Lots of upper echelon guest appearances, including the Human Fund CEO, George Costanza. Skap chat. Let's all congratulate the Voodoo and Gary. Yes, guys, I hope. Look, we talked after game 6, and I said, everybody, wear the same clothes you had on for game 6, underwear included. I know none of you cheated. I know no one was cleaning those drawers between games because the Spurs came out and got it done. And I, of course, am a man who believes very strongly in superstitious stuff. So I know all of you guys were wearing your lucky clothes from game 6. So we all helped get it done with the Spurs. It was like all of the Spurs players and us that helped get this win over the finish line and send the unethical hoopers in Oklahoma City packing. Well, they don't even have to pack. They can just take their asses home, a nice probably 10, 15-minute drive. They don't have to, go to the airport, catch a plane or anything like that. So at least they got that going for themselves, which is nice. All right, we've got Stephanie in now. Welcome, Stephanie. And Stephanie is giving a little homage to Kevin Garnett. Anything is possible. That whole Spurs kids Mamba mentality. Yes. Let's pop the champagne. I see what you did there. Let's pop the champagne. Skap stream going till 8 a.m. LOL. We are all smiling. Stephanie, you ain't lying. I am probably going to be here till 8 a.m. We had 150 super chats, I think, last time. And I was on till like 5 a.m. And now we've already got 80 in not even a half an hour. This will eviscerate Skap Live After Dark all-time records for probably attendance, views, and super chat. So let me just thank all of you guys in advance. And I, of course, am here all night till we answer every last one of them. Next in, we've got Luca Minicini, H1B. What's up, Luca? All hate aside, SGA best player on the floor tonight. Tonight, Luca, I could F with that, again, as the kids say. I think SGA probably was, at least for the first 3 quarters. And then probably Cason Wallace was the best player on the floor in the 4th quarter. But yes, tonight, Luca, Shea finally showed up. But again, I said after game 6, I don't really give a shit what he does in game 6 or game 7, rather. I said he could drop 50 on 70 true shooting percentage tonight. And it really wouldn't matter to me or move my needle or affect what I think about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, because he didn't deserve to be in a game 7. The guys played like unmitigated poo-poo, Luca, all series long. So lose me with he finally showed up in game 7. If it wasn't for his super team carrying his ass to game 7, he wouldn't have even been able to have this performance tonight. The guy came in shooting 37% and averaging 24 points per game. That was a 6-point per game dip from his regular season average and an 18 percentage point dip from his shooting percentage. Absolute trash. Like a burning dumpster floating down a river of garbage was what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was all series long until tonight. So, like, he shouldn't have even been able to be here to redeem himself tonight. So I am glad that the basketball gods saw this happening and said, nah, no, Shai, not going to happen. We're not going to bail you out. We're not going to let you have some good game out of your ass in the final game, and then all will be forgiven for everything that you've done and all the failures in the previous 6 games. Nah, he did not get bailed out, and therefore I don't really care ultimately what he did in game 7. What he did in the previous 6 games to get to it spoke louder than any words that you can write here tonight. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exposed. His MVPs have been exposed, and he is without doubt one of the most fraudulent league MVPs in NBA history, in my estimation. If you want to make the case for last year, because look, they won, I believe, 17 more games than the Denver Nuggets, and they did win the NBA championship. But this year, there's just no case for him. There was no case for him in the regular season, in my opinion. Nikola Jokic with a historical outlier individual season, and then Victor Wembanyama with crazy net swings and on-off stuff. Like, either one of them would have been okay. Shai, no. But yet the media, for whatever reason, are in their feelings about him. They want to create whatever kind of narrative they want to create about him. So they gave it to him. And now they look stupid as hell too. Whoever voted for this guy, you look as bad as he does, in my estimation. Karthik Shankar 1 is back in yet again. Chet, he's channeling Darko Rajakovic again. Chet, it's a complete crap. Holmgren in Darko voice. Yeah, I knew where you were going there, Karthik. Shout out to Darko Rajakovic. I'm sure Darko's probably listening now from Serbia, more than likely. So, Darko, thank you very much for providing me that drop for the rest of time. I appreciate you. John O'Ratcliffe is in next with a generous donation to us. John, thank you. Good friend of the show, an OG that dates back, obviously, to when we just first started doing this last May, about a year ago. John, always a pleasure to see you, and I am always thankful when you give us these generous donations. Gary, I'll turn this one over to you and let you read this one for us.
Let's effing go. Not only did the Spurs just end the Thunder's fraudulent dynasty hopes, they just easily started the best one since the 2000s Lakers. Undoubtedly, a juggernaut was just born. Congrats, Gary, despite not believing. Well, I did say last year they're building a dynasty. I did say that. I just didn't think they would get past SGA's flopping and Tony Brothers in the officiating, because I know the narrative the NBA wants. They're trying to diminish Kobe Bryant, and by doing so, they are trying to elevate SGA. So, yeah, how are you supposed to do that? Of course, I didn't think the Spurs are going to win this year while they're not. This is still true. They're not a completed roster yet, and they're in the finals without in the middle of construction. They still need a forward.
Yeah, and I think, look, if Jalen Williams and AJ Mitchell were healthy, likely the Thunder would have won this series. Likely. But I think they could be healthy next year, the Thunder can now, because the Spurs now are going to be better next year. They're going to be more seasoned. They're going to be a more completed roster. So I think really, again, this is a crippling loss for Oklahoma City. It is devastating because I think the Spurs now are they're ahead of their time, obviously. And the Thunder, look, they knew that the Spurs were coming in full force next year. They really did. If they wanted to if they wanted to be like a dynasty, I think, and get maybe 3 in the next 4 or 5 years, they really needed to get the second one this year. So the fact that they lose this one to this team, who again they're just so young, and just to drive that point home, this was De'Aaron Fox. He's the oldest one, and Devin Vassell. They're older, 28 and 25. But like other than that, Victor Wembanyama 22, Dylan Harper 20, Stephon Castle 21, Carter Bryant 20, Tim Penny's 24, so a little bit older there. Like they're and all right, Keldon Johnson's like 25 or 26. But like this is a very young team. And look, they only have $152 million on the books next year. The salary cap is anticipated to rise to about like 201, I think. So they still, I mean, they're gonna have to extend some of these guys. Like Victor Wembanyama's on an expiring team option next year for $16 million. They're gonna extend him, and he's gonna have a huge number. But still, they still have a healthy amount of salary cap to go that they could fill out this lineup now moving forward. So, yeah, John, just a devastating loss. And I did obviously look. I had pre-series. I picked the Thunder in 7, but after that game 1 Spurs win, I flip-flopped immediately and picked the Spurs to win the series. So they get the job done for me too. So I love to see it. Love to see it. All right, we've got George Costanza back in with. He tries to stump me every night with some Seinfeld trivia, and when is he going to learn that he can't do it? What is the name of Kramer's doll? Congrats, Gary. Mr. Marbles, George. Come on, you got to do better than that. I listen, you got me the one time, and I think so. I'm 4-1 or 5-1 now over you. So I've gotten like 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 6 of your trivia questions. You gotta come at me with more than Mr. Marbles. Come on, great episode by the way. Jay Savage 8295. What's up, Jay? My fellow Jay namesake. Welcome in to the show tonight. Thank you so much, as always, for being here. SGA went out bad. Don't want a heart best player. I don't know, Gary. What do you think? Interpretive. What do you think that means? SGA went out bad. Don't want a heart best player.
Don't want to hear best player.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, Gary, this is why I've got you here, my friend.
Yeah.
Don't want to hear best player. Yes. No, I'm with you. Like look, Nikola Jokic has been the best player in the NBA for 6 years, I think, easily, without comparison. Now Wembanyama is in the vicinity. He's in the neighborhood. He's pulled into the block. He might be parking at the house right next to Nikola Jokic. Shea never got into the neighborhood, if you ask me. So I think Wemby, look, I thought Jokic might have one more year left. Now I don't know. Like I know Wemby didn't have a monster game tonight, but if he goes on and wins the NBA championship, it's going to be hard not to say that Wemby is the best player on earth moving into next season now. All right, we've got Poyo Yo 1592. What's up, Poyo? Welcome into you. NBA Finals. This is for you. That is obviously a little Cavaliers LeBron shout out. NBA fans is what he's saying. This is for you. Yes, because the entire NBA watching world was rooting against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Basically, the Thunder fans and Oklahoma City were the only place on earth that was rooting for this classless group of flopping clowns. So we can all rejoice and celebrate that the Spurs have got it done for all of us. So yes, Poyo, NBA fans, this is for you. Is it just me, but do both teams going into the finals feel like teams of destiny, not just New York? May the best team win. You're right. I think the Knicks do feel like an undeniable team of destiny. But what can you say about the Spurs? Like they too feel like they have a touch of destiny about them, don't they? Because they just beat the defending NBA champions, who were essentially as big of preseason odds as the 2018 Warriors. That was the gap that we were led to believe that there was between the Thunder and everybody else coming into this season. The gap that existed between the Warriors, the KD Warriors, in their second NBA Finals run in 2018. That was akin to the odds that the Thunder were getting. And now that team loses at home. to the San Antonio Spurs. So you're right, Po Yo-Yo. It does feel like both of these teams do have a little bit of destiny about them. Karthik Shankar 1 is in next. From everyone who loves this sport, thank you, Spurs. Yes, I'm seeing a lot of that in the comment section. And yes, I couldn't agree anymore. It was pivotal that the Oklahoma City Thunder did not win this series and win this championship. Maybe not this series, but then it would have been all on the Knicks. The Knicks would have held all of our hopes and dreams. Now, thankfully, we can all just breathe a sigh of relief and go into the NBA Finals and just enjoy some damn good basketball. All right, next in, I want to welcome a good friend to the show, obviously, Stefan Piscano, a good friend to the show, a good friend to me, a very generous benefactor and donor to the show, and is obviously in all of the comments of all of my videos, otherwise outside of this show. So I just have to give him a special shout out every time, basically. And a special shout out to Vacation Wealth Partners. Go ahead, Gary. I'll turn this one over from Stefan to you.
You got to read it to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is to Gary, so I can't turn it over to Gary. Gary, I apologize for super chatting to you last year. The Spurs should get Giannis. You were right. So, Gary, this one is for you. Let's go, Spurs. The refs tried their hardest, but you can't hold Wemby down. Yeah, I mean, look, the Spurs really are. I said it going into the playoffs. I really do believe the Spurs are better 1 through 6. The Spurs are better. But it's 1 through 10 where the Thunder have their true advantage. But that advantage was mitigated because Jalen Williams and AJ Mitchell missed the last 2 games. Both, not surprisingly enough, Spurs wins. So, and that now brings the Oklahoma City Thunder record this year, when missing both Jalen and AJ, their record is now just 12-12 without those 2 players in a game. So a mediocre average team. And they looked average tonight, obviously, because the Spurs not quite wired to wired them, but they were in command all game long. And they were up, like I said, 14 early. They were smothering them early. And I thought, oh, this might not even really even be that much of a game. And of course, the Thunder did get it close through multiple stages. But the Spurs, again, always had an answer, which is highly impressive for a team this young on the road with these stakes. Mason PY 1ZQ is in next. Mason, what's up? Welcome to the party, pal. Chet and SG us can get matching crop tops in Cancun. Yo, Mason, good point. Like, they're going to have probably matching pink brassieres on. They could paint their nail. They could get matching nail polish and, fly in together. Get some nice pink tropical fruity drinks. Get some of those lays on. And, they can go party with some of the other NBA teams that aren't playing anymore. I now look, the offseason begins tonight for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, what do? With all of that draft collateral that they have, all of those assets, all of those really young assets that they're not going to be able to extend and pay anyway. Do they now go out and get in the Giannis sweepstakes? Do they send 2 or 3 of these young studs on small contracts? Do they do a sign and trade with 1 or 2 of them? Plus like 5 first-round picks over the next like 4 or 5 years, send that to Milwaukee and bring in Giannis? I think they might think about it after seeing this alien, this mutant, Victor Wembanyama. Maybe what the Thunder are going to be thinking is, we need a freak, aka the Greek freak, to combat the alien. So let's go out and roll the dice that he's going to be healthy, shorten our rotation a bit, and bring in Giannis. I think it's at the very least an interesting conversation to have in the upper tiers of the Oklahoma City front office starting as early as tomorrow. We've got Drew First Blood in next. Drew, what's up? Welcome into you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. The real MVP. Everyone loves a bully getting their due. Absolutely. There's nothing more satisfying than seeing a bully get their asses beat, seeing a bully get punched in the face, which is exactly what we saw in this series. And it is utterly satisfying that now, again, we can just all breathe that calm, soothing sigh of relief and now take a nice long rest, no anxiety or anything over the next couple days, and just go into the NBA Finals with two ethical teams and enjoy some high caliber basketball. May the best team win. Can't wait, as Bart Scott once famously said. Isaac LYK joins us next. Again, another regular. Thank you very much, Isaac. And welcome into you. Appreciate you being here for me all the time, basically, and in all my videos as well. Spurs showed out. Wemby, best player, have to say it. Yeah, I think I was not going to give SGA the best player in the NBA designation if they won this series and won the NBA championship over Jokic. But now I certainly am considering it. I think it is. Look, I think maybe we go in with it being Wemby. I think the consensus will be Wemby, and as he will be the MVP favorite, the presumptive heavy MVP favorite going into next season. So I think he opens the year with the benefit of the doubt. And then if Jokic is Jokic of the first 34 games this season versus Jokic of the last, February on of the season, I think Jokic is still the best player. And he still probably is better head-to-head than Wembanyama. But a lot of people will be saying it's Wemby at this point, especially if he wins this next series. And fair. That's fair enough. And he will have deserved the people to say that. Like, while I go back and forth and tooth and nail and will fight to the end that Nikola Jokic is heads and shoulders above Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you will get no such retort from me when you're talking about Wemby and Jokic, because Wemby is just that good, and he's only 22, so he's still not even close to peaking yet. All right, Karthik Shankar 1 is back in. We finally get to see a worthy finals, no flopping. Exactly, Karthik. Can't wait. Can't wait to see. Look, the Knicks, basically every New York Knicks player right now is playing their best basketball of their lives, including Karl Anthony Towns. And he's got man weight on him. He looks to be like 260, 270, maybe more. So it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic of he versus Wemby matching up, because Cat is playing out of this world. And of course, Jalen Brunson also has just been on an absolute tear. OG Anunoby he's shooting like, look, I looked at the true shooting percentages the other day. It was Shamet was number 1 in the league. OG Anunoby was number 2. And there was a third, Nick, it might have been Cat, was 4th. So 3 of the top 4 best shooting players in the entire playoff field are all New York Knicks. It's just crazy how good they've been, how hot they've been. They're playing great defense too. It's going to be a great series. All right, we've got Lake Monster 9495 is in next. Oh, good. Skap, you hater, but I hate all the same things. Yes, Lake Monster 9495. Hate. We are all joining each other at the Player Haters Ball later. That will be held in August this year. Victor Wembanyama will be the master of ceremonies at the Player Hater Ball. So yes, I wear my hater cap proudly, Lake Monster 9495. And thank you very much for your kind support. We've got J Thur207. Jay, what's up, my friend? And welcome into you. Thank you for your generous donation. I appreciate it. Chet should retire after that embarrassing performance. It certainly wasn't good. Let's see. I want to see what he came into the night doing, roughly. In the first 6 games of this series, Chet Holmgren, who was all NBA third team this year, mind you, all NBA third team, defensive player of the year and defensive first team selection. He came into tonight's game averaging 11.8 points and 7.7 rebounds. This 7'2" center, 7 rebounds. Oh, and the defensive player of the year runner-up, 1 block per game. So 11 points per game average for him coming in. And on tonight's game, How's this grab you? How does this stat line grab you guys for Chet Holmgren in Game 7 at home for an All-NBA third-team performer this year? 4 points and 4 rebounds in 33 minutes. Thanks for nothing, Chet Holmgren. I think you're right, Jather. I think maybe he should consider retirement at this point. All right, we've got Will N8664 next in. Thank you very much, Will. Luke Cornett with that hustle. Yo, tremendous play by him. It was, I believe it was Hartenstein was on it was a live ball turnover. It was in the fourth quarter. I was basically just pacing back and forth, just begging them to not turn the ball over in a live ball situation. They did. The Thunder got a run out. It was 2-on-1. It was Isaiah Hartenstein and Luke Cornett paced him all the way down the floor and got a clean block, and the Spurs got the ball and took it back the other way. So tremendous play. Tremendous from Luke Cornett. Now, typically, guys, look, this is a family-friendly show. I like to keep the vulgarities and obscenities at a very low and minimum point here. And specifically, the F-bomb is one thing in specific that I don't like said on this live chat or on this stream or this show or whatever. But damn it, the San Antonio Spurs just won Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals, and they sent the fraud Thunder home. So damn it, let's fucking go, Spurs. Thank you, Xavier DeGod. I don't mind it on this night. I appreciate you, obviously, Xavier, as always, for being here. We've got Enchanted 2K797 is up next. Gary, I'm going to take a little sip here of my water, wet my whistle while you read this one for me.
The Spurs won this game, not Wemby. SGA played great, and the Thunder collapsed. For the future, Wemby needs more paint touches. Go Spurs. You are correct. And as I've been saying, Skap and chat, we're still growing. We're in the finals in the growing process. While we're still constructing our roster, and we beat the Thunder when they don't have the help of Tony Brothers.
All true things, Gary, and all true things, Enchanted. I'm not going to push back at all on that. I agree. I think this was a full team effort tonight from the San Antonio Spurs. I thought it would take a historic performance by Victor Wembanyama. He didn't do it. He didn't have to do it. They still got the win. And Shea, look, I didn't think Shea would play a very good game tonight. He did. Probably had his best game of the series tonight. But again, he lost the series before tonight. Like, had he shown up in the previous 6 games, this would have been an over and wrapped series already, and it wouldn't have had to get into a Game 7. So I don't want to hear any woe is me or any kind of SGA defense or anything like that on this night. Look, we'll see what the numbers look like when the smoke clears and the dust settles. I didn't run the numbers. He had, obviously, this is going to lift his numbers a bit. Whether it gets him out of the 30s or not, we'll have to wait and see. Let me say that again. Whether tonight's performance gets him out of the 30% range for the series, we'll see. I doubt it, because I think he was 12 of 21 tonight. Yes, 12 of 21. So whatever, 56, 57%. And he shot 37% coming in for the series. So he's probably going to be under 40% for the series. A guy who shot, again, do I have to repeat it, 55% in the regular season, over a 15 percentage point dip in this, the most important series that he's ever played in to this point of his career. Karthik Shankar won in yet again. Jared McCain can now do his clown dance in Cancun. Yeah, McCain, look, he can light those TikToks up now in Cancun. He can. He's obviously got an immense following. He does those, whatever you want to, whatever adjectives or describers you want to use to define what he's doing, what his dances look like. He can light that TikTok up and dance till, his heart is content in Cancun or Galveston or wherever the hell the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to be taking their team. Maybe they can meet up with the Cavs. Maybe little game James could help hook them up with a travel agent or something. Get them out on the first plane either tonight, later tonight, or early tomorrow. All right, Isaac LYK back in again. OKC can at least focus on their TikTok careers. Yep, there's a lot of people coming at them with the TikToks. It is they are an interesting bunch of players. I'll give them that. They are unlike any of the hard-nosed defensive teams that we've seen in the past. Over the past, when you look back at the defensive-oriented teams in the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, they're not filled generally with players like this, outside of probably Lou Dort and Alex Caruso. Those are like old school, hard-nosed, like enforcer type players. But other than that, this team didn't fit the bill, really, did it? The Incorruptible is up next. What's up, Incorruptible? Welcome into you, my friend. Another original, another OG, and a good friend to me in the show. Thank you very much, Incorruptible. I appreciate you. Gary, what does the Incorruptible have for us tonight? Question or comment?
OKC effed around and found out, almost making me a full-time fan again. Thank you, SA, San Antonio, for playing real basketball with real mindsets.
Yeah, it feels good because, I've been a fan of the Bucks and the Nuggets in recent years because I like Giannis and Jokic, but their teams stink. Like both Giannis and Jokic have garbage teams. So it's nice to see a guy that I respect in Victor Wembanyama and I like a lot have a team that could actually help him compete for championships now moving forward. So I'm with you, Incorruptible. I might become maybe a full-time fixture on the San Antonio Spurs bandwagon. I mean, I'm certainly a believer and a fan in Victor Wembanyama for sure. So you and Gary might have to make some room for me. We've got KCJXXX in next. The world is clean. My grandma is happy. Let's go. KCJ, shout out to you. Shout out to your grandma. And sports are a funny thing, aren't they? Even if we don't have any tangible draw to it or any tangible stakes or anything like that, it still does impact us so greatly, doesn't it? When you are a true sports fan, and it does feel like the stakes are very high at times. And I thought this was a moment where, to me, it felt like the stakes were high. Like I really wanted the Thunder to bow out in this round, to not even make it into the NBA Finals, not put me through that kind of stress and strain and pressure for another, 6 or 7 games over the next 2 weeks. So again, it's a good damn night tonight, isn't it, Casey? And again, it's a good night for your grandma too, which I'm glad to hear. All right, we've got the real Donald Trump 1646 coming from Canada again. As we know, the Don is in here from time to time, along with George Costanza and Ric Flair as well. Mr. President, welcome in. Go ahead, Gary.
Let me read this to you and chime in, and then you can respond, because we're going to get into a little debate here. Skap attack, you just got exposed. You said OKC was an all-time great team, blah, blah, blah. SGA is a great player, blah, blah. It's just something to take into consideration, Mr. President. OKC does have maybe the deepest team I've ever seen. They are deep, 1 through 10, but they're missing AJ Mitchell and Jalen Williams. As much as I'm so glad my Spurs won, I have a hard time believing had they had their entire depth, I think we would have got squeaked out in this game most likely. I still think we get there. I just think it would have taken another year or two. But Skap, historically speaking and statistically speaking, he's correct when you go over the metrics of that team. SGA is a great player. No doubt he's not better than Kobe or Jordan, but he also has always had the advantage of that whistle, and he's been flopping like crazy. They took that away tonight, and we saw what he was without it. He looked like a much better player, but didn't get that extra edge to push someone out. Had he gotten the same whistle he got all year, and had they had AJ Mitchell and Jalen Williams, I do think they most likely win the championship this year. But we can't predict in advance injuries, just like the Spurs started this without De'Aaron Fox. We didn't know that going into the series. Later on, Dylan Harper with the hip issue. Fortunately, that didn't keep them out. So I'm saying that time will tell, to be exact, if maybe Skap was a little off. They weren't quite as great as he thought, but I think they lost because they did not have all their depth, and San Antonio is deep enough that they offset the depth, and it became a pretty equal fight.
Here's the thing, Gary. Look, the Thunder won 68 games last year, 64 games this year. They had the greatest net rating in NBA history last year. They had the greatest SRS in NBA history last year. They had the greatest net differential in NBA history last year. They won the NBA championship. They won 64 games on the heels of that this year. They are a great team. They had the best relative net defensive rating this year. They are a great team. A couple things happened. They lost 2 of their top 4 or 5 players, including their second best player, and then their like 4th or 5th best player. So like those guys weren't in for most of this series. And then Shea choked. Like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander just choked. Like that factors in too. Also, the other thing you've got to factor in is the Spurs are also now a historically great team. Look at their team. Look at it. They've got Stephon Castle, who was the 4th pick overall, I believe. 4th pick overall. They had Harper, who is the 2nd pick overall. Victor Wembanyama, who is the number 1 pick overall. De'Aaron Fox, who's like the number 6 pick overall. Like, they literally have 5 or 6 top 5 picks on the team that are all hits. So you got me, real Donald Trump. You got me. Like the Spurs, that all you needed to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in 7 was for 2 of their 4 best players to get hurt and have a team that is surrounded by a historical 7'7" freak mutant with like 4 other top 4 elite lotto picks. Like, you got me. I guess they're not that good. I guess they're not. Like, but see, the thing is, nobody else has that because the Spurs are also great and historically great, probably. They just won 62 games this year. Do you get that, real Donald Trump? They won 62 games with Victor Wembanyama missing 16 of them, and they're all in their early 20s. Like, this team's going to win, and they finished the season 30-4. This team's going to win near 70 games next year. Watch and see. The Spurs are going to probably win 68, 69 games next year, and Victor Wembanyama is going to be the league MVP. So this team is also historically great. We've just got 2 historically great teams overlapping each other in the same time, in the same concurrent time frame. All right, we've got A Culture 24 is in next. What's up, A Culture 24? Welcome into you. Ethical hoops for the win. Justice finally prevailed. It feels good. It feels damn good to be an NBA fan tonight, guys, doesn't it? We've got Seahawk Tua is up next. As a would-have-been Supersonics fan, I'm genuinely ecstatic to see the Choklahoma shitty blunder go down. Both SGA MVPs and his rings have asterisks. I'm sorry. Both of SGA's MVPs and his ring have asterisks. LLLLL. Yes. Because look at what happened to the Nuggets last year, by the way. They took the Thunder 7. Russell Westbrook, their only bench player, had a broken hand on his shooting hand. Michael Porter Jr., his arm was hanging off of his body. His shoulder was detached and hanging off his body for that entire series. And then Aaron Gordon's hamstring detached from the bone, basically, at the end of game 6. And yet Nikola Jokic still dropped 31, 13 and 6 on 56% in the last 3 games of that series. And it just wasn't enough because this team was just too big to fail last year. Then Halliburton's Achilles erupted in game 7 in the NBA Finals, or else who knows? Maybe the Thunder don't win last year even. Because, again, Shea is just a choke artist. I'm sorry. He was 8 of 29 in that game 7 against the Pacers last year. And Seahawk Tua, by the way, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate you very much. Gary, real quick, let's just do a quick reset here. Skap Live After Dark, guys. Welcome in if you are new. If you're just joining us, please make sure that you hit that subscribe button and, turn the notifications on, hit the like button, yada, 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 et cetera, et cetera. We are over an hour now. We're 1 hour and 5 minutes into the show tonight. We still have 1,820 people here. Incredible turnout. And we are, like 105 super chat thingies already in just an hour. So that's basically 105 in 60 minutes, like 2 a minute on average. Guys, thank you, all of you, so much for your kind generosity and support. I appreciate you guys. And I appreciate the San Antonio Spurs tonight for making it a great damn night for all of us. We've got Pocket Cheese 69 is in next. Gary, go ahead. I'll turn this one over to you.
Bam won Sportsman this year. How can that be if 83 is the least sportsman thing I've ever seen? Kobe, me, Wilt. No, it was Wilt, Bam, Kobe. NBA pissing on Kobe still makes me sad. I thought Bam was going to sit his tail on the bench after he hit 80 in respect to Kobe.
Yeah,
but no,
Gary,
he had to throw himself in there.
Yeah, Gary and I were talking about it I hated it the whole fourth quarter because it was an egregious, disgusting display of stat padding, of free throw grifting. It set basketball back like a decade. So, and Gary was like, don't worry, he's not going to go for it. And then he did. And then he sat out as soon as he got to 83, then he left. But I mean, it was such a cheap game. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think he shot, was it 43 free throws or something? It's the like all-time single game record in NBA history for free throws attempted for a guy that was averaging like 6 or 7 a game. Just a pathetic, ridiculous outlier of a performance. Pocket Cheese, I'm glad I didn't see that he won Sportsman of the Year because that is a disgrace, if you ask me. And again, the late, great Kobe Bryant rolling over in his grave with that pathetic loser performance by the Washington Wizards and the Miami Heat to get Bam Adebayo, who has averaged, I think, 20 points once in his entire career, who now has the second highest scoring game in NBA history. Ridiculous. The Jupiter Knight is up next. What's up, Jupiter Knight? Welcome into you. Go Spurs, go. MVP, refs couldn't help SGA. Yeah, I mean, SGA took 11 free throws. I didn't think they were terrible. It wasn't an egregious, like he wasn't getting terrible looking fouls granted to him tonight. He made a lot of shots. He played a good game, I thought. He gassed out in the fourth quarter because, again, it's hard. It's hard damn work, dog, when you have to carry a team all game. Stuff that he wouldn't know anything about until like this series or this game. And he's failed over and over again throughout the course of this series. And he finally showed up tonight, but too little, too late, SGA. Jather207 is back in again. Luke Cornett blocked better than Bronze. I mean, I think I agree. Like the fact that he ran down stride for stride with Hartenstein and then went up and cleanly blocked that, like at the rim. Like that was an impressive ass. Obviously, the stakes weren't as high as Bronze, obviously, in a tie game in the NBA Finals, Game 7. But this was like a back and forth kind of affair. I mean, the Spurs had control, but still, it was a tight enough game in Game 7 of the West Finals with, the Spurs, maybe the fate of the Thunder dynasty riding on it. So those stakes are high, and that is a hell of a play by Cornett. All right, next in, we've got Isaac Drum 8009 for a 20 spot. Thank you for your very generous donation, Isaac. I appreciate it. And simply just wants to let Skap cook. Thank you, Isaac. I hope my voice can hold up long enough tonight to let me cook throughout the night because it's going to be a lengthy night, I think. But I appreciate you very much, Isaac. Thank you, sir. Jay is back in, of course. Jay Savage, my namesake. Don't bring SGA's name nowhere near the all-time great Nikola Jokic ever again. It's just hate at this point. Thanks, Skap, for standing on business. Jay, my pleasure, obviously. I think the narrative has been just disgusting. I don't want to infer or suggest or imply that it might be racially motivated, because I quite frankly don't know that it is. I don't really think that it is. I think, though, that the writers hate his guts. I think they see a guy that plays below the rim, that isn't flashy and athletic, and that quite frankly should have 4 or 5, maybe even 6 MVPs, but they don't want to put him in that upper echelon tier. So they glass ceilinged him at 3. And by doing so, they give SGA 2 undeserving awards that he should not have. So the fact that Shea has stolen these 2 awards basically makes now people think that he is closer, or was at some point in the vicinity of Nikola Jokic. He never was. It was never close. All right, Joshua of the Saints is up next. Thank you very much, Joshua, for your generous donation. I appreciate you, sir. A regular that is here through and through for us every single night. Gary, I'm going to turn this one over for you to read this one. What does Joshua have for us tonight?
Wemby fan for life. SGA is a scared, carried choker. Kobe comparisons my ass. Wemby played a great, balanced game. Amazing for how young he is.
Yeah, Wembanyama goes into the pantheon, the upper tier of the great young players we've seen in NBA history. The fact that he is just 22 in his age 22 season is truly remarkable for this kind of poise and leadership. Not to mention just the on floor product and how polished and relatively, I mean, how versatile his game is. I mean, the defense is one thing. He's been great from the time he stepped on the floor in the NBA. But like the guy, I mean, yes, he needs to probably get a little more reliable post game. I think he actually does have a good post game. He's just too slender and not strong enough yet to get to his spots in the paint. So he's going to have to work on obviously getting bigger and broader over the next couple of seasons. But the guy, I mean, he's got a nice repertoire of shot making. He shoots threes. He can set up from the elbow or the extended, like the pinch post area. And he can go either way from that area. He can pull up. I mean, he's got a pretty big bag already for a 7'7" dude who's 22 years old. So I agree, Joshua. And I also agree it was never close between Shea and Kobe. And hopefully now we can officially pump the damn brakes on that bullshit. I hope from your mouth or from your keyboard to God's ears, let's please stop this nonsense and madness. I mean, Shea isn't even close to prime D Wade. Like the D Wade I watched win an NBA championship with Shaquille O'Neal before LeBron came, like that D Wade is tiers above, in my opinion, SGA. Like that's not even close. And SGA is going to be 28 soon. I think he turns 28 in July or August. So again, he's not going to get markedly better from where he's at now. The incorruptible is back in again, saying La Process. Are you eating Eggos on the live still, or are you finally a believer? La Gaslit Gary Embiid. Gary, I am interested. Do you still think maybe it's a stretch that they can get it done in the championship now? Do you think the Knicks have more veteran leadership and stuff, or do you think that the Spurs now can get it done in the title game or in the title round?
Don't I need to save my prediction for the preview?
Fair.
Up.
Yes. Gary and I, that's a good point, Gary. Gary and I will be doing, what do we decide,
Monday
Gary?
night.
Monday night? Okay. Gary and I will be going on live Monday night. Gary, what do you think? Maybe 8:30 or something? 8:30?
I need 9? To do at least like no earlier than 9, but between 9 and 10.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
we'll hash it out, but keep an eye out. I will put up the link to the live early that morning so you guys will know exactly when we're going to do it. But yes, Gary and I will go on, and we are going to we're going to do a bracket. We're going to do the bracket that I've been teasing that we're going to look at. And then also we're going to talk about and set the table for the NBA Finals round now. We'll do that on Monday, and then game 1 is on Wednesday.
But to hold up though, I've been a believer. I just said I didn't think they're going to do it this year because of OKC's depth and because of SGA's flopping and the officiating that always went in their favor. Adam Silver, sure, I can't prove this. I'm sorry, but I think Adam Silver flipped the script once he saw all the backlash SGA was getting. And so he's like, they see it. This is not good for business. We've got to give a fair whistle. And of course, he wanted SGA to win. But if he had won with a bunch of terrible calls, no one would have watched the finals. So it's not that I'm not a believer. I said last year, I fought with everybody. I don't remember one person in this chat, including Skap, who agreed with me when I said they're building a dynasty, and that's why we can't get rid of Stephon Castle and gut our youth to lease Giannis for 2, maybe 3 good years. I said, because I want a dynasty. People were laughing, dynasty. There ain't going to be no dynasty. What are you talking about? People mocking me, ridiculing me. Now, all of a sudden, I'm not a believer. I was the only believer last year.
But not this year,
I
though,
remember.
Gary. You did not pick them this year, though.
No, I didn't think that they're still constructing their roster. They still need a power forward. They're still getting beaten.
But there are people
glass.
that did think they would win this year. So that's all. I think that's all.
I don't even think it's that they thought they would win. They were hoping they were going to win because they hated OKC. If you put let me not say that. If their life depended on it, pick the team that's going to win. I'm willing to bet the vast majority of them would say OKC. They were hoping, and if the Spurs lost, it wasn't even going to bother them. They just didn't want OKC to win.
Yeah, I do think that the Spurs, I definitely thought they had a very good chance to beat. I mean, they were 4-1. I know the regular season doesn't necessarily predict playoff success.
Right.
But they were 4-1. They are a tough matchup. And it really was just honestly, that experience factor was really the only thing that was really giving me a pause going into the series. But when I saw game 1 and I saw what the Spurs did down the stretch, I really did think at that point, like, they answered all the questions I had about them. And I thought realistically, they could absolutely get it done. Gary, I've got to put a pin in where we're at right now. We've got
go down to Dio.
Yeah, I got to go to Dio real quick.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that too.
Got to give his wife a shout out for sure. And I got to give him a shout out because this is just these outrageous sized super chats we got to jump to. Dio, Kaluale, 5786. Dio, a good friend to the show and a very generous supporter of the show. He has given us several very, very generous donations throughout the last couple weeks. And this one, obviously no different than that. $100. Thank you so much for your extremely generous donation. Shout out to you and shout out happy birthday to your wife. Gary, go ahead and read the whole thing for us.
It's my wife's birthday today, and the Spurs just stunned the world, bringing back the NBA. So paying it forward on the omens. 2 questions. Does a winning situation create winners or just show who never was one? SGA is at minus 35 still lost, or is that 35 points still lost?
Yeah, 35 points.
Okay, because that's a minus sign. Okay. SGA 35 still lost. Was this a system failure for OKC?
Yeah, I think, look, I've been watching. Again, first of all, Dio, thank you very much. And happy birthday to your lovely wife. A great birthday present to her, I'm sure, and to all of us for the Spurs to restore balance and order in the basketball and the sports world as a whole. Look, I think when you look at all-time great players, there are some great players who never really have to strain themselves because they're in a great system or they're in a great team environment surrounded by a bunch of great players. I love Magic Johnson. I think let me just say this. He is the best point guard ever. He revolutionized the game. He revolutionized the point guard position. He's in my top 10 all-time greatest players overall. Full stop. But I mean, his teams were absolutely loaded, and they were in a terrible conference. Terrible. Like their West Conference was almost like LeBron's Eastern Conference for the 15 years he was in Cleveland, where it was just like pretty much a foregone conclusion they were going to go there. And look, Magic, as much shit is talked on LeBron from time to time on this in this show, like he had probably less help. As much. Look, I say it all the time: 8 All-Stars. 8 different guys that made it 17 collective all-stars when they were playing with LeBron James. But as much help as LeBron had, Magic had more. Magic had more and played in equally as bad, if not worse, of a conference. So like him winning 5 championships is like, meh, like it's okay. I mean, he played big basketball in the finals when he had to against elite competition, and he played great. Just like LeBron has played great competition in the finals. Like once LeBron's got there through shitty conferences, Magic has played great competition in the finals when he got there through shitty conferences. But like he's got so much help surrounding him. So Magic was just lucky as hell. And like some players are lucky as hell that they don't actually have to win anything really challenging, like Akeem Olajuwon had to do, or like Kobe Bryant did with Pau Gasol in the second iteration of his championship runs. Like even Michael Jordan did down the stretch with an ailing Scottie Pippen in that second three-peat, like Michael Jordan did. Like even Tim Duncan did. Like when you look at most of the all-time great players, yes, they had help, but there's levels to the help that they've had. And like most of the great players, the upper echelon, like top tier, S tier players, as the kids would say, have done it in a challenging way, at least for some of their titles. Like SGA has never faced adversity in the time that he's been like a first team All-NBA kind of player. And when he has, he's failed. Like we saw 3 years ago, he got outplayed by Luka Doncic and beat in the second round as the 1 seed 3 years ago when Luka was still with Dallas. Then last year, they faced no real adversity. Yes, they got taken 7 2 times, but in game 7, they were absolute woodshed blowout beatdowns. They beat the Nuggets by like 100 in that game 7. Like Shea didn't have to be great or prove anything at any point in that series. And then in game 7 in the finals against the Pacers, again, he was 8 of 29 in that game. They won in spite of him. He had to be great in this series because he had injuries. He had adversity, like Jalen Williams and AJ Mitchell, 2 of their principal igniters, offensive initiators that like really take the burden and strain off of SGA. They weren't there, which means he had to do something, and he didn't all series long. And he finally showed up tonight, but he gassed out in the fourth quarter. So I think ultimately, Dio, it's a tale of, again, I said it a couple minutes ago. The injuries, they have to be mentioned. They play a big factor. Of course they do. But also the Spurs are just a perfectly constructed foil to this Thunder team. They have a perfect assortment of like big, athletic, strong, and physical like defenders that they could throw a plethora of the different, like 2 or 3 different guys and stay fresh all game long and single cover SGA. And then as backup, they've got this 7'7" mutant with like an 11-foot like reach, like to just jump up and tower over all of his shots. So it's like perfect, just a perfect assortment of things, a perfect storm of things happened in this series for the Thunder to lose. I still think they're a great team, and I still think they're heads and shoulders above every team in the NBA right now. As I sit here going into the offseason, barring whatever kind of changes take place the rest of the offseason, and we'll see what happens. But right now, they're heads and shoulders above every other team in the league except the Spurs. All right, let's see here. Let's jump. I'm like 70 or 80 of these still behind, so I got to work my way back up.
Incorruptible, and then was the last one, and then under it is Alana Domovich. There we go.
I'm gonna go with Alan. Let's say Alan A. Domovich, maybe. I don't know. We're probably slaughtering that. I'm just gonna call you Al, so I don't have to embarrass your handle or myself trying to stutter over that. Thank you very much, Al, for joining us. Thank you very much for your support and for your comment. Chet is a disaster. Champagny and Harper did so much. Yeah, Chet, I mean, I don't even know. Like, this is, I mean, Chet, Gary, I don't know. Are you, I don't know if you are or not. Are you a Boys fan? Are you watching the Amazon Prime show, The Boys?
Oh, I actually just finished it.
No spoilers, Gary. No spoilers.
No.
But I love the show. I haven't started the series finale season yet. I was waiting till they were all there so I could binge watch it all. Love the show. There, do you know the Homelander like gif where it's like he's just shocked at the fact that like some like he's expecting to get absolutely killed by something he said or something he did, but his face is just so wonderfully surprised that it's actually gone the opposite way, and that has become like a prolific gif and meme. That's like Chet Holmgren sitting here with 4 points and 4 rebounds at home in Game 7, hearing SGA slandered up and down the internet probably for his performance throughout the entirety of this series. He's got the Homelander look on his face right now, because 4 points and 4 rebounds for Chet Holmgren, all NBA third team this year, all NBA defense first team in 33 minutes is, Al, you're right. That is an unmitigated disaster. Like, I don't even know. If I was him, I would go Magic Johnson on it. I forget which series exactly it was, but when he missed the 2 free throws, Gary, and they lost in the finals, and it was the tragic Johnson. I think it was early 80s. It was one of the Celtics one. It was like 84 maybe. And anyway, Magic locked himself. He went back to he's from the Michigan. I think he's from the Flint area, maybe. He went back home to live with his parents for the summer, and he got the keys to his high school gym and basically didn't read or look or listen to any press. He just locked himself in this sweltering old ass gym with no air conditioning and just worked like hours a day by himself. Came back, wins the NBA championship, obviously, in the next season. But that, if I were Chet, I'm secluding myself. I am destroying my cell phone, my computer, my tablet. I am not looking at any single piece of social media fodder between now and October. I'm literally just locking myself in a dungeon somewhere and lifting weights and shooting basketball and eating like 5,000 calories a day for the next 6 months. If I were Chet Holmgren, that's what I would be doing. Next in is, again, I shouldn't say next in, back again, I should say, is Will N 8664. What's up, Will? Thank you so much for your continued support and generosity here. 2 of Pop's pupils will face each other. Everyone knows Mitch Johnson, but Mike Brown was an assistant coach during the Spurs' second chip. True. So that's true. We're going to get, and Gary, we're going to get a new coach champ here. There's either going to be Mike Brown is going to be coronated, I think, as a great coach, probably a Hall of Fame coach when it's all said and done. 2 Coach of the Year awards if he gets a championship win, and the first championship for the Knicks since 1973. He'll probably be heading right to the Hall of Fame. Or Mitch Johnson, Gary, in his first full year. He was the interim coach last year when he took over for Pop. So this is his first full year. He's 39. He's younger than me. So like that, I mean, either way, like this is going to be like a magnificent, like career-altering type of moment for one of these 2 men. So congratulations to both these. And I think it bears mentioning, Gary, I think Mitch Johnson probably, or Bickerstaff, I don't know who I would have voted for, but one of those dudes should have been Coach of the Year. Yeah. For some reason, they give it to that fraud Missoula, who I thought should have been fired after the first round ousting. I would have fired Joe Missoula. Instead, he gets Coach of the Year. I think it should have been Mitch either Mitch Johnson or JB Bickerstaff. And then, humorously enough, Gary, we talked a lot about Mike Brown and his 2 Coach of the Year awards. Do you know, like 10 guys got a vote this year? He isn't one of them. He didn't get a single vote for Coach of the Year, Mike Brown. And now he's in the NBA Finals now with the Knicks. So what do these awards really mean, ultimately, right? Like, what do they freaking mean?
The voting ones. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, next thing we've got Jacob, maybe CK. What's up, Jacob? I think it should be Jacob though, right? Like Jacob just was taken, so you had to throw in the extra. So Jacob, what's up? Thank you and welcome. And Wemby owns Chet's ass. This guy is so weak. He was scared to shoot. I mean, Gary, have you seen a man like Chet Holmgren is a man, right? He's like, whatever, 23, 24 years. He's a grown man at this point. Have you ever seen a grown man who is so decorated now as Wemby? All-star, all-NBA, all-defense, defensive player of the year too. Have you ever seen a guy just get his soul snatched for 7 consecutive games? Just be literally scared of another person. Like Chet is terrified of Wemby. I'm trying to think genuinely. Like, can you help me?
He had a good game 5. He did have one. He had a really good game 5. I think he had another decent game in the series. But to your point, for the most part, yeah, he definitely backed off. I just think Wemby is so good, and Chet needs to be more aggressive. I don't want to totally crap all over Chet because I don't think he's a terrible player. I just think that Wemby is just that much better. And Wemby's done, like, Wemby had his rookie year, he went on the first play, they played Chet and just headbutted him. And I'm like, whoa, Wemby, where the heck did that come from? Well, now we know why, because he's holding a grudge against them.
But Gary, wait.
He is passive. I agree. He's passive.
Just a slight bit of pushback. In the Lakers series we saw just one series earlier,
right?
Holmgren averaged 20 points per game, 10 rebounds on 60% shooting from the field. And now with tonight's performance factored in, Gary, he's probably scoring it was probably like 10 and 6 per game. Like, that is a big drop to go from 20 and 10 to 10 and 6. Like, there's something wrong here ultimately.
That's the difference between Wemby and DeAndre Ayton.
That's fair. I mean, that is fair. That is also fair. But when you're an all NBA decorated player, like, you've grown beyond that as an excuse. Like, you can have a bad, like Jokic. He had a bad series for him against Minnesota, but he still averaged 26, 13, and 10 on 46% shooting. Like there's levels to this. Like, Chet Holmgren was an all-star this year. He's all NBA. He's a top, Gary, that means he's basically a top 15 player in the NBA. Like, that's what all of his accolades dictate this year. The fact that he was first team defensive player of the year too, and all NBA 13 while averaging 18 and 10. Like, you're a top 10, top 15 player. And you just can't be like, well, I only got you 10 and 4 or 10 and 5 because that other guy was just too good. No, you gotta do better than that, I think. Go ahead, Gary.
But in Jokic's case, he is the sole scorer. He is the MVP of the team. Whereas this one, if Chet's being in the paint covered by Wemby, well, the better option is to let the MVP do his thing, or to let the outside shooters shoot. Those guys did well for the most part. Jared McCain and Cason Wallace, those two dudes were frustrating me. And then you have SGA and everything. So Chet wasn't really the best option. If I'm Chet, I'm going to kick it out to Cason or Jared McCain or to SGA or to Caruso. So that's not quite the same because Chet's got a lot more options. To your point, Jokic is the best option. When Jamal Murray can't get it going, he really crapped out that series. And that's ultimately why they got slaughtered the way they did, because he kept forcing low percentage shots at the rim and getting blocked and throwing up bricks when he's 6 inches away from the rim. There was nothing they could do. That's why I even told you, keep Tyus Jones in there. At least the dude's not forcing bad shots. He may not be explosive and scoring much, but at least he's not hurting the offense by forcing terrible shots like Jamal Murray was doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you ultimately. I think they need to trade Jamal. I think they should have traded Jamal years ago, or not extended him in the first place. No, I think he'd probably look, whatever. He had one great playoff run and one really good playoff run even earlier before that. And other than that, the last 3 years he's been terrible. So like his value will never be higher. Gary, going into this season, you couldn't have gotten a bag of peanuts for Jamal Murray at a $50 million per year clip. Now, after this year, though, all NBA third team, all-star, like 25, 6 and 5 or whatever, he's finally got value. You got to get rid of him now because there's nowhere to go but down from here. So like they got to capitalize and trade him this summer. They got to. All right, next in we've got this isn't what you expected. What's up? This isn't what you expected. And welcome into you. Thank you for your generous donation. Gary, we've got 2 lengthier reads back to back here. I'll turn them both over to you.
All right.
What does this isn't what you expected have for us? Question or comment?
Love your channel, Skap. We got to give SGA some credit here tonight. He showed up like an MVP does. Chet looked straight up scared, to your point you just made, Skap. And he's supposed to be the 2nd or 3rd best player on the team. But Chet was going against Wembanyama, though. So that's kind of why. Yeah.
Right. That's fair. And look, SGA was going against good defenders too. That's why, like, to me, it's ridiculous when people look at the Jokic and Shea head-to-heads and they're like, oh, Shea outplayed Jokic head-to-head. But that's because Shea is going against Jamal Murray and Christian Brown on defense. And Jokic is going up against Hartenstein and whatever else they throw, and Chet and all those other guys. So, like, it's not an apples-to-apples comp. Like, in this series, again, the Spurs have dudes to throw. Like, they've got guys that are bigger, stronger, and faster than Shea. So, like, yes, Shea is cagey, crafty. He can get to his spots, and when he can't get a shot off, he just throws his body into you and gets free throws like 60, 70% of the time. So, it's like, it's hard to defend him even with guys like the right kind of personnel. But the Spurs had the personnel to make him look normal and human. And ultimately, that's where, to me, I don't want these comparisons, Gary, anymore. And chat. I don't want Kobe. Like, in most, I talk about this often. Defense beats offense always, typically. Especially in like baseball, hockey, football. If you have elite pitching, like you're going to subdue the bats, right? If you have an elite goaltender standing on his head, like it doesn't matter what your offense do. Defense, like how many times, like 5 times in Super Bowl history, we've seen the number 1 offense go against the number 1 defense, and the number 1 defense slaughters them by and large every time, because defense generally in most sports will beat offense. And even that is the case, I think, most of the time, even in the NBA. However, when you have a God tier player, like the guy over my shoulder or Michael Jordan or whatever, when you've got a God tier player that is on fire and in the zone, there's no defending that. You better just grab a pair of rosary beads, because that's the only way you can stop. When Kobe had it cooking, like no matter how good the defense was, like if he was in his zone and getting to his spots, whatever, you couldn't stop him. SGA is stoppable. Like if you have the personnel to devote, and if his teammates aren't bailing him out, he's an ordinary player. So like that's where like most of the time in idyllic situations, he looks great. Gary, like what is it? I think he's under 24 times now in the postseason. He's got 120 straight games in the regular season of at least 20 points per game, but 4 times in like 19 games this postseason, he's sub 20. Like he's stoppable. these other guys like Jordan, you couldn't stop Jordan. Like he's getting there. He's getting to whatever he needs, right? Like, so I don't want to hear these Jordan and Kobe comps. It's a complete crap, Gary. John O'Ratcliffe, my friend, welcome back in. Thank you very much. Guys, I do want to just say we are drastically far behind on these super chats. John sent me this at 11:08. It is 12:40. So we're like 90 minutes behind now on these. But damn it, I'm here all night. I've got my Moody cup, guys. I've got my purple Moody cup of coffee. Maybe if my lovely wife is still awake, she could get me some throat coat tea to help me. I'll be here all night as long as you guys are here, obviously. If you have left me one of these super chat comments, please do not go anywhere. I will get to all of these in, I would say, short order, but that's obviously not true. But I will get to them all before I sign off for the night. Gary, what does this most recent one from John say?
The insane fact the Spurs started their first dynasty versus the Knicks and are about to do it again versus the Knicks is going to piss New York off to absolutely no end. Talk about the divine comedy happening. Of course, this comes from a Boston fan who hates New York.
Yeah.
Or does he hate New York?
I don't know. I honestly, this is 50-50 to me. This is like a coin toss. I think the Spurs don't have the bench advantage. Like the Knicks, their 1-6 is elite too. And their 1-6 are playing great basketball right now. Their bench is a little light, but the Spurs don't have the extraordinary bench advantage that the Knicks would have had, or that the Thunder would have had against the Knicks, I should say. And the Knicks they're so fresh, they're so rested, they're older, more established. They've got the advantage in terms of being there the last several years through playoff runs. So I don't know. I have to think and marinate on this series a little bit before I make my official pick with Gary on Monday night. But I think ultimately, I'm not ready to just say that the Spurs win this series. I think the Knicks, look, the Spurs have home court, which is a big advantage, I think, because New York is going to be pumping. The Garden is going to be on fire in those home games. So like that is a big advantage for the Spurs to have the home. But look, as I've said all through these shows last year and this year, home court is very important to the home team. The first game one is a tone setter. The Spurs have like half the rest now that the Knicks had. They're coming off this highly emotionally charged win in a rock fight, very physical series against the Thunder, slaying their ultimate demon. And game one could be ripe for a letdown. And if the Knicks steal that game one, it changes the entire complexity of the series. So I really do believe that the Knicks will be in this series, particularly if they steal game one. I will be very interested to see how that first game goes. And that, again, is Wednesday night. Okay, Isun Mean is in next. Blouses got their ruffles ripped and ravaged. Wow, love the alliteration there, Isun Mean. In fact, I like it so much, I'll just read it again. Blouses got their ruffles ripped and ravaged. Yes, as we know, in the Chappelle Show Real Hollywood Story, which was recanted by the late, great R.I.P. to you, Charlie Murphy, who told the game of the game. He told of the game where Prince and the Revolution took home, Charlie and Eddie Murphy and their crew, and the Revolution, who came out wearing blouses they got at the women's department. This, according to Charlie Murphy, of course, beat the shit out of Charlie and Eddie Murphy's crew. And of course, as Prince was levitating back down to earth after dunking the game-winning shot or hitting the game-winning shot, he said, "Game blouses." But to your point, Isun Mean, not game blouses tonight, because in that scenario, the Thunder would be team blouses. All right, we got Jamos in. What's up, Jamos? Welcome back into the show. Thank you very much. What a win. Realistically, this series didn't need 7 games to be entertaining. If it weren't for the refs, Spurs in 5. Anyway, happy they won. Woo! I gotta spare my voice. I can't do the Ric Flair woo. That's the only one I got. Even if Rick comes in tonight, I can't do it. But I'm with you, Jamos. Terrific win. Terrific series, I thought. I think it delivered. While there were no specifically close or compelling games, really, outside of game one, which was a masterpiece, double overtime thriller. Other than that, really no close or specifically compelling games, but just the fact that it went 7 and the stakes and everything that was riding on this series and in this game tonight, like, I thought overall terrific series. And it definitely, I thought, lived up to the hype for sure. All right, we've got Stephanie back in. Thank you, Stephanie. And welcome back into you. Shea couldn't pass Yoke in chips, not MVPs for now, nor MVPs for now. That's right. Yep. Shea now has one less MVP than Yoke, and it should be more than Yoke. It should have 4 or 5 at least. I think 6, but at least 4 or 5. And Shea should have 0, but still, at least it's 3-2 Jokic. And now just 1-1 for championships for them. And ultimately, I think Shea, this is going to hurt Shea for sure. Like next season, I don't think there's no way Shea's getting the MVP. Like it doesn't matter what he does, honestly. It's going to be Wemby or Luka or probably Cunningham. Like those are the 3 dudes I think that are going to have a really good look at it, with Wemby being a substantial, overwhelming favorite, in my opinion. And not only are they going to not want to give Shea his 3rd straight, but now the fact that he soiled his pants in this game 7 at home, and they're not going to win the championship as massive favorites. I think that's going to factor in against him now for future subsequent MVPs. They're probably not going to give him he's not going to sniff another MVP actually, unless he wins at least one more championship. Then maybe they will give him one later down the road, possibly. All right. Karthik Shankar won, back in yet again. Shout out to Champagny, Fox, Harper, and Castle. Whole team effort tonight. And in particular, Champagny had it going down the stretch. And he, 20 points for him in 38 minutes, 6 of 11 from the field, 6 of 10 from 3. And he was cooking in the 4th quarter. He had some big time shots. Plus 16 best on the night tonight for the whole game was Julian Champagny. So shout out to him. And Castle was just big. I thought Castle played a great series. And playing, and the defense he provided, and just overall his aggression and tenacity. And really, Gary, look, the Spurs, like they just out-physicaled the Thunder, really. Like when they were allowed to, when the officials allowed them to raise to the level of physicality that the Thunder play everybody else with, the Spurs just looked like the more physical and more talented team. So,
we're dunking all over Chet. I think we should be dunking on Lou Dort more than Chet, because he really shrunk. He was a non-factor the entire series. He really shrunk a lot in this series.
Yeah, Lou Dort tonight, just 3 points, barely on the floor, only 16 minutes. So they went to the bench early and often. Caruso played 39 minutes. So they were obviously playing him more than Dort, obviously. And then McCain and Jalen Williams both played in the 20s. Other than that, they only played 4 guys off the bench. So and the 4th guy, being Kenrick Williams, played in only 4 minutes. So that relatively, Gary, at really an 8-man rotation tonight for the Oklahoma City Thunder. So a very limited, we see them go 10, 11 guys usually. So the fact that they really had to limit and shorten the rotation tonight because no Jalen Williams, no AJ Mitchell, definitely really hurt them, really impacted them. And that's what we've been saying. Like, the team defense and the team depth are the 2 main things that make this team special. And when they didn't have the depth the last 2 games, they just looked ordinary. And they just didn't have it. Like, the Spurs crushed them last game. And yeah, there were some, as I call it, tight butthole moments in the 4th quarter here and there.
Right.
But by and large, like, the Spurs predominantly did control this game, like from start to finish. So really the Thunder and that was with Shea playing his best game. So like really, I just think that the Spurs were just by the time the series ended, the Spurs were just better because of those injuries to the Thunder.
Yeah, I agree.
Next, then we've got Wabajacks. Thank you very much, Wabajacks, for your generous, kind donation, and thank you for coming in and for this. And shout out to you in the Philippines. As I always say, I love to see and hear where you guys are coming from because there is, of course, as I always say, an international feel and appeal here in the Skap Live After Dark area. So, Wabajacks, shout out to you. Many thanks for coming to us from the Philippines. Gary, what is the question or comment to go along with this generous donation?
Number 2 overall pick, Wemby rival, Chet Holmgren, with an showing of 4 points in 2 shot attempts. Watching all the way from the Philippines. The world is healing right now.
Yep, we certainly are. It feels good. It feels like a good and a very friendly and fun and enjoyable and exciting and energized night. It really does. All of the good, positive describers and adjectives that we can throw at it. It definitely, I do feel like the NBA, by the way, the NBA has put out their reports on the viewership. And the viewership through, I think, 5 games of this Western Conference Finals. Gary, thumbs up or thumbs down. Have you heard this that I'm about to say or not? Yeah. So they're saying around 9.7 mil viewers per average. So around 10 mil viewers a game on average, which would be the most watched series in like 15 years or something like that. So I've been saying it. Victor Wembanyama can bring us back to the promised land. This guy, I am a Jokic guy through and through. I love Jokic. I respect the hell out of him. I think he's one of the 2 or 3 best players I've ever seen in my lifetime of watching basketball for 30 plus years now at the professional level. But like Victor Wembanyama is the face of the NBA, like starting like halfway through this year, I think. And they should be building and like marketing towards him. And we're already seeing tangible and really impactful things coming from him on that regard, because the most watched series in like 15 years now, crazy. And I can't even imagine what tonight's Game 7 registered. Probably this is going to be, Gary, like probably the highest watched NBA game since like probably Game 7 Celtics Lakers in 2010 when Kobe won his 5th ring. Like this is probably going to be like the most watched game since then. Or maybe Game 7 of that Warriors Cavs game might have been more watched. Maybe I'd have to go and look at the numbers, but like, yeah, I mean, back in the day, obviously Jordan's Bulls teams, like they were pulling crazy, like 20, 30 million numbers, but that's a different time. Obviously there's so much more to do here and yada, yada, yada today in today's day and age. But great viewership for the NBA, great reports out for them in the playoffs. And I think, thank you, Victor Wembanyama, obviously for that. And thank you, New York Knicks, for them being such a compelling story and such a large market. So this is going to be a pretty massively watched NBA Finals round, if you ask me. All right, TJC 2993 is in next. Chet's daddy is Wemby. Yeah, I mean, get the gifts, cue the memes, whatever, get them all ready. Yeah, Wemby owns Chet for sure. Stump 4522 is in now. Welcome, Stump. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the show, I should say. A big regular, a big supporter of us here. Thank you so much for all that you do for us, Stump. There is nothing we can do. OKC, what is this?
Armor Plastique.
Armor Plastique plays. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to, I don't know. I'm going to have to, can you Google that, Gary, and see what the reference is? I'm not sure exactly. Or do you get it, Gary? Do you know what no? Okay, yeah. See if you can get a Google Stump. I'm not sure exactly what this reference is alluding to. But there was certainly nothing OKC could do in this series, that's for sure. Shy of having Tony Brothers just ref every single game.
It's a song in a different language, so I'm not sure. And I
Okay.
don't think you
Copy
know
that.
either.
Copy that, Stump.
So
I see you working out there, Stump. Is that a more, no, it's Amour. Is this like is that like a French song or something, maybe, Gary?
it looks like it.
Amour Plastique Place. So maybe a homage to Victor Wembanyama, the big Frenchman, maybe possibly. Karthik
Yeah.
Shankar 1 is up next. Chet v. Wemby rivalry, they said. Yes, lions and antelopes don't have rivalries, right? It's like that line that I quoted talking about this rivalry a few shows ago from The Watchmen when Ozymandias has been outed and Dr. Manhattan basically says, like, you are the world's most intelligent human, but you pose no more threat to me than its most intelligent cockroach. So like that's basically the dynamic between Chet and Wemby right now. Like, what rivalry?
It's like Homelander fighting Huey on The Boys.
Yes, when he's powered. I don't know. I've seen Gary. I say no spoil. No,
I won't say anything. No, we don't need to talk more.
Right, but Gary, I see because I'm on X looking at like sports stuff, and there's all these. I'm getting memed and gifted to oblivion on boy stuff, and I've caught a couple spoilers, unfortunately for me, for this last season. So I'm gonna have to watch that last season in quick fashion before I get completely spoiled. Oh wait, I think I jumped over that one too quick. Super Q2Q is in next. Welcome in, Super Q. That final dunk was completely unnecessary and maybe even disrespectful, and I loved it. Me too, Super Q. That was like the one last FU from San Antonio to Oklahoma City. Take your ass off the court. Like it was so unnecessary and disrespectful. And
did they shake hands afterwards?
What's that?
I saw San Antonio celebrating. I thought I saw Caruso like shaking hands. But other than that, I didn't, because I was always curious, how are these teams going to look? Because there seems to be a genuine hatred between these two teams.
And I love it. I love to see teams, love to see it. I love to see teams hate on each other. And I'm telling you, the Thunder are so utterly hateable that they have, and I like it, I guess. Like, while I also hate them, I like their hateableness because they have a hated rivalry with the Nuggets, a hated rivalry with the Wolves, with the Timberwolves, and a hated rivalry with the Spurs. Like, everybody hates this Thunder team. They like bring the hate out of everybody, all the fans, all the teams, and I love it. And Wemby is he's just such a hater too. So Wemby is just like, he just hates on these teams too. Like, he just thinks everybody is beneath him. So he just wants to like show and prove that they are. So like he adds to, I think Wemby just brings the best out. While the Thunder bring the worst out of everybody in terms of like, they just hate the Thunder, Wemby brings the best out of everybody in that he's such a competitive force that like he just dares everybody on the floor to step up to rise to his level of competition. So this is going to be a special rivalry, Gary, for many years to come. Go ahead. Like you said,
you're trying to break it down and pinpoint, why do you hate OKC? I can tell you another reason is that not J-Dub, but the other Jalen Williams. If you watch this guy, every time he makes a shot, he celebrates like he won a chance. It could be the first quarter against the Wizards. If this dude hits a three-pointer, he's smiling ear to ear and like celebrating. And I'm like, dude, the game just started. Or, okay, this is not a big deal. Like, why are you, like when you see Casey Wallace, for example, he makes a three-pointer, and as far as I can tell, he just goes about his business. Like, is what 99% of guys do when it's not time to celebrate. I think that's probably another reason. And Jared McCain looks like he was doing that at least throughout this series. So I think plays like that are why a lot of fans are just turned off, because it's just annoying and pretentious.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I agree, and I agree. All right, next in is Stump is back in 45-22. Mike Brown versus De'Aaron Fox. Yes, that is another wrinkle. That is another wrinkle now that we've got going on. Of course, Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox they have some history dating back to Mike Brown's tenure with the Sacramento Kings. So that is going to be an interesting dynamic, I think, to watch. Obviously, no love lost there between those two. Tool Druid is in next. What's up, Tool Druid? Cool name. I wish I could see what that. I can't see exactly. That's a dark avatar, but welcome into you. Chet only 4 points on 1 of 2 shooting in a playoff closeout game. What a disaster. Shameful. It is. It's like I said, Chet is homelandering right now with that face, like kind of shocked disbelief and then turning into like a smile. That is Chet right now, probably, as Shea is getting absolutely raked and ravaged, not in a good way, all over social media. Because, yeah, Chet Holmgren, it is a disaster. Look, I might go a little too strongly with my wording on certain things from time to time, but disaster and Chet in the same sentence for this performance and this whole series at large is definitely not hyperbole at all. All right, Pocket Cheese back in again. Flop is dead. Never compare SGA to MJ and Kobe, Jellybean Bryant ever again. Go Spurs. As a Sixers fan, please beat the Knicks. LOL. Yeah, I've got no dog in the fight. I think I like both these teams so much. I think I would be rooting for the Knicks just because they haven't won since 1973. I really like Brunson. He's got Kobe allegiances. Kobe's like his mentor. There's a close family connection. Kobe's older sister, Sharia, played volleyball at Temple with Brunson's mom, Sandra, and the two of them were good friends. They were college roommates as well. So Kobe and Brunson met. Brunson was a senior in high school when Kobe first met Brunson, and Kobe gave him a pair of Kobe 9s Christmas shoes. I actually did a video on it because I think the story's so cool. I did a video on it today. So I would probably be rooting for the Knicks like otherwise, but I feel so indebted to the Spurs now. Like I feel like I owe them and that I should just root for the Spurs to finish us off because they did me such a solid by eliminating the Oklahoma City Thunder. So I don't really know who to root for, quite frankly. And I like both these teams. So like, I'm okay. It's going to be a shame for one of them to lose ultimately. Go ahead, Gary.
That's exactly how I felt about Jamal Murray after eliminating the Lakers in 2024 with those awesome clutch Mamba mentality shots. But I finally come around to your side because he is just choked way too much. But that is why I used to love Jamal Murray. And it's still in him. Maybe he'll turn it around, but I'm not holding my breath.
Gary, just got to do the reset again. I'm just going to do the reset every hour. 2 hours and 2 minutes in now. We have clicked over to the 1 o'clock hour, 1 a.m., where Gary and I are coming to you live from here on the East Coast of the good old US of A. Gary, I think we had 139 super chats last time, or 140?
138. 138.
So we have now set, that was our previous record. We are obliterating that right now. 150 super chats now. We're going to be here for a long time tonight. And we still have 1,500 people in here. So we opened with, it was like 2,200 at one point. We still have 1,500 right now. So good retention. Guys, thank you for caring what we have to say. Thank you for hanging out with us maybe all night long. Let's see what the next one has to say from Stump 4522. I will be taking my MVP, Wemby. Yeah, Wemby. Yeah, maybe Shea could just give Jokic the MVP from last year and give Wemby the MVP this year. Like, just give the trophies back, Shea. Like, you never deserved them. So go ahead and hand them over. Fork it over. Fork the hardware over to these guys. And Wemby, obviously, I didn't see the trophy presentation. Clearly, he was the Western Conference Finals MVP, though. So he did get a MVP award, not the league MVP, but the conference finals. And now he'll be trying to get a finals MVP in, over the next 2 weeks. All right, next in Wolfsbane. Don't you mean Tony's sisters with how he acts? First of all, Wolfsbane, thank you for being here, as always, for me, a regular through and through as well. I don't know how I can describe it any better than what I've been describing it with, but Tony Brothers in Game 5 was licking and blowing seductively onto his whistle while gazing longingly and deeply into Lou Dort's eyes. So it's nasty business if you go and find search that image out. I thought it was AI, honestly. It was so ridiculous. But I fact checked, and I'm pretty certain that is a real image of Tony Brothers. So yeah, Wolfsbane, what you said. All right, next in is Terry Kennedy 3088. Terry, thank you very much for such a generous donation. And I don't see a question or comment associated with it. I'm going to read some of these next ones over the next couple. Go ahead on, if you're still here, Terry. Look, Terry sent this at 11:14, and it's now 1:06. So Terry may not be on anymore. If you are, Terry, and you had a question or comment that just didn't go through, go ahead and let Gary know on the live chat area. Don't send us another super chat. Just ask the question or post a comment. Let Gary know. I'll go and I'll put it up on the screen. He'll let me know. Gary, keep an eye out for Terry for a couple of these as I read these other ones. Will N8664 is back in again. My theory is David Stern had enough in the afterlife and his ghost possessed Adam Silver. Well, something changed pretty drastically mid-series, didn't it? Something they were getting all the calls, and halfway through the series, or really the last 2 games in particular, the officials were like, nah, you're just not getting those. Shay, nah. You get fall and hit the ground as much as you want, but you're going to actually have to make shots and earn the baskets at this point. We're not giving you anything. So, and when that level of physicality, because the Thunder just are the most physical team, and no other team is allowed to rise to their level of physicality, but the Spurs were in these last 2 games, and we saw what happened. All right, Booge got that beam, is in next. Halliburton is definitely smiling proud right now. Yep. The basketball gods have seeked their retribution and vengeance on the Oklahoma City Thunder for all of the luck that they got last year. And then hopefully they factored in the SGA's 2 undeserving league MVPs in the retribution that they leveled against them now tonight and in this series. All right, Skap Jr., my alleged, but I'm just going to say fake, illegitimate son. But still, Skap Jr., welcome in. Once you bring Maury Povich to me with a paternity test, I will recognize you. Not till then, though, you illegitimate bastard, you. Skap Jr. says, we did it, Dad. Jokic has been avenged. Yeah, it definitely does feel good. Look, the Spurs are the sword of justice for the Denver Nuggets. They took the Minnesota Timberwolves out in resounding fashion, and now they eliminate the Oklahoma City Thunder too. That's why all of us Nuggets and Jokic fans we've all jumped on the Wemby bandwagon. All right, next it is Cosmic 277. Look at that beautiful avatar there. I don't know, what is that? Some dinosaur, or it's a dragon, I think, some very colorful looking dragon. It doesn't matter what Texas City, Oklahoma City face. They are the only ones that beat OKC's ass in the playoffs. So, luckily for us, they got beat. That's really all I care about. I would have taken New York beating them. I would have taken the Nuggets beating them. But the Spurs obviously looked like the team that had the wherewithal, that had the pieces, and that obviously they executed on everything and it came to fruition. What we saw, like the matchup was good and we saw it over the regular season and it all bared out into this postseason series. And now the Oklahoma City Thunder, they're going to have a lot of questions and a lot of soul searching to do now over the next several weeks to months heading into next year's season, because the Spurs are, I think they proved they are they are a deserving team. They are a perfectly constructed foil now to contend with, compete with, and beat this Oklahoma City Thunder team. So what do they do next? Do they do some hasty and panic-laden trade, possibly like, oh, I don't know, Giannis, maybe? Jamos is back in next. Again, I should say, welcome back in, Jamos. Wemby crying the way he did after the buzzer is enough to make a grown man cry. How can you not like this kid? He truly loves the game of basketball. It means a lot to him. And they came back, Gary, from they were down like 20 some points earlier this year. You know which game I'm talking about, I'm sure.
Clippers.
Yeah, they were down whatever, like 20, 24 points.
25 in the third quarter.
And they came all the way back, and Wemby was getting choked up at center court for that game, a regular season game months before the playoffs, and he was showing an extreme amount of emotion for that comeback. So it means a lot to him. The guy is the ultimate competitor. He hates to lose. And yeah, I mean, it was, when you see something like that, yeah, it really does make you want to watch basketball again, right? Like, that's why I say this kid could fix the game, could bring us back from the darkness, back into the light, because he really does make you want to watch, and make you want to root again for somebody in the NBA world. Gary, it reminds me, because I compare everything to sports, or everything to movies, rather. One of my favorite sports movies, Moneyball. Have you ever seen that one, Gary, with Brad Pitt?
Brad Pitt, Jonah Hill.
Yeah. After they lose and Brad Pitt's really beating himself up, and Jonah Hill shows him the clip of the guy that hits the home run that can't round first base, right? And he goes for it and he falls and he's like crawling back to first base frantically, and all the players and everybody in the stands are laughing at him because he doesn't realize that he hit a home run, right? And it was a metaphor for the fact that Billy Beane and the A's, like, yes, they failed at their ultimate goal, which is winning the World Series. But just to get to where they were and to achieve the things that they achieved, like, Billy Beane didn't realize that he actually hit a home run. And Brad Pitt in the scene gets choked up. And I think the line is, how can you not be emotional about sports? I think was the line. And that's when you see something like Wemby, when you see his emotional response tonight in the aftermath of that game, like, how could you not be emotional about sports? How could you not love sports? I said I was at a party earlier tonight for a friend who turned 50, and a bunch of sports fans, a whole crowd of huge sports fans. And I was talking to one guy and I was like, growing up, like, all of my friends loved sports. Like, I didn't even understand people. Like, I didn't even think there were people in the world that didn't love sports. But as I've grown and like gotten older and through life and made relationships with different people, like, there's a lot of people that don't like sports or like never got into sports. And I personally don't understand how, because of things like that, like tonight, because watch Victor Wembanyama in the aftermath and the reaction to that. Like, how could you not love sports? Right.
Hey, I want to know, where's your friend Jason at? I want him to stop by and give us a shout out tonight. You should.
Oh yeah, Six Wheel Cowboy.
Jason, where you at? My moderator wants to give you a shout out real quick.
He did. I doubt he's on, but he did text me, and he said, "We're done. I'm a Spurs fan through the finals." So he texted me like mid-fourth. So that was
okay.
Before.
People are calling me bad. People are trying to talk about me. I don't think I've ever done that.
So he's not happy, obviously. I'll text him back tomorrow. All right, we've got Praise the Dawn. Oh, wait, I jumped over Stump. Sorry, Stump. Stump is back in again. Sorry, I don't want to skip that one. Sorry. Make sure I got Yeah, I got JMO. So Stump 4522 in next. There was so many times OKC could have put away the Spurs, but just couldn't. SGA isn't my MVP. SGA is a C tier athletic guard that benefits from depth. I mean, I don't know if he's C tier, but he's certainly not, as the kids say, S tier. He's certainly not that. He's a great guard in today's NBA, but he's not the MVP to me. And to me, he's not even close to the historical all-time guards. And you're right. Like if SGA wasn't a fraud throughout the first 6 games of the series, like that, it wouldn't have gotten to this point in 7 because, like, for instance, game 1 could have went either way, and Wemby absolutely demolished him. So, I mean, had he just been the MVP in game 1, the night he got his MVP trophy, then we wouldn't have been in this setting or at this moment in game 7 in the first place. All right, next in, Praise the Dawn, back in. Chet is a scared sack of shit. He wanted no smoke. Correct. He wanted none of the smoke, Praise the Dawn. And I don't think he ever will, quite frankly. Wemby is always going to just punk him every time they meet, seemingly, for the rest of time when those two match up. Karthik Shankar 1 is back in again. OKC, the new Nuggets with the contracts they signed. I mean, I don't know. Look, Chet looks terrible in this series. Jalen Williams can't even get on the floor in this series. He missed like 50 plus games this year. So if he's going to be injury prone and not available, availability is the best ability, guys. If he's going to be injury prone and not available, and Chet is going to be this bad against this guy in Wembanyama, that's not a bad comp, Karthik. Like maybe, and all the best players on their team are these young guys that are making like $2, $6, $10, $11 million. And they're not going to be able to afford to extend any of those guys because of all the money they dealt out to these other players that you just mentioned. So you're right. This could go bad for them. If this series is what Chet and Jalen Williams are, then yeah, they're in trouble big time moving forward. Traffic Jam 17 is in next. What's up, Traffic Jam? Welcome into you. San Antonio Spurs versus Knicks will be a classic. Absolutely agree. Like, I think this is going to be a hell of a series. I think this is going to go 7-2. I think we'll get a 7-gamer Spurs Knicks. But I need to sit down and mull over it and see who I think is going to win each game before I'm ready to make my official pick, which again we'll do on Monday night. Gary and I will. We'll both unpack it and make our picks that night. So not tomorrow, but the following night. All right, D Jiang 1498. I believe D let us off, and D is back in yet again. Has been in a number of times. Did you want to read this one, Gary? You've unmuted yourself.
Yeah, I got it. Skap, can we get a 5-second hand clap for the Spurs coaching staff? What stood out to you about their adjustments in this epic 7-game series?
Was that 5 seconds? I think that was close enough to 5 seconds. I mean, honestly, like they just played better. Like I don't know that like anything necessarily like sprung out at me. Like it went pretty much the way I thought it would go. Very limited minutes off the bench. I said basically everybody in the Spurs starting 5 is going to play like an upper end amount of minutes. Nobody on the bench. Look, 16 minutes from Keldon Johnson. That's it. 16 minutes for the sixth man of the year. But 16 big minutes. He had 11 points. And then Dylan Harper, who's an absolute young rising stud. He played 27 minutes off the bench. That was big. But other than that, only 3 minutes from Barnes, 3 minutes from Bryant, 6 minutes from Cornette. So like basically they played a 7-man rotation too. Very tight rotations for both teams, close to the vest. And when you limit the rotation down, those guys, to me, the upper end of the rotation 1 through 6, better for the Spurs. So they just outplayed Oklahoma City, really. I'd say overall, in the larger context of the series, the big adjustment by Mitch Johnson, which was masterful and really turned the tide, I thought, of the series, was when they stopped aggressively doubling Shea. Like they were doing a lot of it early on in the series. And midway through, they just decided, like, look, we got the guys, we got the pieces that could single this guy. We'll let him get his or do whatever he can against singles. And then basically let's just shut down the rest of the team. And Shea really couldn't do anything, through the singles or the single teaming that they were sending his way. Like they were winning those matchups. So I thought that was like a big adjustment by him. And then getting Wemby going to the basket more in the games that they won. He wasn't getting to the basket enough. He was setting up too far out, I thought, in some of the games that they lost. And I thought his energy and them getting him closer to the basket or initiating him closer to the basket was impactful in the games that they won. And just other than that, knowing when to make the substitutions, when to give guys rest. He was quick with timeouts several times, and would bring Wemby in on short rest. Wemby was facing foul trouble as well. And I thought Johnson managed that very well as well. A very poised performance by him all the way through the series, and specifically tonight. Terrific. I mean, again, a rookie coach. Yes, he coached some last year, but he was the interim coach and he only coached half the year as the head man. So really this was his first season and a terrific young coach in the NBA. We've got next in the modern discourse. What's up, the modern discourse? Gary, you sly SOB. Congrats. Let's go. Knicks in 4. I don't think Knicks in 4. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if the Knicks win this series. I think they're going to get not a lot of respect. I don't think anybody's going to think that they stand a chance in this series just because of the way the Spurs really slayed the beast in these last 2 games and made the Thunder look ordinary. But I think the Knicks are on a roll. I think they match up well. So while the Knicks may win, I certainly don't think it's going to be in 4. Spartan 4196 next. Shea and his fruity training equipment failed. Yeah, I mean, the Thunder, look, they're just an unlikable team. So ultimately, they're going to get a lot of hate and disrespect on the social media forums throughout the next 48 hours or so. So what I suggested for Chet to avoid social media altogether for like the next whatever couple months, I would make that suggestion to all of the Oklahoma City players, at least for like the next couple weeks, I would say. The Jupiter Knight back in again. Welcome back in, Jupiter Knight. Go Spurs, go. Wemby has that dog in him. Wemvp. Yeah, tonight and really for the last 2 weeks or whatever, 10, 11 days, we were all Spurs fans, right? We were all Wemby fans. So, yeah, I think we can all definitely take a sip of our drink. Cheers, tip our cap, whatever, to Victor Wemvp and the San Antonio Spurs for putting down the Oklahoma City Thunder for us all. All right, we've got I don't know, Gary. Zaps
ape style. Ignore the X's. It's ape style.
Ape style. Okay. Ape style 7219. Ape style. Thank you very much. I know you've been here before and I've messed that up before. So sorry about that. And welcome into you again, Ape style. Best game I've seen since Wolves beat Nuggets. In what, this year or in the Wolves game 6 this year? Yeah, well, that didn't fare so well for the Wolves in the next series because the Spurs administering justice to all of the Nuggets, the teams that really have kind of owned the Nuggets over the last couple of years. The Spurs punked down the Wolves and now the Thunder in back-to-back series. Go ahead, Gary.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about Game 7, 2024.
Gotcha.
Because that was like a really close game, whereas this year was not close.
Right. All right. Next in, we've got New Vegas Carrier, who says Caruso could only carry one MVP to the finals. Yeah, I mean, Caruso was very good in the series in the games they won. In the games they won, he was Caruso. And in the games they lost, he was just regular Caruso. Tonight, 12 points, but on only 3 of 14 shooting and a -5 in 39 minutes. So just not the impact that he has had and that he has shown in those games that they have actually won throughout the series, the 3 games that they ultimately won. Next in, we've got One Just No One. So just no one, perhaps. Thank you very much for your kind and generous donation. I appreciate you very much. Choklahoma. Yep, I had to go to it. I think I used it once last year in the lives. I used it as a title card on one of the thumbnails. I had to go back to it tonight with Shea and that stupid look on his face on the thumbnail. I thought that was a very nice thumbnail indeed. The last 2 thumbnails I put out for these 2 games, for these lives, I thought magnificent, if I don't mind patting myself on my back, which I don't. Spurs 41-9. I'm sorry, Spartan 41-96. I'm just seeing Spurs left and right here tonight. Spartan 41-96. Back and again. Thank you, Spartan. Welcome back into you. The real MVP were those Tibetan monks. Yes, Wemby trained with the Tibetan monks this offseason. So Wembanyama took his training to the next level this offseason and won. I think he was there for like 2 weeks in the mountains training with the monks, with those Shaolin monks or whatever it was. And he had the robes on. I think he wore a robe or whatever they're called. I'm not sure exactly what they're called, but he wore one to the last game. I believe it was game 6. So, yeah, shout out to the monks, obviously, Spartan. All right, just no one just no one in again. Thank you again very much for yet another generous donation. I appreciate it. Same old sorry us, Choklahoma. Yes, sir. Yes, indeedy. It certainly feels good. I'm glad the Nuggets and the Pacers took them 7 last year. Both teams highly injury impacted in game 7. So no one could finish it off last year, but no such luck for the Choklahoma City Thunder this year because the Spurs had enough to get this one over the hump in game 7. John Highfield 1909 joins us next. What's up and welcome in, John. Now who's the MVP? Now who's the MVP again? Question mark, whatever, or exclamation mark. It is certainly not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's like I keep asking for Maury Povich to come and administer the paternity test for Skap Jr. in here and me. Maury Povich would have his results up. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the results are in. You are not the league MVP. That's the way that would go. And Victor Wembanyama would be doing backflips down the court as the music plays. That's the way it would go if we recounted the votes, I think, now, or if we resubmitted the votes. All right, J-Moss is in next. J-Moss, welcome back into you. To all the SGA fans out there, ball don't lie. That's right. That's right. Shai is going home, or I should say, I keep saying going home. Shai is staying home. So, yeah, how do them apples taste, Oklahoma City fans? All right, we've got Your Name 427 in next with just a nice donation to us. Thank you so much. No question or comment accompanying Your Name 427. Same deal. You know how it goes if you're still on here. This is from 2 hours ago. Actually, this is from 3 hours ago, Gary. We are 3 hours behind on the super chats now.
No, we haven't even been on 3 hours. We've only been on 2.5 hours. So you can't.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
It.
This is from 2 hours ago, 11:30 to 1:30. That's right. Sorry, I was looking at how long we've been on, which is 2 hours and 28 minutes. So, yeah, so we are 2 hours behind. But if Your Name 427 is still on and you wanted to ask a question or a comment or make a comment, just let Gary know. He'll keep an eye for a couple minutes over there and see if anything comes in. In the meantime, Vinsanity the Great is in. Welcome into you, Vinsanity. Welcome back into you. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead, Gary.
Crazy analogy, but the 99 finals featured the Twin Towers with Robinson and Duncan. Now it's going to be the Spurs with Wemby as the Freedom Tower or the Eiffel tower, we should say.
Well, he certainly can be the Freedom Tower tonight because he has liberated us, Gary, from the atrocities which have been going on in the NBA for the last 2 seasons. Shout out to you, Victor Wembanyama, on this night. But you're right. The parallels between at least the Spurs in 99 meeting the Knicks and this team now definitely are eerily similar. But the Knicks team that they face in the NBA Finals, completely different. That Knicks team was a Knicks team that an 8th seed in the conference, the Eastern Conference that year, on a strike-shortened 50-game season. This Knicks team is not that team. That was a lucky run that they just didn't belong on the same court, quite frankly, as the Spurs that year. This Knicks team belongs here. They deserve to be here, and they are going to, I think, put up a great fight in this series. Next in, we've got. Go ahead,
Gary. Wait. Go back up. I got your name right before that. He responded.
Okay.
He says, I wanted to say that is why OKC is hated, as if they're the. Wait, I wanted to say that why is OKC hated? I wanted to say that why is OKC hated as if they're the first team to flop. I think it's a combination. Like to my point, Jalen Williams and Jared McCain celebrating after every shot like they just won a championship is annoying. They have so much depth, and that is why SGA is overrated because of the depth. So you get guys like Jokic, who has a shallow roster, who carries that team, who misses out on the MVP for a guy who gets the MVP, and it's totally glossed over and ignored that he's winning so much because of the depth of his roster. Not that he's not a top 5 player in the league, just that he's not better than Jokic and Wemby. So you combine all of that, and that is why it seems universally at this point, this team is just hated for that reason.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they are so physical and so dirty at times on defense, and they get away with so much on that end most of the time, then Shea is flailing and flopping all over the place and getting most of the calls. It's just frustrating when you're getting mugged and assaulted on one side, and then Shea is throwing himself into you and getting like 20 free throws or 11 free throws or 15 free throws. Like, it's very off-putting and very frustrating. So I think your name, that coupled with what Gary said, is the issue, really. All right, we left off. Next in is Carrot
Tepsi. What did you say, Kara?
Okay, Kara Tepsi. Kara, welcome into you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your very generous donation here tonight. Gary, what is the question or comment to accompany Kara's very generous donation?
Cornette's final 30 seconds in quarter 4. Shea's entire playoff run this year. Blocked Hartenstein, let the crime scene straight to the bench like a professional hitman. Absolute cinema. Love from Istanbul.
First of all, Kara, thank you so much for coming and joining us all the way from Istanbul. I don't know that I have heard or seen. I was actually going to search what that TRY currency was, so just to see where you were coming from. But thank you for saving me the trouble and just mentioning it. Shout out to you. Hopefully you're still here. We still have like 1,400 people here, so probably you are. I would hope, even though it was 2 hours ago that you sent this. Kara, thank you so much. I can't thank you and everybody else that comes from all over the world to tune in and spend time and hang out here. And I agree. Cornette's fourth quarter minutes. He only played 6 minutes in the whole game, but he was massive on that. And that block was a big kind of momentum shifter. Like, I think it was a 6 or 8 point game at that point when that live ball turnover happened, and he chased. He basically ran stride for stride down with Hartenstein, and then got that block at the rim. Like, that preserved it. Like, that would have started being like nerve-wracking time basically at that point if he made that, or if he got fouled and made the free throw. So yeah, Cornette, absolutely massive play, and the Spurs got the ball and they went back down. I believe they scored on that. So agreed, Kara, and it was absolute cinema. I couldn't agree more with you. We've got Marco in from Serbia. Serbia, my Serbian brethren. What's up, my friend? Shout out to you in Serbia. And we can finally breathe a collective sigh of relief now that Jokic has been avenged both this year and last year. Gary, go ahead and read this one for me if you don't mind.
Howdy. So glad Fraud MVP is out. I hope his last MVP ever. Hartenstein was so bad while in Denver. He improved a lot. Keep doing great job, brothers.
Thank you, Marco. Again, shout out to you for your continued support and generosity and coming to us from Serbia. I can't thank you enough, obviously. And yes, Jokic not only lost to this team last year in 7, but he got 2, in my estimation, 2 league MVPs stolen away from him by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So, yes, Marco, finally at long last, Jokic can rest easy, knowing that the fraud has been sent home and his MVPs have been exposed. This one looks about as bad now, in my opinion, as the Joel Embiid one, another one that was stolen from Nikola Jokic, obviously. John Highfield 1909 is up next. Hartenwine to the basket, blocked by Cornette. Yeah, it really was. That was one of the plays of the game for sure. Like, that was an amazing and a clean, to get that clean. And I'm glad the officials didn't ruin it by calling it a foul, because it was definitely clean. A massive, momentum shifter, or just momentum saver or holder, because they had the momentum. The Spurs had the momentum. So that really just held the tide and stemmed the run there, I think. And then, of course, we saw, I'm pretty sure that I think the Spurs did go down and score on the other end. All right, Stump 4522 is in next, or again, I should say again. Thank you, Stump. Nobody wants Oxtail Holmgren contract. Thanks, Presty. Yeah, I mean, that contract, it does have the potential to not look so good as we go on. I still think the verdict is out. Look, he was still third-team All-NBA this year. He's first-team All-NBA defense, Defensive Player of the Year runner-up. So I think he just is owned by the Spurs, and by, in particular, Victor Wembanyama just owns him. So I feel like against everybody else, he's going to be all right, and he's pretty good against everybody else. Next, we've got Shatterglass 23. What's up, Shatterglass? Welcome into you. What? The Spurs won? I'm at work. Hell yeah. Shatterglass, I hope you were able to DVR the game in some capacity, or get or see it in replay in some way, because it really was a pretty enjoyable game from start to finish. So I would definitely highly recommend checking that out if you can manage to find it or whatever in replay. It's worth the watch, even though you know the outcome. All right, we've got Gas Giant 117 is in next. What's up, Gas Giant? Welcome into you. Embiid pity MVP or Shea MVP? Who was worse? Well, I think Embiid was less deserving. I think you can make a better and easier case for Shea than you can make for Embiid the year he stole it from Jokic. But Jokic was better this year than he was the year that Embiid stole it. This year might have been, I think it was, Nikola Jokic's best year ever. So I think in that regard, probably Shea's is worse. And also because it's Shea's second in a row. So at least you could make it the case well, there was Jokic fatigue going on. Embiid was really good around that time. They kind of just gave it to him as a reward for being excellent for 2 or 3 years in a row. But Shea, you already got your MVP last year. So I feel and Jokic was so good this year. I feel maybe this one, quite frankly, by Shea is worse. We've got Richard Bassett, 1636 is in next. What's up, Richard? Thank you very much, sir, for coming in and for your kind and generous donation here to us. Gary, what's the question or comment from Richard?
Coming at you from Denver. Not so easy when you have to go full Joker, is it? SGA out can take the 2 stolen MVPs and flop onto his couch. Like you, am looking forward to just watching basketball in the finals.
Yep, finally at long last, we can end this national nightmare of the flop city frauds. And yes, he can flop with his two undeserving MVPs onto his couch. I like that, Richard. I like the way you said that. And you're right. It's not so easy when you actually, he had to play 42 minutes tonight, and he had to basically stress and strain himself against pretty good defense for all 42 minutes of those, the time that he played on the court tonight. So, yeah, that's what real great players typically have to do, and it's something Shea seldomly ever does. So, Richard, like you said, not so easy when the shoe is on the other foot. The Incorruptible is back in again with a Victor Wembanyama now avatar. The Incorruptible, who's a big KG fan, is obviously feeling him some Victor Wembanyama because he likes two-way defensive studs. And he's got one for us. Shea Failgis, MV Pretender. I like that. I like that one. Shea Failgis, MV Pretender. That's a good one. And a very good and appropriate avatar change as well, Incorruptible. All right, next up, Your Name 427 is in again. What's up, Your Name? Welcome back into you. Why is Wemby getting all the credit as if the guard play isn't carrying him? Stop the Wemby glazing. I can't take it. He's good, but let's slow down. I mean, the guard play is terrific. And like I said, I've been saying 1 through 6 is arguably better and more talented than the Oklahoma City Thunder's 1 through 6. But I mean, look, Victor Wembanyama in the series coming into tonight, 28, 11 and a half, and 3 assists on 48% shooting. So, I mean, look, last year against this same team, where you can even say they're a better team than the Thunder last year because they were healthy last year. I believe off the top of my head, Jokic averaged 28 points, 13 rebounds, and like 6 assists, and like 1.5 blocks, I think, too. So he was basically better across the board than Victor Wembanyama was in this series, was Jokic last year against these Thunder. But Wemby's only 22. So the fact that he had a similar-ish looking impact in series against this team as Jokic did last year in the peak of his prime is pretty encouraging and impressive to me if you're a Wembanyama and Spurs fan. But you're right. I mean, what's the difference? Why? So if Wemby played a very similarly impactful series, both from a standard and advanced standpoint as Jokic, like what was the difference? Well, obviously Wemby had better players around him than Jokic did last year, but also the Thunder were they were compromised physically this year. They had some injuries. So that factors in too. But Wemby's a great player, and he was very good in this series. Like 28, 11, and 3 on 48% against his team are elite numbers, and it's an elite lift. Your Name. Go ahead, Gary.
And it's not even about what's on the stat sheet. That dude stands in the paint and totally discombobulates the opponent's offense just by standing in the paint. That's all he has to, and that doesn't go into the stat sheet. That's why he's so valuable. It's just his mere presence alone outside Gary, of what he does on the stat sheet.
It does go into the stat sheet on the defensive rating, just to speak how good they are per 100 possessions with him on the floor. And point in fact, he had a 106 D rating going into tonight, which is basically, so 106 points per 100 possessions. It was the best number on the team other than Kelly Olynyk, who only played 42 minutes. So that, to me, I don't really count that. Wemby played 222. So that 106 D rating is an impactful number for sure. And like just looking at like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander had a 115 D rating on the other side. So like Wemby was 10 points almost better than Shea was on defense. And then even when you look at Chet Holmgren, he was only a 113 D rating. So like, and Wemby was also elite offensively, like a 124 offensive rating when he was on the floor. So also much better. Like Shea's offensive and defensive rating in this series, 112 O rating when he's on the floor, 115 D rating. So when he's on the floor per 100 possessions, they're just worse. Whereas Wemby was like 18 points better per 100 when he was on. So like that, look, that's why your name 427. Why does he get the credit? That's why. Because a 22-year-old just shat upon the back-to-back league MVP. That's why. That's why he gets the credit. All right, next thing we've got Don SGC. What's up, Don? Welcome into you. Wemby is the real MVP. Shea has been the flopper. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I thought these two MVPs would age poorly and non-gracefully, or whichever way you want to say it. Not so dissimilar. Better than the Embiid one, but similar. Like, these are going to look like the Steve Nash MVPs, in my opinion. Like a dude who should have never had two in a row is what this is going to look like ultimately. So, I mean, we'll see. I think, look, the team surrounding him is good enough and really, really good that I think that he's going to look better ultimately than Steve Nash. But he's going to be closer to Steve Nash than these other dudes that won back-to-back league MVPs, which are all all-time great players. All right, we've got Mark Matta, 5574. What's up, Mark? Welcome into you. Thanks for being here, my friend. Cray Gillfish, Alex Flounder is... That's good. That's a good one. I need to screen grab that one. It's too good. It's too good for me to not get it. Okay. Saved, screen grabbed. Cray Gillfish, Alex Flander, done flopping for now. Yep. He could flop his way back to a stream somewhere in the Oklahoma City area and stop polluting our basketball courts. All right, we've got Richard Bissett is back in 1636. What's up, Richard? Gary, go ahead. I'll turn this one over to you. And maybe the next, well, I'll read the next one, then turn the other one over to you after that.
Only 1 year? I'm on OG too, started last May. Thoughts you've been streamed for years. Found you last May. Best NBA analyst here. You heard it, folks.
Thank you very much. I'm glad, Richard. Thank you so much for being an OG. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very, very much. And yeah, I started last May. So if you've been here since last May, my friend, you absolutely and unequivocally are an OG. So I can't thank you enough for your kind words of support and generosity here in supporting and just coming in and engaging and interacting. Shout out to you, sir. And next, Stump 4522, back in yet again. MJ, fly like an eagle. SGA, flop like a fish. Yes, it's a good call, ultimately. And I like it very, very, very much. Fly like an eagle and flop like a fish. Go ahead, Gary. I'll turn this one back over to you. It's from Red Pill Freedom 6692. Welcome into you, Red Pill. Thank you very much for being here.
LeBron got swept by a team not even good enough to make the finals. Don't want to hear one more word about the Thunder being too good.
Fair, because obviously LeBron was getting all those passes when they went out sad as hell in 4, got swept for LeBron's 8th either gentleman sweep or regular sweep of his career. So he's got that going for him. But yes, he did get a lot of passes because no Luka, and we should just celebrate him getting that one series win against Houston. And now, yes, we see that the Thunder were not the unbeatable foes that we thought that they were, although AJ Mitchell was fantastic in that series against the Lakers, and he's been fantastic all year long, quite frankly, and he just simply was not available for the lion's share of this series. All right, Just JXRX is in next. Thank you very much, Just JXRX. The first choke, the SGA Flopumentary event coming soon. Wow, that's pretty good. Maybe I need to screen grab that too. Let me screen grab that. I don't know. Look, I'm so physically worn out and beat up right now. Like, I feel like I'm verging on passing out right here on this live stream. We're 3 hours in, which is not even that far in. We were just on for 5 hours and 14 minutes 2 days ago in the aftermath of Game 6. So we've got a long way to go. We still have probably 70 more of these super chats. So I'm so physically depreciated right now myself that the first choke SGA Flopumentary event will likely not be coming to you tomorrow, but there will be an SGA video for sure coming probably Monday, I think. I'll need my rest and recovery probably tomorrow, but there will be something coming down the pike on Shea Gilgeous. The Flopumentary event will be coming. Don't you worry. And thank you for the title. I'll keep that in mind. All right, we've got Sarah is in next. Sarah, I won't obliterate the last part of this handle. Thank you very much, though, Sarah, and welcome into you. Another Gary, we're expanding to our female audience now. We have several ladies in here in the Skap Live After Dark area. Only about 5 or 6% of the Skap audience overall that identify themselves are female. So, Sarah, welcome into you. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. LeBum will make his way to the Spurs to get his 5th ring. I don't think LeBron and LeBron's people and his clutch army can defend or support such a snaky, soft little move. Like, it would reek too much. He's already built 2 definitive super teams and joined not a super team with the Lakers. I do not count the Lakers as a super team, but he did join a top 5 league-wide player on that team. So it would look too soft of a move, in my opinion, if you join the historic Victor Wembanyama and his San Antonio Spurs team after this elite playoff run. I don't think he can join either the Knicks or the Spurs ultimately. I think it's going to be Lakers, Cavs, or bust. I don't think he retires. So pretty much Lakers or Cavs are his 2 options at this point. Jamos is back in again. Gary, I'll turn this one over to you. Thank you, Jamos.
Don't worry, OKC fans. Analytically, you're on track to facing the Cavs in the finals, who analytically already won it. Sorry, this one really is making me laugh. Already won against the Knicks. Analytically, you're still in this, guys. All to play for in Game 9.
Yeah, of course. Kenny Atkinson, the head coach of the Cavaliers, said that they were analytically the better team than the Knicks. And James Harden said that he still thinks they are the better team of the 2. So, yeah, maybe the Cavs, to your point, Jamos, they are. Maybe we play the Cavs and the Thunder in a series as well. Maybe we can concurrently have two games going, 2 series going, and the winner of the all analytics series can then play the winner of the NBA Finals, and we can see once and for all like who the true champion is. Maybe. All right, we've got John Highfield 1909 in yet again. What's up, John? Go ahead, Gary. I'll turn this one over to you.
Forget Shea, J-Dub, and AJ. The Thunder were missing their MVP, Tony Brothers, tonight. The Thunder need to re-up his contract this offseason.
Yeah, or they need to get at Commissioner Adam Silver and be like, yo, bro, what the hell? You carried us to Game 5, carried us through Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. Then you leave us hanging like this in Game 6 and 7 and forsake us like this. So I think they need to go and double down and do some work in the offseason and make sure that this doesn't happen again, and that they always get the benefit of the call, and that the Thunder, the favorable Thunder-centric crews, officiating crews, always get the assignment. All right, we've got Booge in next. What's up, Booge? Got that beam. has been a very prolific supporter of us here throughout this entire playoff run. Thank you so much, Booj, and thank you for your very generous donation tonight. Gary, what is this most recent question or comment from him?
So happy this bum-ass fraud MVP has been exposed. What's the TN stand for?
Tonight.
Tonight and eliminated. He has never been on the level of Joker, let alone Kobe and Mike. Halliburton is smiling right now. What happened tonight would have happened last year if he didn't get hurt.
Or again, maybe if the Nuggets weren't so compromised. They had no bench last year. Russell Westbrook was it. He had a broken wrist or finger on his shooting hand. He had some broken hand, some bone on his hand. And then again, Michael Porter Jr. was sheer ass in that series. He could barely raise his shooting arm at all. And then you got Aaron Gordon blowing his hamstring out in game 6. So all that happened. Maybe the Nuggets would have beat them last year. Who knows? So you're right. Vindication, because Nikola Jokic has been, and will always be better than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So the fact that people were starting to move him up over him or on a par with him is ridiculous in and of its own right, let alone mentioning him with Kobe or Jordan. Get the hell out of here. Those were the worst takes that I have seen in a long, long time, quite frankly. We've got Michael Florida M8P in next. What's up, Michael Florida? I'm coming from Florida, as is Gary. Skap, good to see you again. Good to see you again, Michael. If there is one thing tonight that has been proven, it's that the era of flopping is a thing of the past. The NBA can be set to heal. Yes. Super teams, over. Player empowerment bullshit, hopefully, over. Flopping, over. Load management, over. Soft, pitiful defense, hopefully, over. Can we just start putting all of the shit that ruined the NBA beginning around 2011 on? Can we get all of that out of our systems and just move on with this kind of basketball moving forward? Thank you, San Antonio. Thank you, Victor Wembanyama. Message 22610 up next. If my NYC lose as usual, I'll be happy if Wemby wins. So if I'm guessing that should be Knicks. If your Knicks were to lose as they typically do, at least you can be happy for Wemby. I feel the same way. I feel like these are both two very likable teams and two teams that everybody pretty much can get behind, even though, yes, New York is a large market and people are just prone to root against big powerhouse markets like that. But I think overall, this is a team that both teams that we can really get behind and appreciate and enjoy. So I'm with you. Let's just get good basketball. All right. I don't know, Gary. Can you help me with that one? That handle? I see the Mamba symbol in there though, so I like it already. Take a
something Sage. I'll just call him Sage. If the name or whatever doesn't make sense, I'll just call him Sage. Liquid Sage. That's it. Liquid Sage.
Nice. Good one there, Gary. Thank you. Liquid Sage. Welcome into you, and nice avatar. That is the Kobe Trident thing there. People talk about efficiency now, but we see the issue. OKC's best shot was SGA taking more shots, even if less efficient. Efficiency isn't efficacy. Yeah, that's the thing. Shea is efficient in a certain context or in a certain style of gameplay. But when the gameplay starts mirroring more closely the era of the early 2000s or whatever, then Shea doesn't look so efficient, does he? And then he has to just be a volume scorer and just turn in inefficient looking box scores. So I think that he was always overrated and overblown. On the whole, he's so much more efficient than Kobe Bryant front. And I think we saw that really come to light here in this series. And it was pretty glaringly apparent, quite frankly. All right, John Highfield 1909 back in yet again. Foul or not, glad Wemby got a shot on Hartenwine. Yeah, Wemby has done Wemby has done some things throughout the course of the series, including pulling Lou Dort's hair last game. I don't know if you saw that, Gary, or not, but it was pretty hilarious to me, actually. Wemby had done some dirty things throughout the series, but again, nobody really cares because Oklahoma City is dirty and they play that brand of filthy basketball first. So basically, everybody just likes it when the same thing is applied and done to them. So yeah, Wembanyama certainly was doing that shit in spades during the series. And I love he put the hit out. He went up and he whispered hard fouls to Plumlee and I forget who the other guy is that checked in, but he whispered to both of them hard fouls, and then they both administered hard fouls on the Thunder. Just funny to me. I thought it was funny
on Jared McCain.
Right, on McCain, but it was Plumlee, and who was the other guy? I can't think of who
I can't pronounce his name. It's an international player. Biomic or something. Biomic.
Oh, right. Yes. It was Bismack Biyombo was who it was. Yes. Bismack Biyombo. Okay. Rob Sports Cards is up next. Are you ready to say SGA was just a DEI MVP all along? Woke lib media members elevating him over Joker in the name of racial equity. Again, I did talk to that. Look, we're so far behind. But Rob sent that at, I'm having trouble seeing what time now, but whatever. Rob sent that probably like 2 hours ago, but I did speak to that. I can't say specifically yes or no that Jokic's race plays a factor. It may not. I think mainly the writers just don't want to admit that he's on a level or a par with the all-time greats, and they're doing everything in their power to keep him as far away from those conversations as they can. And I am ready to say that SGA is one of the most undeserving MVPs in NBA history. Well, but I've been ready to say that for the last 2 years because I've been saying it. And now I'm just going to say it with more frequency and with a louder tone because I feel like I've been vindicated and proven right now after seeing the course of this series play out. All right. Again, I'm just going to keep resetting us every hour. The 3 hour mark now, 3 hours and 1 minute in to this live stream. It is 2:02 a.m. On the East Coast of the good old USA, where Gary and I are coming from. We have still 1,213 people here in the chat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us all night long, probably. Thank you for your generosity and support and kindness. Tonight, we are still working our way through all of these comments. And speaking of which, we have a nice, generous donation from James Cav 81. What is up, James? How are you feeling about your Knicks chances? I'm sure you're about to let us know. Thank you very much for your kind and generous donation here. Gary, what is the question or comment that accompanies it?
I feel good about the business-like mentality from my Knicks and Brunson especially. How do you think this long series will affect the Spurs in the finals versus the rested Knicks?
Definitely going to be an impact. Definitely. I think the Knicks are, advantage Knicks, obviously. They might have a little rust in the beginning of game one, but I think the fact that they are going to be fully healthy, 100% rested and ready to go really will be a big advantage for a team that's going to have, May 31st right now. So it's like 3-ish days, 3-4 days only, whereas it was like 9 or 10 days for the Knicks. And look, Harper played big these last 2 games. He played big and he looked pretty good. But De'Aaron Fox to me still isn't quite right. So that's going to be that's a pretty big loss, I think, for the Spurs, even though he'll be on the floor. Just the fact that he's not quite right is going to be big. So I think that those things will factor in, James. And I agree. I like Brunson flexing that Mamba mentality during the Eastern Conference Finals trophy presentation. We got Flyby in next. What's up, Flyby? Welcome into you. Feels like the NBA is moving in the right direction. The refs called the games well, at least the last 2. If we can get an NBA product like Wemby v. Brunson with refs calling it like that, the NBA is moving in a good direction. Agreed, Flyby. And look, I've been talking about it for a while, for a couple years now. I think Nikola Jokic and Giannis Antetokounmpo started us down the path of healing. And now Victor Wembanyama.
Jay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Chat, stop talking about that political bullshit in the chat or I'm banning you. Stop. That's not going to be tolerated in here. This is about NBA playoffs. Stop with that. All right, sorry, Jay, go ahead.
Thank you, Gary. And yes, I do not like politicizing in the chat. This is a sports channel. It's a sports talk channel, whatever. We talk sports primarily, first and foremost. If you want to talk maybe some racial elements that you think might have went into some of the MVP snubberies, like that's okay. But I don't really talk or dwell on that really ever myself. And otherwise, from a political standpoint, if I wanted to talk politics, I am a pretty politically charged person, and I have pretty strong political viewpoints, but I don't talk about them on this channel because it's a sports channel. If I wanted to talk about them, I'd go elsewhere on a political channel, and that's not here. So thank you, Gary, for pointing that out. And guys, please abide by Gary's wishes on that front, or else, like he said, he's going to ban you. Okay, and anyway, back to flyby. Yes, it does feel like we are moving in the right direction at this point. I mentioned it with Giannis and Jokic in past years that they're bringing us back from the previous 10 years. And I think Wemby picked up the torch there and is sprinting to the finish line with it and pulling the NBA back into the light. And Brunson, I'm a big fan of Brunson too. So I really do like this NBA Finals matchup that we have on the queue now. Stephanie is back in. Thank you, Stephanie, so much for your continued support of us here. I really do appreciate it. I want the Wemby-Harper duo. This is what I want. Well, you got it. So I think the Spurs are going to be favored in this series. I think there's a good chance. I think it's a 50-50 series. I think it's a coin toss. They have as good of a shot to win it as the Knicks. I think some of these games are going to come down to the absolute wire, and whoever pulls these tight games out is gonna be the deciding factor of which direction this series ultimately goes. So it's gonna be fun. D is back in yet again. Again, D started the night off, and D continues to come in here often tonight. So thank you very much, D. What single play from Spurs Thunder matchup should go in a time capsule to symbolize this epic series? Both of you answer. I'll go first, Gary. The Wemby equalizer in game one, where it looked like the Spurs had controlled most of the game. It looked like it was slipping away. They were down 3, and Wembanyama came down the court and knifed a 36-foot three-point shot to tie the game and bring the Spurs back into it and save the game, I thought. And then they went on and won game one, which was massively impactful for them winning this series, because I thought game one win really did turn the tide and switch the way I saw the series coming. And it was that shot really that iced it, or at least kept them in it to ice it later down the stretch. So to me, it would be the Wemby 3, Gary. What say you?
Yeah, that is the play. That's actually going to be an iconic play for NBA. To add to a lot of plays throughout the history of the league, that's going to go down as one of them, because it actually flipped the outcome of the series and really probably the history of the league. Probably if he misses that shot, it's OKC playing the Knicks right now.
Yeah, agreed.
So I agree with that play, but a shout out honorary one is that buzzer beater he hit at halftime. I think it was game 4.
Yeah.
To take it from 9 to 12, just because it just showed the determination in the heart from Wemby and the Spurs.
Yep. No, agreed. All right. Our player 77 is up again. Welcome into you, our player. Thank you very much for everything you do for us here as well. I am very happy right now, Skap. Go Spurs, go. If only last year your Nugs pulled off game 7 in that same gym. It's unreal how Jokic team got ran out of there. Yeah, I mean that the fouls, the turnovers, I mean, Jokic just getting absolutely bombarded by Alex Caruso for like 40 minutes, just held, pushed out, grabbed. And then whenever he would make the catch, doubling down with one of those two bigs, it was just, and nobody else making shots. So, I mean, that's what you get when the Thunder get away with murder. That's what you get. So the Spurs, thankfully, did not have to deal with the officials in the last two games. They did in Game 5 when they got blown out. So I mean, basically nobody can beat the Thunder with the depth that they have. If they're getting the calls that they become accustomed to, it's very hard to beat them. They didn't get those calls in the last two games, and the Spurs were able to give them a little bit of their own medicine. Loco Motion 965 is up next. What's up, Loco Motion? Dylan Brooks courtside would have been the best. Yeah, petty, iced out Dylan Brooks sitting in the front row laughing as teams get eliminated really is an awesome thing. But he doesn't have, well, he does. I guess they did kind of mix it up with the Thunder to some degree in that opener. So I guess there was, and they were complaining a lot, Brooks and Booker, about the Thunder in the first. So maybe, yeah, he could have just had the hater ball tour, like jumped from the Lakers eliminator to the Thunder getting eliminated. That would have been pretty cool and pretty funny to see, actually, if you ask me. A good call. Daniel Fredrickson 4202 is up next and with a generous donation for us. Thank you very much, Daniel. I appreciate it. Gary, I'll go ahead and turn this one over to you.
One of the many wonderful things about this win is Knicks, Lakers in 5 right was dead wrong. Let's start a petition for Skap to get his job, Spurs. So you want to go take his place on First Things First? You can mix it up with those guys.
I mean, I certainly would. I would graciously accept that offer, Daniel. But first, before, on his way out, I would like to debate him head to head for like an hour or two on various NBA topics, not limited to, but most prominently, of course, Kobe v. LeBron, my bread and butter, which I would love to debate him on for sure. And then just LeBron's overall placement in the all-time GOAT hierarchy. But after I send him out with that ass whooping, Daniel, I would then happily take his job for sure. All right, JILBG, JILBG 33 is in next. Go ahead, Gary. I'll turn this one over to you too.
Do you think the Spurs have laid out a game plan for the league to follow and how to guard Shea? And if so, do you think trading for Giannis remedies that? Go Spurs, go.
No, I don't think they put a blueprint out. It's kind of like when Peyton Manning was getting beat down early on in his career by the New England Patriots. Or to apply to the Patriots, like when the Giants were beating the Patriots in Super Bowls. Like, the thing is, the Giants had 4 down linemen that could generate consistent and sustained pressure on Brady without blitzing or bringing any extra personnel in on the rush, so they could devote the 8 guys into the secondary. Then they could jam guys. They could jam the receivers then and put 2 safeties over the top. Like, nobody else possessed that personnel, though. So it's easier said than done that everybody could do that. Like, if you have 2 or 3 super elite athletic big guards that could defend well, that you can throw at Shea, then a 7'7" mutant who's one of the best 3 defenders that's probably ever existed. Yeah, if you have all of those things, then that's a blueprint then to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. Unfortunately for the rest of the NBA, nobody else possesses that kind of packaging. So I don't think that it is a blueprint to beat them. You need multiple elite perimeter defenders and then an elite rim defender. Like, that's what you need to be able to compete with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then ideally have depth too, because they've got depth. All right, next in, Road King Thor 8421. Welcome back into the show, Road King Thor. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you. Gary, go ahead and read this question associated with Road King, a very generous donation. Thank you, sir.
The world is better off without the shameless flopper polluting our screens. Not only is he not up there with Wemby and Jokic, he's not above Giannis and Luka either.
I think you can make a case either way for Luka, but I agree. If Giannis is healthy, Giannis better than Shea, for sure, 100%. But the question is Giannis healthy? We don't really know at this point, I don't think, sadly enough. We don't know at this stage of his career. But I think Luka, you can make a case. I think Shea is much more efficient looking than Luka in terms of the way they get their points. But again, Luka is a better elite top line scorer. So while he's not as efficient, he can score better against dug-in defenses than Shea can. Like Luka is an elite, one of these elite God tier scorers, in my opinion, that I mentioned earlier, that like when he's got it going, good luck. And he's a much better like distributor and full court riser, I think. A team riser, like he just makes his teammates better, way more than Shea. So you can, but Shea he doesn't ever play defense, but he can better if he had to or ever tried to. He can do it better than Luka. So that would be his case for why he's above. But I think you can make the case either way for either one of those guys. So yeah, I mean, Wemby, Jokic, Giannis, Luka, like you can make a case like Shea's like the 5th best player in the NBA, and he's gotten 2 back-to-back league MVPs. Just a joke in my estimation. All right, Stump 4522 is up next. Breaking news. Oklahoma locals reported being abducted and probed in the ass for flop studying by a 7'5" alien, 5/30/2026. There you have it. Victor Wembanyama, the alien, taking back samples to his home planet for study and research after tonight's game. But he'll be back down to earth probably by the 3rd of June, so he can get it on with the New York Knicks in what, again, is going to be a titillating series, I should say, between those two. Can't wait. Sir G3366, what's up, sir? I'm broke. Skap's mentality. I'm broke. Skap's mentally broke.
But the world's clean.
But the world's clean. There you go. I am wiped right now, guys. Admittedly, like truth be told, I don't want to spend too long on this because, you know, I've still probably have like 50 of these super chats to go. But look, last night was my big night off, guys. No game. I could have got to bed early, but I was so exhausted. I passed out at like 5 p.m. and slept till like 6:30. So like my body is such that I don't need a lot of sleep necessarily. So like if I get a little taste of sleep and then wake up, I'm then up for the long haul mostly. So like I was wide awake then. Like I was trying to, like at 12:30 last night, I was like tossing and turning, trying to fall asleep. I was like, F it, I'll watch a movie. So then I watched a movie till like 2:30. Then I was tossing and turning again. And like maybe around 3:30, 3:45, I finally fell asleep. And then my wife woke me up at like 8. So I got on my big night out, my big night of sleep, I finally was going to get some rest, and I didn't. I got like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. So now, and then I went to this party, and I was there, and I had a couple cocktails, I must admit. So now I come back, and I'm just absolutely wiped. And speaking of the party, guys, I just got a request via text from the party. They demand that the real star of the show, my boss, obviously, she's my producer, my director, the editor, my best friend. She also runs my life. They want to see her. Come here, little buddy. Come here, little girl. Yes, my little girl. Oh. And she was slumbering so nicely on her back, trying to get some sleep and some belly scratchies. But Luna, say hello to the people. Say hello. Hello, people. Luna here is obviously the star, the best looking one of this whole production. So yes, she's the best, and she had a tough day today. She could not go to the party, unfortunately. The hosts of the party have two dogs that would like to probably eat little Luna. So Luna stayed back today. So she had a rough day and night. So letting her sleep and rest now. But shout out to anyone who's still at the party or watching or whatever. And Luna says hello to all of you guys. We've got the Modern Discourse is up next. Skap, UDEF cracking 100K during the finals LFG. I hope so. Damn it. Hit that subscribe button, guys. Because I don't know. I hit 90 in January. And I pace on average for the first 3-ish years I've been doing this, like 30K subs per year or something, 33K subs per year. So I hit 90 in January, and I've gotten 6K since January. So I went from 33K subs per year on average to 12 right now. It's weird. I don't want to make any inferences of what might be happening to me on the platform or whatever, or on the algorithm or whatever. But yes, please hit that subscriber button if you're here and you are not subscribed. And hopefully I will get to 100K. From Modern Discourse, from your fingertips to God's ears, let me get to 100K so I could get that silver play button plaque thingy up behind my shoulder here, please. All right, Charles H. DE9 Op is in next. What's up, Charles H? Welcome into you. Sad that like Kobe versus Duncan, we won't see a Wemby v. Jokic finals. At least the team that stole my Sonics from Seattle are out. Yes, unfortunately, Duncan and Kobe, 10 championships between them in like a 13-year span. An outrageous run by even better than Magic and Bird. Like Magic and Bird combined for 8 chips in 11 years. Kobe and Duncan combined for 10 in 13. So a crazy run by 2 different teams and 2 different players. And you're right. Unfortunately, I wish Jokic were in the East. Like, I wish Jokic would just get traded. I wish Boston would just trade Tatum and 5 first-round picks for Jokic and just get him on Boston and just have Boston and San Antonio Jokic v. Wemby for the next 3 straight years. That would be so luscious. But keep on dreaming, Charles H. But you're right. At least the Oklahoma City Floppers are officially out of it. All right, next in, we've got Isun Mean in yet again, asking for the happiest moments of your life. Getting puppers and married, first grandkid, Skap Jr., and now OKC loss. Which sports games made you the happiest? Top 5. Wow, what a question, Isun Mean. Terrific question. So I think my wedding would have to be, I'd have to say my wedding was one of, if not the happiest days of my life. But definitely being at Kobe Bryant's last game ever in April of 2016 when he scored 60 points in the Utah finale. That's one of the best days of my life for sure. That's got to go up. That's got to go up in the hierarchy. In terms of all time, look, while I've soured on my Pittsburgh Steelers in recent years, I grew up as such a massive Steelers fan, and there was so much heartache for me growing up, losing all of those AFC championship games when I was in grade school, high school, and college. To see them finally get over the hump and win that first one in my lifetime when they beat the Seahawks in 2005. I was at Penn State. I went out with all of my other Pittsburgh friends, and we were, celebrating in the streets of State College. So I'd say that one for sure. The Steelers win the Super Bowl in 2005. I'd say the Lakers winning the 2010 NBA championship, Game 7, when Kobe got his 5th ring. That would certainly be in the mix as well. One of my favorite all-time sports moments. I would probably go with LeBron losing the Mavericks series, the Heat super team in their first year together, failing and losing to that Mavericks team with one All-Star. Just hilarious. That one's gotta go up in my mix. And then, maybe I the 60-point finale for Kobe for sure. Maybe the Game 7 2000 NBA playoffs, 1999-2000 playoffs, Game 7 Western Conference Finals, Portland Trailblazers. The Lakers went up 3-1. They had not won anything yet, and I was a huge Kobe fan. They go up 3-1. They lose 2 straight to be pushed to a Game 7 in Staples. And the Trailblazers were dominating them all game. They were down 13 at the end of the third. And then Kobe and Shaq just turned it on in that fourth quarter, and they overcame that deficit. And I thought they were dead in the water, and I thought they weren't going to get a champ. Who knows if that dynasty ever even begins if they don't get that Game 7. And they go on that big run. It ends with Kobe crossing Scottie Pippen out of this world, and then floating that lob pass to Shaq, who came in and slammed it down, and the two of them, running back down the court together. And when the final buzzer sounded, Kobe jumped into Shaq's arms. And even though the Pacers were formidable, I thought that whoever won that game, that series, was going to win the championship ultimately. So Kobe, I thought, would win an NBA championship. So those are probably my 5, if pushed for all-time sports moments. But that's quite a question, because I've seen a lot. I've been through a lot in my I'm in my 40s, but I've really been dialed into sports for like 35 years. Go ahead, Gary.
If you got to go by moments and plays, Malcolm Butler with that clutch interception to give Brady that ring.
Well, remember, I wasn't a huge Brady guy early. He has become one of my 4 favorites.
I thought by that time he was. I thought the first 3 you hated him, and I thought you liked him by that time. What year did you start liking him?
The Tampa one, I really did love the Tampa one too, because I lived near Tampa. He came, and I was a huge Brady guy by then. So like that Tampa one would probably be an honorable mention too for him, because like he is now, while I hated him for like years, he is now he's in my top 4. It's Kobe, Randy Moss, Brady, and like really those are like my big 3. I would say Kobe, Brady, and Randy Moss are like my big 3. I'm a Jordan guy, obviously, but like I don't know. I guess he would be my top 4 or 5 favorite athletes. All right, our player 77 is in next. Luke Cornett, the block heard round the world in Game 7. Terrific play, terrific block. Can't say enough about that play. It really was one of the plays of the series for sure. Vivid Sid 94 is in, a regular as usual, coming in to argue about something, I'm sure. Skap, I'd like to email you, but it's not on your YouTube. It is though, isn't it? Gary, can you check?
I'll double check.
Okay, I swear that it is. At least it always was. I mean, maybe something's changed now. I mean, I don't mind giving it out. But let me know, Gary. If it is not, I'll put it up on the chat for you guys.
It's on there. You got to click business email, and then you have to go through a human verification. It's on there.
But yeah, it's on there. Shoot me an email anytime. I'm a little bit behind right now, but I will be catching up on all emails and stuff. Once the NBA season ends, I'll start catching up on stuff, and I will do better to get in and respond to some of the things that I've neglected for the last couple weeks or months. It's been a very, very busy couple months for me. Jamos is back in yet again with, my goodness, I've lost count here of all these things. 170 super chats now. Jamos says, this might have been arguably the greatest hate watch in NBA history. Hope Shea and OKC learns he can't take the game for granted, unlike WemVP. Well, I think, yes, by the fact that we are now 3 hours and 30 minutes into this thing, and there are still over 1,000 people in here, it certainly was a very satisfying hate watch for many people that are on my platform. I mean, the fact that I have 96 or 90, whatever, 7,000 subscribers and 2,000 people tuned in at 11 and an 11 o'clock impromptu live stream like that I made within 5 minutes. That really does speak volumes about how enjoyable this game was for many of you and me too, for that matter. John Highfield 1909 in yet again, predicting now Spurs in 5 or Knicks in 6. No game 7. Well, those are two very different outcomes. Spurs in 5, like a non-competitive gentleman sweep, or the Knicks in 6. Those are two. Why not the Spurs in 5 or 6 or the Knicks in 5 or 6? Interesting that you would vary the teams that you're picking in those two different scenarios. Esun Mean is back in yet again. Media hate Jokic because he's no sellout to Nike nor serving. I'm not sure what's this.
I think that's Satan's son. No serving
I
Satan.
I see.
I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jokic, look, he's just a good guy. He's non-controversial. He's not necessarily like a super, look, he's competitive. He wants to win. Like, I never liked that narrative that he just like wants to go home and watch his horses race. This guy's a fiery, passionate competitor, but he doesn't show it all the time as much as like a guy like Wembanyama. And then he doesn't have a very aesthetically pleasing kind of a game play. Like, he's a below the rim type guy, even at 6'11". So I feel like the media just never wanted to get behind him for whatever reason. But the guy is so utterly dominant. Like, it's just such hate that the media like didn't give this guy his full credit or his full due. Like, the fact that he has 6 of the top 10 all-time BPM seasons in NBA history, including the top 3, and by far the best one ever, which was this year, and he only got 3 MVPs out of that, is nuts. The other dudes who are in it, so Jokic has 6 of the 10 best BPM seasons. Jordan has 2 of the 10 otherwise. He won MVP both years. LeBron has 1 of the top 10 BPM seasons ever. He won MVP that year. And Steph Curry has the other top 10 BPM season all time. He won MVP. So all 4 of the other all-time greats who produced a top 10 BPM season all time all won league MVP those years. Jokic has 6 of the top 10 and only won an MVP half of the times. Pathetic, embarrassing, and it's not going to age well. Rob Sports Cards is in next. We need Murray to find out if Wemby is Chet's dad. Oh, Maury. We need Maury Povich to find out if Wemby is in fact Chet's dad. I think we do. We do need a paternity test on that one because the verdict is certainly out because Wemby owns Chet. No doubt about that. We've got Blake 1267 comes to us next with a very generous donation. Thank you very much, Blake. I appreciate you so much. Gary, go ahead. I'll turn this one over to you.
This might be the worst version of Wemby for the next decade. Spurs just beat the defending champs, and he's still not a finished offensive player. Should OKC be terrified? Because Wemby will get better.
It's not just Wemby, it's all of them. Like Stephon Castle will get better. Dylan Harper will get better. They will draft some 4 or buy a 4 on the market, and that will make them better. Like they're gonna get a lot better. So 100%, the Thunder should be terrified because they look like a bona fide like 3 or 4 championship run team in the next 6 years after last year, and now that might never come to fruition. I still think they might squeeze one more out, but like it ain't gonna be 3, 4, 5 rings at this point. Like the Spurs are already here and they already own this team. So yes, they should be terrified. We've got Erg in next. Spurs win is a victory for ethical hoopers everywhere. 100%. In the words of the late Jim Irsay, love to see it. Love to see it. Ethical hoops win. And that is a win for all of us. John Highfield, 1909, back in for like the 60th time tonight. Chet played 90% of his minutes terrified. 100, absolutely. And like every time like Wemby did anything, like blocked him or walked by him and shoved him a little bit or bumped him, like Chet just looked like he wanted absolutely none of it. Like he was just so scared of this guy and just didn't want to basically to even be on the same in the same vicinity on the court as him. So like really pathetic showing by Chet Holmgren. This dude's got to get in the weight room in the offseason and come back with some mindset that he's got to prove people wrong and like get revenge next year, because this was as low of a moment as you can imagine for an all-NBA caliber player. Our player 77 is back and again. What gives you more joy, Mini or OKC in Cancun, and why? Definitely OKC. Definitely. Because Minnesota, they're not even close. They have been to 2 Western Conference finals, but just plastered off the court in both. They lost in 5 in the one to Dallas. And they lost in 5 in the other to OKC. So they haven't sniffed a title yet. No one, look, Ant-Man's a little overrated, but not crazy overrated. He's never been first team All-NBA, so it's not like his legacy is popping off or getting to heights that he doesn't deserve to be at. So the answer is definitely OKC, because they like Shea's legacy was expanding to ridiculous and undeserved heights. So them losing and them maybe getting like a really just big ding to their overall like outlook on this whole team and legacy, it is pretty damn satisfying, I have to say, our player. Sig, what is that? Sig IHD. Sig, what's up? Welcome into you. Please, God, save me, Spurs. Go Sixers. So we've got another Sixers fan in here that does not want to see the New York Knicks win. I lived in Philadelphia for about 5 years. I have a lot of friends that I talk to daily still, if not at least a couple times a week, they comprise my fantasy football team. So I know there is no love lost between Philly and New York. They do hate. Philly and New York dislike each other quite a bit. So, yeah, I hear you as a Sixers fan, Sig, that you want the Spurs to not let the Knicks get off the schneid, which began in 1973. We've got Timothy Miller, 4475 is in next. What's up, Timothy? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here, talking with us, and for your generous donation. First time catching your stream. Showing some love. Timothy, thank you. I hope if you're still here, Timothy, which verdict is out because you sent this 2 hours ago. But yeah, hopefully you're still here. And if you are, Timothy, if you're liking it and you're enjoying things here, please hit that subscribe, turn on those notifications, and hit the like button if you don't mind. And again, thank you for showing me the love, Timothy. I really do appreciate that, and you. Next in, Arizona Anime Fan is in next. And I should say welcome back again, a regular here. Again, another regular in the Skap Live After Dark show and in the sponsor area. Gary, what does Arizona Anime Fan have for us accompanying this generous donation?
Game 5 was such a transparent fix job for the Thunder. The league needed the Spurs to win this series or face bigger accusations of match fixing than at any time since the 2002 Lakers-Kings Game 6.
Yeah, Game 5 was bad. It was a bad look for the NBA, for the officials, for Tony Brothers in particular. That was the game where he was seductively blowing into his whistle and staring into Lou Dort's eyes. Basically finds you someone that looks like you, like Tony Brothers was looking at Lou Dort in that game, and you'll be happy for the rest of your life. So it was, and maybe because of how bad and because of the backlash from it, and like how egregious it was, and how really critically it was met on social media by and large, maybe Silvers was like, yo, we got to just call this fair in Game 6 and 7. We probably just can't do that again, or we're going to get absolutely massacred. So I feel, and plus he probably sees the building momentum behind the Spurs and Wembanyama. He's like, well, why not? Let's get him in the finals and play him against the Knicks. A small market Spurs, but a very popular and growing superstar in Victor Wembanyama against a massive market New York Knicks team. Like, that's going to be a very compelling and highly rated series, final series. So Silver was probably like, let's just call it even and see what happens. And what happened was the Spurs beat the shit out of them the last 2 games. All right, we've got D back in yet again. D, thank you very much. Thank all of you guys so much for your crazy generosity tonight. Since Wemby wants to be the GOAT, if the Spurs lose in the finals, would that stain his legacy? How impressed were you with all the rookies? I would say no, it doesn't stain his legacy. I think the Knicks are an excellent team. I think they're on a roll of historic proportions. I think they have a lot of I think they have played with each other for several years. They're playing for each other. There's a lot of familiarity that they have that you can't really there's no making that up, right? The Spurs are so young. Like, the Knicks have been together on multiple runs now over the last several years. And I think they're all playing their best basketball individually and collectively as a team. So much so that, no, I don't think. And Wemby's only 22. This team is very young. He'll be back many, many, many times as long as he stays healthy. So, no, I do not think this will stain his legacy. We saw many younger players fail early on in their playoff runs. And the fact that he's gotten them, this is his first playoff run ever. Like, yes, he's in his third year of whatever, fourth. Is it third? It's his third year, Gary, right? Third year. Yeah. The fact that he's in his third year, but his first playoff run ever, and he's in the NBA Finals, and he went through the Oklahoma City Thunder. Like, he's playing with house money right now, quite frankly. I know nobody wants to hear that as a competitor, and I'm with you on that. But the fact that they're so young and he's so young, they'll be back. But he's such a competitor. I know he wants nothing more than to win this series, and it's going to be a hell of a series. I am very impressed with Dylan Harper, to answer your rookie point. Dylan Harper has been fantastic in this postseason, and in the games that they really need him, he's just fantastic. So the Spurs they're just going to keep getting better, honestly. J Moss is back in. J Moss, really, I should say, is back in. Blocked by Cornette. That block was perfect. The perfect example of who award voters want versus who reality picks. Ethical hoops from here on out for the finals. I'm with you, J-Mos. Let's keep it on the up and up. 2 ethical hoop squads. The national nightmare is finally at long last over, and we will get rid of the OKC floppers and be able to just all enjoy the NBA Finals. Really, I'm just rooting for great basketball, which I'm pretty sure most of you guys at this point are as well. Willin 8664 checking back in. Welcome back in, Will. Thank you. Who do y'all think will have a sit down and squash their beef first? MJ and Isaiah Thomas, or Wemby and Chet? Neither. Like, I don't think either one of those is coming. Though Kobe and Shaq did. They sat down and squashed their beef. But I don't know. There's just too much bad blood, I think, between both parties here. I would say neither. If you force me to pick one or the other, I would say MJ and Isaiah Thomas, just because as you get older and older, as the saying goes, time heals all wounds. And also, you get a little tamer and things seem less serious and as important as they did maybe when you were younger and in the heat of it. So, like, maybe Zeke and Jordan will sit down and clear the air at some point. I don't think it happens. Just even if they're not mad or don't dislike each other anymore, Jordan just doesn't do those kind of things. So, like, I just don't think it will happen. But Wemby is never sitting down with Chet, at least not as long as they're playing. And they're going to be playing for a long time. So go ahead, Gary.
I don't think Wemby actually hates Chet. I think he's pissed about what happened when they were younger. By the time they retire, I think he'll let that grudge go. I think he's using it as fuel. I certainly hope he forgives him, because, to be honest, sometimes I feel a little sorry for Chet, because it wasn't like he wasn't arrogant like LeBron or anything. He was just, they edged them out, got the win, so they had to give the MVP trophy to the best player on the winning team. Wemby's pissed. Wemby's getting revenge, but he's using it as fuel. I think that's the main thing. I don't think he literally hates him. I think he's just using that and using whatever he can to get a competitive edge. So by the time they retire, especially if Wemby retires with a few more rings than Chet,
Right.
I think he can probably let that go. And maybe they can even be friends after that, kind of like Magic and Bird, although they won't be that close of friends. Because Magic and Bird, they turned into like besties.
Right.
So I don't see that, but hopefully it'll forgive him.
Well, and a lot of that, Gary, came because of mutual respect. Like Magic and Bird respected the hell out of each other, and I just don't think Wemby respects Chet. So I think that's part of the impediment of what you're saying happening. But you're right. I don't think Wemby dislikes Chet as much as Jordan and Isaiah disliked each other back in the heyday.
Right.
Okay, next in is John Heifel again, 1909. How's this? If Chet scores or assists on 13 points as opposed to 4, they win. Well, it's never that easy, but if Chet didn't play like a complete fraud in this game, they would have been certainly closer and more competitive. I mean, 4 points and 4 rebounds is nasty, crazy work for a 7'2" or 7'3" All-NBA caliber player in a game 7 at home in 33 minutes. It really is wild stuff. There's no doubt about that. We've got Gibby Jibby 6818. What's up, Gibby? Welcome in. Love the handle. Gibby Jibby 6818. I'm already seeing OKC fans say Shea has I'm already seeing OKC fans say Shea has no help. Maybe they understand what Jokic feels like now. Not every superstar is blessed to have a super team. Yeah, if you gave Jokic, again, I say it all the time, you trade Shea, I'm spitting all over the place.
I guess he got booted. I'm sure he'll be right back.
Sorry, I kicked myself out. I felt so strongly about that. I'm back in. Thank you, Gary, for holding that down for me. Gary, did I lose a bunch of super chats? I feel like.
I've got them here. I've got 100. There's 175. How many are you reading?
I saw like 175 before I just kicked myself out. Now I'm only seeing 100. So hopefully I don't gloss over. You'll have to help me as we go.
Okay.
Make sure I don't miss any. But yeah, the thing that Shea has no help is absolutely utterly laughable. That is absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, but you're right. Not if you, and I say this all the time, if Jokic were to just be traded to Oklahoma City, where you could trade Shea and either one, whatever you want, Shea or Hartenstein or whatever. I'm sorry, Chet or Hartenstein or whatever. If you trade either one and just put Jokic on that team with what's left, he would have three-peated. So that's what realistically we would have been looking at. All right, now I feel like I've totally lost my place in the super chats.
Our player is next. Is that the one you're seeing?
I do see our player, but yeah, I'm only seeing 100 super chats. It was like 175. I might have to reload the page, Gary. I might wait till like the 4-hour mark and then just reload the page and see what happens. And see
maybe it's not loading the ones you've already read, and maybe the 100 you're seeing are the ones that you need to get to, which would not disrupt anything at all. Do you know if they're?
I feel like we've done more than 100. I don't know exactly how many we had done, but we had done. I want to say we probably have like 40 or 50 more left, probably, if I had to take a guess. But I'm not sure. I don't know how I can see that. Okay. But I do see our player is up next. Responding to Rob Sports Cards, in the case of 24-year-old Chet Holmgren, Victor Wembanyama is the father. Victor, the results are in. Victor Wembanyama, you are the father. Cue the soundtrack. Let Wemby flip up and down the court. The DNA results of Maury P. Your thoughts, Skap? Yeah, I think you can make a compelling case. Gary, you're shaking your head. Do you disagree with this?
No, I'm saying I feel bad for Wemby because he's going to have to pay child support now. Probably, a lot of
but
back
he's got
pay.
plenty of money. He'll be fine, Gary.
No,
He's got
actually, yeah. You want? Here's a fun fact: Kelly Olynyk got paid more than Wembanyama this year.
Like you said, or like I said earlier, only 16 mil for Victor Wembanyama right now.
Oh, I see 13 on ESPN.
Oh wait, next
site.
year. Next year is 16 mil for Wemby. So
how's that for a bargain contract?
You're right. Exactly.
And Dak Prescott makes 60 million.
Right. Gary, I'm seeing John Highfill 1909 next. Does this look right?
Yes. Yes, it does.
At Texas Born 325 says if Wemby would learn the skyhook, the Spurs would be invincible. I agree. We talked about this a couple shows ago, that Wemby, I think he wants to work on it or something, that's a goal. If he perfects the skyhook with whatever, I think he's 7'6" or 7'7". And the fact that his reach is probably like standing reach is like over 10 feet. Like he can grab the rim flat-footed standing down. Like that would be indefensible, that shot. And then by extension, the Spurs would probably be invincible, John. That's not unfair. That's not an unfair comment there. All right, we've got I don't know, Gary. What does that say? What do you think that says? Durlast person.
Just call them Durlast, because when you put a username like that, you don't necessarily intend, because if you wanted people to really understand it, you would capitalize which words separate or whatever. So it's not a big deal. Durlast person, we'll just call them. And I'll go ahead and read this to you.
Thank you, sir.
And welcome, Durlast. Says, Skap, I'm a long-time listener. Thank you for opening my eyes to Kobe's greatness. Now, see, that's what we want to hear right there. Didn't like him in the 2000s. Now he's my favorite all-time second GOAT to MJ.
Love to hear it, Dur. Love to hear it. Thank you very much for, first of all, being a long-time listener. Thank you for your lengthy support of me and your obviously generosity with your time and engagement and everything. I appreciate you very much. And I love to hear that my mission, which one of my mission statements is to be out here for the late, great Kobe Bryant and get him his damn respect. I'm glad that I am swaying some people out there as well. That means the world to me to hear. So thank you very much for coming in with that comment and letting me know that. I appreciate it. Malcolm, go ahead, Gary.
I'm going to go ahead and read this one.
Okay.
I'm only going to read the first half just in case, because sometimes YouTube is kind of, there's just rules we have to follow here. And sometimes people will get in trouble for saying something they didn't know, went against rules, but this is bordering.
Okay.
So I'll read it to you. And I agree with Malcolm here. And welcome, Malcolm. Thank you for the super chat. He says, just watched a Skip Bayless coat video on the game. He looks rough, skeleton in a skin suit. And I don't know if you know, you probably do, but just to confirm, he was a big-time Spurs fan, and now he jumped on because he's from Oklahoma, but he didn't like the Durant OKC Thunder, but he loved the Tim Duncan Spurs, so the Spurs were his team. He loves this OKC team. And can you believe going into the series, it's game 5 or 6, this dude made a video whining and crying when A.J. Mitchell and Jalen Williams were out. He's like, this isn't a fair fight. This isn't a fair fight.
I am aware of that, Gary. He is a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander jock sniffer and bootlicker. So he's on the Shea bandwagon trying to promote and champion Shea as the best player in the NBA, which we all know he wasn't, nor has he ever been. So that is, I believe you, Malcolm. Thank you, Malcolm, by the way. And sorry I couldn't show that longer. I don't know what's going. I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube, but thank you, Malcolm. And yes, I'll have to look. I'll have to seek that video out and just bathe myself in Skip Bayless's tears later on before I go to bed. All right, we've got Jamos back in. Script writers, when things don't go their way, go ahead, Garrett.
That sound effect. It's a
I'll
sound
let you read
effect.
this one for me. Okay, just like a whining. Yeah, okay. Spurs went, NBA fans. This is for you, NBA fans. This is for you. That's what the Spurs, basically, that's what Wembanyama said to all of us. Wemby just said, everybody other than people that live in Oklahoma City, this is for you. The finals atmosphere will be mental in both. It's going to be crazy. It really is. It's going to be lit in both arenas. I can't wait to see the atmosphere. Both teams are going to feel like they have a really good look at this thing. So yeah, it's going to be a fun ass series for sure. Gary, so far so good with me being on the right path, or did I skip some?
Yeah, hang on. Okay, yeah, you skipped 3 of them, but I can read them to you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Gary, let's put a real quick pause. We're at the 3 hour and 55 minute mark. I'm going to try to refresh the page real quick. Do you think that is is that a fatal error that I'm about to make, or do you think that would be
I don't know, but I mean, I can read all of these to you. I mean, it's not a problem. I don't know. I mean, people just want to know your answer. They don't have to like see it visually. If you reset it, I don't know what it would do. It might be fine, but it might, I don't know. This is such a big live stream. I honestly wouldn't risk it. I can read it to you. Everyone's fine. They just want to hear your response.
I hate to not throw it. Up. I'm sure I'm going to skip a bunch because, like I said, what are you seeing right now for the number?
I'm seeing there's, I am seeing right now 176.
I've only got
just skipped 3.
I've got only 101 right now.
Well, how about I just read the ones to you that you don't see, and then we can make our ways to this one. And the 3 here are short, and they want your response and your reaction. They're okay if it's not visually on the screen because you had a technical difficulty. It's not. They know you. They know you. And most YouTubers don't even bother to put it on the screen like that anyways, or some of them do, but some of them don't. But the main thing, they want your reaction. So, and I'll welcome him into this one is the Wizard of Ice. And he says, Vic is John Wilkes Booth to Chet's Abraham Lincoln.
No, wait. I see this one, Gary. Are there 3 before
this
one?
I'm sorry. Yeah. That is the one you had. Yeah, there is one.
So the one that came, the ones that came after Jamos and before the Wizard.
Okay. That one's coming from. So let's take this one off, not to confuse. Okay. T Perfect says this win puts Wemby over LeBron all time.
Well, I think T Perfect, I think that's Travis probably. So welcome in. I'm sorry I couldn't put yours up, actually, obviously. I would say, obviously that's tongue in cheek. It's not yet, but Wemby is certainly on a pathway to be better than LeBron for sure. And Wemby's run here, in my estimation, is better than LeBron's age 22 run when he got into the NBA Finals and then got swept by the Spurs in 2007. So, yeah, I mean, I certainly agree with that. Go ahead, Gary, with the next one.
The next one is from Hillsborough, and he says, would you give Stephon Castle a max contract?
Yeah, for sure. 100% I would. He's only 21 years old, and he's been this good in these playoffs so far on both ends of the ball or the floor. Yeah, 100%. He's going to command a max tier level for him whenever he comes off the rookie contract. So I would certainly not blink or think twice about giving it to him. No way. Any team would give him the max if they had the ability to do it. Go ahead, Gary, with the next one.
We've got Bougie got that bean back in. He says, I feel like the Spurs gonna do the Knicks like they did the Heat in 2014.
I mean, I don't know. I think the Knicks have a legit chance. I've been saying it for the last like 2.5 weeks that whoever comes out of the West, the Knicks would have a legitimate shot against either of them. And I still believe that. Like, there's nothing that I saw to dissuade me from that. The Knicks have just been on such a great run that I feel like they could win this. They could win this whole thing. I'm not saying they will. I'll have to think it over and figure out who I'm going to pick before Monday night. But I'd say like the Knicks are capable of competing and taking this whole thing. All right, now the Wizards. Go again.
Let me throw in something. Bougie, keep in mind that when the Spurs played the Knicks in '99, that Patrick Ewing was out injured. He did not play in that series, and had he played, that would have been a much tougher series for the Spurs.
Go ahead, Gary, with the Wizard of Ice now, or I guess I could do this one. Vic is John Wilkes Booth. The Chet's Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, that is Wizard of Ice. That is cold as ice, is what that comment is right there. My goodness gracious. But I mean, seriously though, Abraham Lincoln, Chet Holmgren. I mean, his career. You could say that that Chet Holmgren's right now, his status in the NBA has been done like poor Abe was. You could certainly say that. I've got the Jupiter Knight in next, Gary. Is that who you see? Okay. The Jupiter Knight up next. WemVP already greater than Lebowco. Cope and Seed OKC. Okay, cheat. Yeah, so we're getting a bit of Wemby already better than LeBron. I mean, from a career, again, it's hard to say that from a career standpoint, but in terms of how good they were at these ages or whatever, and like Wemby's career outlook moving forward, like 100%, I think Wemby is on the pathway to eclipse LeBron for sure. All right, I've got Hillsborough 738 up next. Is that right, Gary? Okay. Skap, you're not giving enough cred to San Antonio defense on SGA. Well, I mean, they did a great job. And I said that would be a big story in this series coming into the series. Like, they've got guards that can match SGA, particularly Stephon Castle, because Stephon Castle is just, I mean, he's bigger, stronger, and faster than SGA. So like he did a great job head to head. And the fact that they had a player of Victor Wembanyama's status defensively behind that line, that initial line. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough ask for SGA, but that's what great players are asked to do, like overcome these things. And he wasn't able to, and he's never been capable of overcoming like a really, I would say like he's never overcome adversity to win that we've seen in his NBA career. All right, I've got Drip Show Shop in next. OKC can celebrate all they want from home. Yes, they certainly can. They don't have far to go. They can just hop in their cars or get their Ubers back, maybe a 10, 15, 20-minute drive back to wherever they came from, nearest the arena, and they can just start their off-season travel plans and fly out from their home airport and go wherever that is that they're going. I've got our player 77 up next. The Spurs were the better team. Fox went into OKC along with Wemby and the troops to pull this off. An amazing W. They pounded the Rock really good. Yeah, I mean, they won a game. They won a 7-game series, and they were 4-3 in the playoffs, and they were 4-1 in the regular season. So that's whatever, 8-4. They were 8-4 in 12 games this year against the Thunder. No small sample size. So I think you absolutely have to say that, yes, they are indeed the better team. I think I've got the real Donald Trump is in next, Gary. Is that also what you are seeing next? Yep. Okay, good. Jalen Brunson is also a flopper. Go Spurs. I don't know. I don't think of Jalen Brunson as a flopper, but honestly, I'm not gonna, like I said, I don't care. I don't care who wins at this point. I'm just very excited that the Oklahoma City Thunder are officially out of the playoffs. We've got Drip Show Shop is in again. Skap, how can we contact you, send you a free Kobe Drip Show canvas for your background? Check us out on IG. Well, I will. Again, go to my email or go to my my YouTube about me or whatever, and it is in. I screenshot that. I'm not really on IG, but I do have a thing I can get on there, but I'm not really on there really much. But I can go check you out there for sure. I would love a Kobe Drip Show canvas. I would give you a shout out in a video if you send me one for sure. But if you want to email me and get in touch with me with that email address on YouTube, just go ahead and shoot me an email and I will give you an address where you can send that. And thank you very much. Next in, I've got Makota 86. Go ahead, Gary.
We got a couple that you just skipped, but I got them. They're very short. We got Bougie and then Rob Sports Cards after that. Bougie got that beam, says, imagine peak Jokic and peak LeBron on the same team.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that would be good. That would be very good. I mean, they would win many championships. Jokic is very clutch at the end, so he could take care of that for LeBron. They're both, I mean, Jokic he's not as big of a usage player all time as LeBron James. So, and Jokic could shoot much better from the outside. So I feel like they could play together, though they are both the best with the ball in their hand and them really pulling the strings. So it's tough to see which one would then, which one would be the alpha in that situation. Jokic has the penchant to obviously want to make teammates better. LeBron, I think he would be less suited to run the offense in a Jokic pairing, but who knows if his ego would be able to withstand that. So I don't know. I mean, LeBron was a great defender though in his prime as well. So he did have that going for him. Gary, what's the next one that I do not have, say?
Rob Sports Card says 27-year-old SGA or 27-year-old Paul Pierce. Who you got? Paul Pierce.
Yeah, I mean, it's closer than people would probably think. I mean, I think Paul Pierce was a pretty high level defender at stages, and I think he is a pretty diverse scorer. He's a 3-level scorer. At this point, I would probably say honestly, I would say Paul Pierce at this point, I think. All right. Makota 86 is in next. Says, first super chat, Skap. First super chat. First of all, thank you very much for sending a very generous donation and for getting in here and watching and interacting and engaging even without saying the super chats. That means the world to me. Just getting in here and watching and tuning in. But thank you very much for sponsoring and supporting us as well. Skap keeping Kobe's legacy alive, exposing LaBeep. That's why he's the GOAT. Looking forward to the day you hit 100K. Makota, thank you so much. I too am looking forward to the day that I hit 100K. I'll definitely have to do some crazy live stream and engage all of you guys in some way. And think of something that I can do special once I finally do get there. So thank you very much for the kind words and the continued support there. All right, I've got Bit Critic is in next. What's up, Bit Critic? Welcome into you. Hey, Skap, did you see anything from the Spurs defense make you think they can control Brunson? Also, who is your wild card for the finals? Yeah, I mean, yes, the Spurs they deployed great perimeter defense on SGA throughout the entirety of this series. So absolutely, that will be applicable to some degree against Brunson. And of course, Wembanyama at the rim is the same deal. Like, it's going to be very difficult for Brunson to do efficiently what he's been doing. I think he's averaging about 28 points per game this postseason so far on 48% shooting from the field. So you would think that's probably going to take a dip or a hit now that they're going to be playing the San Antonio Spurs for, the next, 5, 6, 7 games. The X factor for me, though I don't know how much of an X factor you view him as, because he's the third best player on the Knicks, but OG Anunoby to me is going to be a really important player. And really, OG maybe like OG or Stephon Castle, like who wins the battle between those two? Like that could very well, to me, decide the series. OG Anunoby has been incredible in the playoffs. He's an all-NBA caliber defensive player. He's averaging like 20 points per game in the playoffs and like 74% true shooting. So like if he keeps playing at those heights, at those levels, the Knicks are going to be tough to beat. I'm just saying it. I'm saying they will. Now, will he remain at those levels? Or will the Spurs perimeter defense be able to upend him like they upended a lot of the perimeter players that we saw on the Oklahoma City Thunder? I think that OG will be one of the bell cows of this series, if you ask me. All right, next in Save America 8416, Chet Wallace and a pick 14 for Giannis. I think it might take, I don't know, maybe that would be enough. I think it would take a couple more picks. I think Chet and Wallace maybe, yes, and then like 3 picks or 4 picks maybe even for Giannis. I could see something like that. And maybe they have to throw one more thing in, maybe like AJ Mitchell or something like that. But yes, Save America 8416. I think, to your point, yes, I do believe that Giannis will be in consideration and in conversations with the Oklahoma City Thunder front office over the next couple weeks. And it's going to have to happen fast because the draft happens in like 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. And the owner of the Bucks had said that he wants to have Giannis's future sorted out. Drip Show, if you're still watching, I got your email. So thank you, Drip Show. I will attend to that tomorrow at some point. I'll reach out to you and we'll get an address squared away. Thank you very much. But yes, the ownership of the Bucks saying that they wanted his future sorted out by the time the draft comes around. So like the Thunder are gonna have to think this over real quick and get their best offering if they're going to go ahead and try to pull the trigger on that. All right, next in we've got D Jiang 1498 back in yet again. Wemby said every regular season game lays a brick. After beating OKC, he said they're just at the entryway to this beautiful castle they are building. Oh, I see. So every game or regular season game, playoff game, whatever, lays one brick in the foundation of building like a castle to the championship, which is their ultimate goal. So they're almost at that castle now. They've laid a lot of bricks, and they just have 4 more bricks to lay, and they will be at their ultimate goal. And Victor Wembanyama will be on his way to a freaking crazy career. John Highfield 1909 is up next. He's quoting at OTA Kunalifer, or we'll just go with at OTA. John Highfield quoting at OTA. If people like Skap were the heads of the NBA media, the world would be so much better. Well, thank you, John, and thank you, OTA. I appreciate the kindness and the support very, very much. And from all of you guys that are still here, still nearly 1,000 people here at the 4-hour and 13-minute mark at 3:13 a.m. Craziness from you guys tonight. Thank you very much. I wish I wouldn't have screwed up my live chat, or I wish I wouldn't have screwed up my thing. I don't know honestly what happened, but I wish I could see exactly how many super chats we had at this point. Probably, Gary, over 180 now.
It's 181. I can see everything from my end. So just ask me if you need me to fill you in.
Copy that. I'm showing only 106, but all right, the incorruptible is back in yet again. Go ahead, Gary. Did I skip some? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I got you. That one's the next one. So go ahead and click that off so we don't get them mixed up. Okay. Your friend of me, God is the great physician. He's ready to push you and challenge you once again. Such a dumb point. The Spurs as a team outside Wemby is so far superior versus the Lakers outside LeBron. It's like comparing JV high school versus NBA, not to mention LeBron is clearly not a first option anymore. Willie made $52 million this year. Wembanyama made 13. So he certainly paid like a nucleus player.
Yeah, but that's still a fair point, though. I mean, the Spurs are a much, much, much better team than the Lakers. But I'll say this: if they had Luka, I think there would be no excuses for the Lakers to be embarrassed and swept like they were. But they didn't have Luka ultimately. But LeBron has had Luka like last year, and they lost in the first round in 5 games to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And LeBron has had Anthony Davis playing at the peak of his powers and healthy multiple times, and he got swept by the Denver Nuggets, and he lost in 4 or in 5 the next year to the Denver Nuggets. But other than that, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give much of a pushback on that. All right, the incorruptible now is in again. Now that OKC checked off, now that OKC is checked off, I ever so patiently wait for that KG vid. How would KG do against Wemby if you took KG from that era to this one? Yeah, I mean, KG, one of the great all-time two-way players. Definitely much smaller than Wembanyama. Like Wemby's probably got like 6-7 inches on him at least at this point, and reach. But still, KG would hold his own. One of the all-time greats, top 20 player of all time. And in terms of two-way players, one of the top 10 all-time two-way players. So that would be a great battle. I know that KG would give it to Wemby back, unlike Chet Holmgren obviously was capable of doing in this series. And I will be making that KG video this summer at some point. So you can, the wait will almost be over, Incorruptible. I'll have to really make it good so it doesn't disappoint the long, long wait that you've had. Vivid Sid, go ahead.
We skipped a couple. Take those off, or that one off. We'll get right back to it. We've got 2. We've got one from Rand Moss. He says, "What's up, Skap and Legary? I missed the game tonight due to work. Did anything notable happen? How did Wemby, Shea, and the refs do?"
Well, Rand Moss, thank you for tuning in despite the fact you missed the game. I appreciate you as always for being here. And Shea actually had the best game of the series by far for him. Wemby was good. He was good. He was good enough. He played a strong full court game. He wasn't out of this world or elite or anything like he had been in the other wins for the Spurs, but the whole team played great, I thought. And most notably, maybe the refs were a non-factor, which is why the Spurs probably looked like the better team tonight, because they didn't have it taken away from them in like they did in some of the other games when the Thunder won. But thank you, Rand, for tuning in as always. We and I do appreciate that. Gary, what's the next one that I unfortunately cannot put up because I screwed up my live chat feed and now I'm just missing like half of the super chat. So I apologize to you guys, but we'll still work through all of them.
D. Jang is in next. He says, Chet hit his first and only field goal at the 10:41 mark of the first quarter. How is this guy an all-star? Prime example of team success inflating the recognition and awards OKC players receive.
Very true. I mean, because nothing else about Holmgren's year really would be indicative of that he's an all-star, all-NBA, and all-NBA defensive player. Maybe his defensive impact, sure. But like other than that, than the fact that they won 64 games, had the best record in the NBA, and they're like, well, we gotta celebrate more than one player on this team. Just like, well, we got to give Shea the MVP. You're right. I see your point, D, and I agree. I co-sign that point. Okay, next, I believe we've got Vivid Sid pushing back. Pushback, you can hate Nash, but Nash MVPs, even if undeserved, are unlike Shea's because he transformed a 33-win team to 62 wins with minimal roster changes. First of all, I don't hate Nash. He's one of my favorite players ever. He's probably one of my like 10 to 15 favorite players ever. My mom, if she's still on, loved Steve Nash. That was her favorite player. But he quite simply didn't deserve either of those MVPs, if you ask me. I think Kobe definitely should have had the one. I think Shaq should have had the other one. And he is now catapulted into territory of all these other insane all-time legends like Kareem, Russell, Wilt, Jordan, Duncan, LeBron, Curry, like all of these like all-time great players that have 2 consecutive championships. Nash don't belong in that convo at all. Just like Shea doesn't belong in that convo at all. But I mean, there's no doubt Nash was a great player back in the day, and he was valuable, but he was not more valuable than Kobe was to his team the year that, like, Nash only won like 9 more games that year. The Suns only won like 9 more games than Kobe's Lakers that year. And the Lakers were drastically assier than the Suns by like 100-fold. So like, it just wasn't even close to being the MVP that year. And then Shaq went to Miami, and even though D Wade was crazy, I mean, he wasn't. I thought they weren't championship bound without Shaq changing the dynamic of that team. D Wade ultimately was the most important, the best player, or whatever. But then, and he won the Finals MVP, rightfully so. But Shaq really did take them to the next level with his game there, and his regular season was very solid. And I think he probably should have been the MVP the other year. All right, next in, I'm seeing John O'Ratcliffe in next. Is that right, Gary?
No, we have two more. Esoon. He says, no more affirmative action MVPs. Let truth reign.
Yeah, Easton, thank you again for coming in. I appreciate it, and I agree. We need to get back to making the MVP about who is the most valuable player, and not whatever narratives or talking points or agendas that we want to paint or work towards. So I am with that 100%. Gary, go ahead with the next one.
We've got Dami P12. Thank you, Dami, for your super chat here. He says, Chet is a fraud. Historical choke job from him.
Agreed, Dami. I agree. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for your kind support here. And I agree. This does go in the all-time record books for biggest or worst gag jobs, I should say. Not the worst, but one of. It's in the upper tier of the worst gag jobs I've seen, at least. So I agree with that. All right, next in we've got John O'Ratcliffe. Welcome back into you. Thank you again so much for being here every night for me. Hey, Skap, when we inevitably meet in person, you're drinking some Johnny Walker Blue on the rocks with me. You have no say and no exceptions to this. Twist my arm, why don't you, John? I'm in. I used to be a Scotch. I've gone through different iterations of drinking. Most of my life, I've been like a whiskey, like a neat whiskey or whiskey on ice or old-fashioned guy. But I went through a Scotch phase, and I drank a lot of Johnny's various colors in my heyday. So, yes, John, challenge accepted. We can share some Johnny Blue for sure when we do inevitably meet in person. Gary, next, I'm seeing HP Luna YR 9 p.m. Is that right? Okay, HP Luna, what's up? Welcome into you, a personal friend. Thank you very much for your kind donation. And this was the party I was at earlier when I led in my first, 10, 11 minutes. And I said, happy 50th to JJ. Of course, happy 50th JJ Co. The full name drop. So thank you again for the donation. And thank you guys. If anybody is still up at that party, I doubt it. It's 3:30 in the morning now here. And we've been on for 4.5 hours on my end. But if anybody is still up or watching still at this point, shout out to all of you guys. Sorry I had to leave early to get back and do this. I should have brought my setup and just done it live from the party or on the pool deck. That would have been crazy. All right, next in I've got John Highfield 1909. Gary, yes or no? Yes? Okay, perfect. Am I the only one that still respects loyalty? I want Steph, Jokic, Giannis, and Tatum to all stay with the teams. Which front offices had one half a brain? I too like loyalty, John. Yes, I want lifelong guys too on teams. The problem is some of these organizations are so inept, so dreadful, and so pathetic that these players just don't have a chance. Like Jokic and Giannis just simply don't have a chance to win any more than what they've already won. And they've already won more than they should have. They've already overachieved by getting one each, but they've gone as far as they can with those dreadful, garbagey organizations. So look, ultimately it's time for them to move on, I fear. Giannis will, Jokic never will. Jokic will end his career as a Denver Nugget, unfortunately, which means he will also sadly be ending his career with just one NBA championship. Go ahead, Gary.
I was just going to say, I agree with that premise, but sometimes you got to set a player free. And Milwaukee's got to set Giannis free. Giannis is still loyal, but if he stays there, nothing is going to improve by the time his prime runs out. Yeah. So it would be dumb for him just to sit there where he's never going to compete for another championship. It's just the way the ball bounced with that franchise. So I don't think that makes a player loyal for leaving a situation like that, just like KG left Minnesota. I thought they both handled that perfectly. Minnesota said, we need a rebuild. We appreciate you. We're going to trade you to a contender. They tried to trade him to the Lakers. That didn't work out, so they sent him to the Celtics. He won a championship. So that doesn't make KG any less loyal. He stayed there for 3 crap years when they were going nowhere. So now the same is with Milwaukee and Giannis.
All right, next in I see I Set the Tone 100 is next, but I do not see I Set the Tone 100's second question. Oh, wait, no, I do see them. They're both here. Salute, Skap. Question 1. First of all, salute you, I Set the Tone, and welcome in from Australia. Thank you very much. My goodness, we do have a global appeal here, Gary. They come from all over the world here for Skap Live After Dark. Thank you all very much. And shout out to you, I Set the Tone from Australia. Salute to you. Question 1, who's taking the chip? And question 2, where is Skap going? I can't answer the chip question yet. I think it's going to go 7. And I'm going to make my pick, I Set the Tone, my official pick, and break down the series on Monday night on a live stream, a special NBA Finals preview edition. So tune in then to see who I'm picking there. And look, my gut tells me Los Angeles. My gut tells me somehow LeBron finds his way back in a Lakers jersey next year, though I would like to see him go to Cleveland. I'm rooting for him to return. Cleveland, this is for you. I want him to get back to the land, and I think there's a chance that he does. I think there's a chance, but if you made me pick which one that I think is most likely right now, I would say LA, which is crazy because midway through the year, I would have said 0% chance he ends up in LA. Now I'd say it's like 60-40.
I don't think Luka wants LeBron there, and I think management is talking I think Luka has influence at this point. I do not think he wants LeBron back.
Well, Gary, we will ultimately see, as we always do in sports. I
Yeah.
got Jamos in next, Gary. Is that right?
Yes. Well, hang on. I'm sorry. I didn't. No, there is. No, take it down. We'll get back to that shortly. Okay. Right now, we're going to, I will read the best part of every song is in. And he said, did y'all hear Wemby's press conference? No, we have not yet, because we jumped right into the live stream. And then tomorrow we're going to delve into all the stuff that took place post game. He said, this is the purpose of my life. LOL. Very Kobe-like.
Yep. I love it. I love that mentality. I love to hear it, especially from such a young player. Definitely a breath of fresh air, especially coming off of what we've come off of for the last 10 or 15 years, leading into the 2020s. So major shout out to him. And I think he's got the NBA on a great footing now at this point. And thank you. The best part of the song, was that the handle, Gary? The best part of the song. Thank you very much.
The best part of every song.
Of every song. Thank you very much, and shout out to you.
All right, we have one more. Skap, we had your son in here. Now we've got your grandson. And he says, go Spurs. You're looking very handsome tonight, Granddad. Love you.
Thank you, Skap Jr., my the spawn of my fraud bastard child, my fraud bastard grandchild. Now, again, I'm not going to acknowledge either of you until I get that Maury Povich blood test and results on a live stream. But thank you very much for your kind words. I mean, I do think I'm looking pretty good tonight, if I don't mind saying so myself. And sure, yeah, go Spurs, go. And thank you for coming in again with us, a kind donation and support. All right, it looks like I've got Gary next. Jamos is in next, and we are, you know what, we're hitting the 4 hour and 30-minute mark now at this point. Gary, how many supers are you seeing now?
185.
Okay. I think little Luna here has to go to the restroom, so I am gonna have to step away for a quick moment to let her out. But I will be right back. Gary, you could read this one from Jamos. Let me read it actually first, and then maybe we'll get to a point, Gary, where you can talk to something real quick, and then I'll go let the dog out real fast. Jamos says, at least Tony Brothers and OKC won't have to travel like Spurs and Knicks do unless they want to shoot or film TikToks together in Cancun. Fair. Maybe. And look, Tony Brothers could get in on those TikToks. Like he can dance around. You can get him in a skimpy little outfit. You can get him like an Oklahoma City, like cheerleader outfit or something like that. And he can dance around and twirl his whistle around and stuff and look longingly at the Thunder players as they dance and do their TikToks. I think that would go pretty viral, I think, Jamos. All right, D. Jiang is in next, Gary. Is that right or wrong?
We'll go back to, there's one other.
Go ahead.
One other from Jameis. It says, one MVP candidate was watching the UEFA Champions League final. The other is in the NBA finals. And then there's SGA. Wonder what he's up to right now.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Jokic was at some kind of game, some kind of football overseas game. Football for me will always be the NFL, and soccer will be the other thing. But I think he was at, Gary, the team that Josh Kroenke owns. So that's not a good sign that he was there supporting his ownership's football team overseas, because that to me indicates that he's on good terms with the Kroenke family and the ownership group, and that he's likely going to sign that long-term extension this summer, which is going to be roughly 4 years, $280 million, which I was really hopeful that he wouldn't do. But, well, here we are. I guess, unfortunately, he's probably going to do it. Go ahead, Gary.
Do you see super chat coming up from Javon?
No, I have DGang in next.
Well, I mean under that, not next, but a few down. Do you see that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, highlight that. I'll respond to that one while you go take Luna, because this is something I'm opinionated about.
Okay, well, let's go through. Let's get to that one first.
I thought you wanted to go because
that's fine. We can work down. That one's not that far away. We can work down to it. So the next one I'm seeing is DGang 1498. Is that right?
Yeah.
Skap, have you ever been told you could be Glenn Howerton's It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia's twin brother? People have told me that, yes, not only do I look like that guy, but that I kind of act like him from time to time too. From his character on It's Always Sunny. I love the show. It's a hilarious show. I haven't seen all of the episodes or seasons because there's like 200 plus probably at this point. But again, I lived in Philadelphia for a while and I love the show overall. So I think it's a great, great show. It's one of my favorite comedy shows. And yes, that guy is hilarious and obviously a pretty good looking guy too. So yeah, I'll take that. I've got Isun Min in next. Is that right, Gary?
Yeah.
What are your dream interviews, both positive or combative? ESPN feature Nick Wright, Wilt, MJ, Brady, Jerry Rice, Jim Rome, Nolan, Pesci, Kramer. I would say, well, I mean, yes, Jim Rome would be awesome to interview because he's one of my idols. Therefore, Tom Cruise or Tom Brady too. Like those are some of my favorite people or like my idols or people that I emulate. So yeah, Rome, Tom Cruise, Tom Brady for positive interviews that would be dreams for me to sit down and talk to any one of those guys. And then in terms of negative ones, yeah, I mean Nick Wright, or why not just go all the way in LeBron James? Like I don't think it wouldn't necessarily be negative, but I think it would be an interesting interview for sure if he would sit down, with me head on. So I would definitely take the opportunity to get on record and get on air with him. But obviously we know that will never happen. Good question though, Isun Min. And thank you very much for your continued great questions tonight. John Highfill 1909 is back in yet again. Forget Maury. I'm putting Skap Jr. and Skap Jr. on Springer. Yeah, that would also be a must-see TV. R.I.P. Jerry Springer, obviously. He had a very fun and interesting show back in the day, of course, when I was growing up as well. Him and Maury Povich both. All right, and now, look, Javon is in next. Thank you very much for your kind donation, Javon. Thank you for being here. And I'll read it. And then Gary will have a take on it. Then I will be back and I will speak to it as well. Gary, would you like me to put you on the screen for this or no?
No, I don't need to.
Okay. No. I will be back in a few moments. We still have like 860 people in here as we near the 5-hour mark. The question is Wemby versus Braun, age 22. Who is better? Gary, go. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, so the biggest difference is that Wemby he makes everyone better. I don't feel like LeBron did that. Not to the extent that Wemby does. What we're seeing in San Antonio right now is just unprecedented. Like, we've seen great young players come around on like anemic rosters, but we've never seen a young roster like this go to dethrone the defending champions and go to the finals. This is unprecedented. I'm looking at the chat right now. Is there an example of another team that I'm not thinking of that went to the finals in the middle of building a young organic roster? I'm not talking about an 08 with the Celtics when they brought in KG and Ray Allen, or with the Heat when they brought in LeBron and Chris Bosh. I'm talking about a natural organic build to go to the finals this quickly on their first playoff run. Because as you all know, even as a diehard Spurs fan, I didn't think there was any way they would make it to the finals this fast. I thought what they're doing this year is like how good I thought they would be in 27. And then I thought they'd win the championship in 28. It is a very real possibility that they're going to win the championship this year. I'm not declaring it for sure. The Knicks are good, but there's a real strong possibility. But even if they don't, just to get this far, just to dethrone the defending champions, Shaq in Orlando is close. Shaq was in Orlando for a few years, and they had other players, and they made the playoffs. That Shaq didn't go to the finals his first playoff run. I can't recall off the top of my head what they did previously, but I know in 95 that wasn't Shaq's first playoff run. But they were young. Them and Penny, they were. And they were on a very good pace. They just ran into Hakeem, who was obviously way better at that time. And then Jordan returned. And then they ran to a buzzsaw. And I think that's why Shaq left the Magic. Because after getting swept by Jordan and the Bulls going 72-10, sure, Shaq did say, well, the Magic didn't return my call in enough time. I got a bigger offer from the Lakers. I tried to get in contact with Orlando. I didn't hear back. So I just went with the Lakers. Well, I think what really was happening was he knew Michael Jordan was there in the East, and he no longer had a chance. So he's like, at least let me try a rebuild with the Lakers, which ultimately worked out as they became the next dynasty after Jordan retired. Of course, him getting Kobe Bryant. I was talking to them. Did you hear me or no?
Some of it. Yeah, some of it.
I was saying that someone said the closest run. I was asking, what's the closest the team's ever done? Someone in chat said Shaq and Orlando's close. And I said the problem was Jordan came back 72-10, swept them his first full year back. And I think Shaq saw the writing on the wall. The Jordan's taken over the East for a few more years, went over to the Lakers and did a rebuild over there with Jerry West and Kobe Bryant. It could even been Jerry West may even told Shaq, listen, I think that is what happened. I think Jerry West told Shaq, listen, come to the Lakers. We're getting this kid Kobe Bryant. Because I think Kobe was a rookie the year they signed Shaq, correct?
Kobe was drafted the year, so they got Shaq in free agency, and then like a few weeks later they signed they drafted Kobe, or
Jerry West was the architect. That was the plan way before the draft. Jerry West wanted Kobe, so I'm willing to bet Jerry West told Shaq, we're drafting this kid Kobe Bryant. He's going to be dynamic. Get your tail over here to LA. We're going to be a dynasty in the future.
So for me to just speak, Javon, to the Wemby Braun age 22 question, I would say Wemby for sure. He's far advanced LeBron defensively at this stage. And I think his offensive skill set is also extremely advanced compared to LeBron's age 22 run, or however old LeBron was at 22. So, it was 2007, I believe. So I would say Wemby for sure. I'd say Kobe at 22 is better than LeBron, quite frankly. I don't think it's honestly, I don't even think it's all that
Definitely.
close.
Definitely.
Kobe was averaging 37-6 in the playoffs and winning his second consecutive championship, leading the playoffs in win share and scoring when he was 22. I'm just not that like, yes, LeBron was great at 22, but he wasn't better than Kobe, I don't think. Wemby has a chance to maybe be like the best 22-year. This might be one of the best 22-year-old seasons ever if he goes on and wins this NBA championship. When you talk about first team All-NBA, first team All-NBA defense, number one overall in defensive player of the year, over three in MVP vote, like that's pretty damn good. So yeah, I would suggest that this could be one of, if not the best age 22 seasons that we have ever seen. So I would say Wemby in spades over LeBron at 22. I've got Mike Ross 67-67 in next. Is that right? Okay. Do you think OKC go all in and get Giannis now that they're got exposed? Definitely a chance. We've mentioned it many times throughout the course of tonight's show, which is now going on 5 hours. And I do believe that it is a distinct possibility, if not probability. They will have conversations for sure about it. And they've got to make their decisions pretty quickly because the ownership group, again, in Milwaukee has indicated they want the future, whatever it is for Giannis, to be hammered out by the draft. So, look, here we are. Like the draft is 2-3 weeks away now, 2.5-3 weeks away. So, yeah, I think they're going to have to scramble and put together a package if they want to go in that direction. All right, I've got Isun Mean is in next. And Isun Mean says, I admire how you never get triggered and stay classy. Well, thank you, Isun Mean. I get triggered sometimes for sure, but I try to keep it classy when I do. So that means a lot to me. I try to stay as level-headed as I can. I'm a very passionate guy overall, though. So I am prone to wearing my emotions on my sleeves from time to time. But yes, I try to keep it classy whenever it is that I may get triggered by something. But thank you, Isun Mean. I've got Robert Wilson, 1225 is up next. Kobe doubled, or maybe Kobe doubled 39% in career, LeBron 10%. Riddle me that. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure.
I think he's saying that Kobe Bryant was doubled 39%. And then LeBron only 10, and Kobe still did better. I don't know how you would quantify those metrics.
There are metrics
it.
somewhere. There are, those numbers do exist. I don't know where they're at. I've been trying to find those for a couple years now.
Robert, can you let us know in the chat, not a super chat, let me know in the regular chat where Skap can look more into that?
Yeah, because I would love to speak to that more or do a video on that potentially. But I can't. I need to verify those figures before I would do that. So I've been looking, or I've been searching, and I'm not quite sure where people find those, but I have seen that before. That's why LeBron built super teams, though, so he could ramp up his efficiency and make himself look better and have more single opportunities. Kobe was just the ultimate alpha gunslinger that would go against like double, triple teams, whatever, without abandon and just find a way to score. So yes, I look, based on what I watched in my lifetime of watching Kobe and LeBron, those numbers sound right to me, but I would need some verifiable data before I would actually run that in a video. The last Prussian is in next.
Let me read this one to clarify. This was the last one I had a problem with, a problem reading the last Prussian. Now he's letting us know he updated his handle from German to English. So in English, it's the last Prussian. So he says, since finding your channel, I make it my business to own LeBron fans and uplift Kobe. Thank you, and go New York.
Thank you, the last Prussian, and thank you very much for helping us helping us ignorant Americans out and be able to understand what your handle actually is. So thank you very much. I appreciate you, and thank you so much for your continued support of me here on this platform. And thank you for carrying the flag for me as well in the Kobe LeBron debate. That's kind of why I started the channel way back 3 years ago in the first place, was to get all of my points down on video that I could just be shared and rewatched and viewed over and over again about why I think Kobe is better than LeBron James. So I'm glad that that has become what I am kind of known for, or one of the things I'm synonymous with is that debate. So thank you, Last Prussian. Keep it going. What I would, the way I view you guys and people that love Kobe and use my stuff as you know, your ammunition. Basically, I compare everything to movies, or I reference movies or whatever. The Patriot, starring Mel Gibson, at the very end, when the line is breaking and everybody is running backwards and retreating, and Mel Gibson grabs the flag and just charges into it all and leads them back in. That's what I picture you guys picking up the flag and charging back in head first to these idiotic LeBron fans and stands and these stupid internet debates. So keep it up, Last Prussian. I appreciate you. We've got Mac SX7 in next. That's at least what I'm seeing. Is that right, Gary? Okay, perfect. I totally stole your top 10. Again, take it, Mac. That's why I make the videos, because I want to help you guys, help you, help me, help the basketball world get intelligent and proper NBA takes out there, circulating and percolating around the interwebs, because we are just inundated by ass and trash. So please, thank you. Like, you can take any video I have is just made for ammunition and fodder for you guys. Cuse Mode, what's up, brother? Cuse Mode Jimbo, quiet, laying in wait here, waiting for the next series to begin when his Knicks get underway. So it begins, Gary. The storylines alone are outstanding for this year's finals. Should be a hell of a series. Knicks in 6. Go New York, go New York, go. Gonna be, love to see it, Cuse Mode. Gonna be a hell of a series. I agree. The storylines are off the charts on both sides of the ledger. It really is. This is how we save the NBA. You get a good, hard-nosed, blue-collar New York Knicks team back in the finals for the first time in a massive market, for the first time in 27 years, that hasn't won in 53 years, playing this San Antonio team, which is like everybody's ethical basketball darlings now, following their slaying of the dragon, or I should say the flopping fishes that are the Oklahoma City Thunder, and led by this young transcendent superstar in Victor Wembanyama, who is just so utterly likable and marketable. This is just, it's just great storylines across the board. And I can't wait to watch it. I think these numbers are going to be pretty big for the NBA. I'm sure they're ecstatic about this matchup. Like I said, we just had 10 million view shares per game in this West Finals. Probably more in Game 7, I would anticipate. So interested to see what these finals numbers are going to look like in the next week or two. I think it's probably going to be the most watched finals in like at least 12 to 15 years, probably. Nate O123 is in next. Thank you very much for your kind and generous donation, Nate. I do appreciate you very much. Gary, did I skip anything, or is this right? Okay, awesome. Love the channel, Skap. Tonight, the basketball gods, karma in motion, felt so great. I thought they'd extract retribution last year in Game 7 with the Nuggets, but the story was better this way, TBH. I don't know. I would have rather seen the Nuggets beat them last year. Well, and the Spurs beat them this year for that matter. But I would have rather had the Nuggets beat them last year and then win the NBA championship, but didn't go that way. Ultimately, just the fact that justice has been served, NATO, means the world to me as a basketball historian and fan. It feels good to have it go this way. You're right. The world and the basketball world as a whole owes a great debt to the San Antonio Spurs for sure. All right, we've got Vivid Sid 94 is back in. What's up, Sid? Thank you. Welcome back in. Probably a follow-up here with the Nash thing, Gary, I'll go ahead and turn this one over to you.
Scott, my point with Nash was that Shea did not transform a 29-win team to 62 wins. So their MVPs are not the same. Also, your email is not in your YouTube page. It's on his homepage, Vids. You have to click the view email address and then verify you're a human.
I know so, it's in there, Sid, because I just got an email tonight from like a half an hour ago. It was well, I can't see it now, but it was the guy wants to send me a Kobe Bryant some like a print for behind on the wall. So, and I got the email like as soon as I said where to find it, he readily went on and emailed me. So I know you can see it. Okay, let me go back here. So I just want to check. So yes, the Phoenix Suns, 29 wins. Stephon Marbury, Sean Marion, Joe Johnson, Amari. See, here's the thing though. I mean, Amari Stoudemire only played 50 games this year. But yes, they jumped from 29 to 62. But that was in 2004, 2005, Sid. That wasn't Kobe's year. The year I'm talking about Kobe should have was 05, 06. But still, that's the 04, 05 year is the year that I thought maybe Shaq could have had it. But there is some other turnover stuff going on here. Like Amari Stoudemire playing in 80 games from 50 some. So, and Amari Stoudemire was all NBA and MVP 9. He averaged 26 points, 9 rebounds per game that year. And Sean Marion was very great too. But if you want to say that, you know, you think that he deserved it, I mean, I guess that's fine. The Miami Heat that year were 59 and 23. They were the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. You know, I like to look at advanced things. And primarily PER, BPM, VORP, and win share. Just give me one moment here. I don't know why it's in a different order. So VORP was Kevin Garnett that year, was the leader. BPM was Kevin Garnett. Win share was Kevin Garnett. It's starting to look more and more like Kevin Garnett, and PER was Kevin Garnett. It's starting to look more and more like Kevin Garnett should have been the MVP this year, quite frankly. 2004, 2005. The problem, of course, is the Minnesota Timberwolves were only 44 and 38. But so of course they weren't going to give a 44-win team the MVP when you have a 59-win team in Miami and a 62-win team. But it is very rare for a player to lead the NBA in all 4 of those categories. Like, those are the 4 things that drive MVP voting primarily. And Kevin Garnett led in all 4 and didn't get the MVP that year. It's starting to look like maybe it should have been him, Sid, quite frankly. All right, I've got Xbox Game Pass Get It is in next. Mad love from Australia. Thanks, Scappy and Gaza, I guess. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I think that probably should have been Gary. Thank you, Scappy and Gary. And thank you, Xbox Game Pass Get It, for coming here from all the way from Australia. The second Australia viewer that we've had come in here in the sponsor area tonight. So thank you very much, you guys, from everywhere around the world that you have come tonight to hang out with us. We've got I don't know, Gary. What do we?
Waji Damuel.
Waji
Samuel.
Damuel.
Waji Damuel.
Waji Damuel. Gary, you're on point here with these handle reads tonight. Thank you very much. Waji Damuel, thank you very much for your kind donation and for supporting us. If I missed something, or if you wanted to send a question or comment and just weren't able or capable, please go ahead back. If you're still on, go ahead back. Actually, we are pretty much caught up. It's 3:43 when Waji sent this, and it is now 3:58. So we are almost caught up. Next thing, Gary, I'm seeing Mark Book. Is that right? Mark Book, thank you. Welcome in. Respect Skap and Gary, 4 hours and still going. Mark, 5 hours. We're at 4:58 right now. So we are nearing 5 hours, which is where we were last time that we were in here. So we're actually doing pretty well with how many super chats there are. Gary, how many do you see now? Because of course I can't see it anymore.
191, and
Woo!
we've got 3 more under this one. So we're almost caught up. So if anyone else wanted to throw in a question or comment in the super chat, we're about to wrap up. So now would be the time.
Now, I think, Gary, what I'm going to do is read these next couple, and then I am going to then refresh the page and see what happens. So once I'm caught up, I will refresh the page and see what happens.
I wouldn't risk it because we've been doing this for 5 hours and 192. It's not worth the risk, just in case it messes the metrics up. Just in case.
Well, I just want to see once we work through everything. I just want to see.
I'm saying it may mess the metrics up, possibly. I'm saying, and everything the metrics may get lost. It's possible. I don't know. I'm just saying it's not worth the risk because you went through 192 of them, and if for some reason it didn't connect to YouTube, it's too much of a risk, I think.
Well, I mean, I'm only showing 117. I'm not showing 192 at all. But it is what it is. Mark Book, thank you very much. And thank you guys all very much. I appreciate you guys. Robert Wilson 1225. It was a quick lookup, but makes sense. Was that in response to the 39 and 10% that we were talking about the doubles, or no?
I'm not sure. He didn't specify.
Okay, I might have, sure. And I didn't gloss over anything, did I?
No.
Okay. D is still here. D started us off 5 hours ago, and is still here. DGang1498. Thank you very much, D. Skap and Gary, we appreciate you guys immensely. Thank you for all the lives you do. Can we get your official finals predictions? You can, D, on Monday night on our special pregame or pre-series live finals prediction show. We're going to lay it out. We're going to talk about that series in detail. Gary and I will make our picks. And there is a bracket that someone emailed me that I will be looking at and going through as well on Monday night. So that's, if you guys want to talk that series or discuss it pre-tip on Wednesday, come on and join us. I'll set it the time and I'll put it out to you guys early on in the day, so you can make sure that you can hop on with us if you want to see us talk about that, D. Thank you very much. Vivid Sid 94 wants to know, strictly asking why Shea MVPs equal Nash MVPs, because these are two highly undeserving players. That's why. In fact, let me get, just to really bring it to a point here, Sid, let me bring up all the guys who have won back-to-back NBA League MVPs. I rattled off like 6 or 7 of them, but let me just bring the list up for you. 14 players, and here they are. Are you ready, Sid? Shea, well, let me just leave Shea off for now. Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Steph Curry, LeBron James, Steve Nash, Tim Duncan, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Moses Malone, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Will Chamberlain, Bill Russell. Those are like, they're not like, they are. Those are, of the 14 guys that have done it, 12 guys I read off are top 15 all-time players. Sid, you see what I'm saying? Steve Nash isn't that. Steve Nash is like the 45th best player ever or something along those lines. So the fact that 12 of the 15 are like top 15 and Nash isn't even top 40, that's a big outlier. And to me, Shea is going to be more close to Nash when it's all said and done than any of those other guys. That, to me, is why those two are highly comparable. Also, well, hell, they're both point guards and they're both from Canada. So I'd say that also makes them somewhat comparable. Like there's just a lot of comps to me for those two players. And yes, Nash was more of a distributor, facilitator, floor riser in general than Shea is. And Shea was a much more elite scorer than Steve Nash was. So there aren't glaring similarities necessarily from their play style, but in general, what those MVPs were, what they meant, and in the context of they both didn't deserve either to me. Like they're just really comparable to me. That's all. That's all I'm saying, Sid. John O'Ratcliffe is back and again. Skap, I emailed you. Let me know if you got it. Okay, stand by. I've got a drip show. I'm not seeing yours, John. Unless
check your spam.
Because I see drip shows certainly got in. But yeah, I'm not seeing John. I'm not seeing yours. I mean, I'll just put it in. Let me just put it in the chat real quick. The one that that is on my YouTube. If you go to my YouTube, this is what should be in. Okay. If you go to my YouTube, this is what you should see. That's j.skapanak@gmail.com. And I have a personal email, which is also forwards to that. So I think, I don't know why some people can see it or some people can't send it. But anyway, that's the email. If you go there, I can connect with you. I've given people my numbers. Obviously, that's how Gary and I connected, was that way. Like I ultimately gave him my number and there's other people that I've talked to that I don't want to give my number out because like, other than if I establish a relationship with you and are emailing with you, because there's too many trolls, I feel like, that could get to me if I give my number. But like email, if I connect with you, if we're talking, if I know you, like I don't mind doing that, but I will not post my number on the live chat or anything like that. But John, please do make sure that you shoot me an email with that one that I just posted. Okay, we've got some more, and it is Stefan Piscano with a very generous donation. Thank you very much, sir. As always, pretty much I have to, every single time you come in, I have to just give you a shout out and thank you very much, because I am thankful for the relationship. You know, a friend to me, a friend to the show, and a very, very, very generous benefactor. Probably all told, like lifetime, probably our most prolific super chatter. So thank you, sir, very much for yet another generous donation tonight, Stefan. And shout out, of course, as always, to Vacation Wealth Partners. Gary, what is the most recent question or comment here from him with this very generous donation?
Kalshi had the over-under on this live stream at 6 hours and 48 minutes. Congrats on a great stream, great game, and shout out to my Lakers fast break fam that are in here tonight. Number 200 supers. P.S. Vivid forgot about D'Antoni's impact. P.P.S. Trevor Lane sucks.
That is true. Mike D'Antoni did bring his system, his whatever, 7 seconds or 8 seconds or less system in. Which kind of did, I think, play a factor. Like we saw Steve Nash in the NBA for like several years before. Now I know it was a different team as well, but like still, like he won. Steve Nash was 27 years old when he won. No, I'm sorry. He was 30 when he won that MVP. He was 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years in the league by the time he won that first league MVP. And going into that, going into the MVP season, he had only been All-NBA third team twice. Like, this was not a decorated player at all. 2 All-Star appearances in his 10th season, by his 10th season, basically, and then he wins back-to-back MVPs. What a fraud, honestly. I love Steve Nash, too. He's one of my favorite players, but what a fraud MVP that was. Fraud, fraud, fraud. This dude has three top 5 finishes in 18 years. 3, that's it. The 2 that he won, and then 1 year after that, Kobe Bryant was running out around here at a first-team All-NBA level for 15 years straight. He finished top 5 in year-end MVP vote 11 times, third most ever, and he gets 1 because this fraud Steve Nash stole one of his, at least one of his. So, yeah, what's my comparison, Vivid Sid? The fact that Steve Nash is a damn fraud, undeserving league MVP that grifted his way to 2 league MVPs, just like his Canadian partner here, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, has now done the same thing to Nikola Jokic, grifted his way to 2 absurdly undeserving league MVPs. What's my comparison, Vivid Sid? That's my comparison. And great point, Stephen. Thank you for allowing me to look even further into that. As for your Kalshi, Kalshi had the 6 hours and 48 minutes would be robust, to say the least. Gary, what is the super chat stand at now at this point?
195.
My goodness.
And we
nearly 200. I hope I didn't screw up all of my metrics by whatever I did halfway through that took away like 75 of those. But what a ridiculous night. Nearly 200 super chats. I can't believe we've made it through. We still have a couple left here, so I'm not going anywhere yet. But I can't believe Stephen, I'm as surprised as you that we have made it in under 6 hours and 48 minutes. I did say it would be Skap Live after dark till dawn, but I'm trying to get to bed. I got to be honest with you guys. There was a point in time right around the 3 hour mark where I was getting pretty queasy. I was starting to see like my eyes were like, I was getting like the light blurs in my eyes. Like it was like I was getting some kind of like a migraine headache or something was coming on. I was losing vision in one eye. I was afraid. I was nervous that I wasn't going to make it through, or that I was going to have a grabber on live stream air with you guys, and Gary would have to alert 911 to my presence or to wherever I was at. But luckily, I bounced back in a major way, and I'm feeling fine now after that. And we've made through a lot. Luna had to go to the bathroom. That was like the first time I vanished for that long for that. So thank you all for your patience tonight and sticking with us for 5 hours and 10 minutes. And we still do have a couple more of these. But still 800 people. Like, it's crazy, Gary, that like 800 is a good turnout, like in general, like for a night. Like when I first sign on, like 800 is pretty good. So the fact that we have 800 5 hours and 15 minutes into when we came on it's just really, it is ridiculous. And you guys, as Katie said about his mom, you guys are the real MVPs. Stefan Piscano, again, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate you and the friendship. Vivid Sid 94, team transformation was the big difference. Nice debate. Sid, hopefully you got my email down, Sid, that I gave it out there. I do, John, if you're still on, I'm sure you are. I got your email, John. So Drip Show and Ratcliffe, you are both connected with me now. So I'll be responding to those tomorrow. And like I said, if I neglected emails of yours over the last couple weeks or months, I apologize. I am going in the off season when I have a little bit more time. I'm going to work my way through and attend to some of those. So I do apologize. Thank you. I try to make it a point to answer the emails Because if you guys go out of your way to find my email handle and write me an email, then I definitely very much want to respond. Even I get some hater emails, and I don't respond to the hater emails, but they at least crack me. I at least get a little chuckle from the hater emails. Okay. We've got the last Prussian in now. And look, I think it only makes sense that the last Prussian is the last super chat. Gary, what is it? 195, the 195th super chat that I'm about to read. Wow. So you are all right. Your top 10 is right. My top 10 is right. He's saying Dr. J is 10. My dad played against him in high school. Wow. He told me stories of him and being from New York, stories of Knicks winning in 73. Go New York. Wow. Played against the doctor, Julius Erving. Yes, he made my honorable mention because in my top 10, guys, if you haven't watched the top 10, please do. Oh, and there's more super chats in now. So the last question is no longer the last one. But anyway, the video I made, it's 30 minutes long. It's my top 10. It's got about 95,000 views now. It's one of my favorite videos on the platform. If you guys haven't watched it, I would urge you to find it. It lays out my case as to why the guys I have top 10 are top 10. It's a bit of a cop-out. Spoiler alert, I don't give a true 10th. I make cases for like a couple people that I think might be able to be 10. I think LeBron has a case for 10, but I think if push came to shove, and if you make Dr. J, if you include his ABA career with his NBA career, I think that you really can make a case for the fact that the doctor, the good doctor, is the number 10 greatest player of all time. And if he was in the NBA for his whole career, I think he likely would be a slam dunk top 10 guy. So I like to often mention Dr. J as my 10 slot. And that's pretty cool that your dad played against him, like pretty crazy. And the Knicks in 73 could be the Knicks in 2026. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Gary shaking his head no, but we'll see. We're going to do our preview show officially again on Monday. So not tomorrow night, but the night after, we will be back. Okay, here we go. We've got Rand Moss 45 in for a couple. Goat Tom, Brady or Cruz? Wow. I mean, they're both goats. I don't want to cop out here, but Tom Cruise, to me, the GOAT movie star, not the GOAT actor. I don't think his technical acting skills are the best. But in terms of a whole package, his ability to act, his ability to market movies, his ability to like hold and carry a movie. I mean, I dare you guys, go look at the people, men and women, who have grossed the most monies in the box office throughout their acting careers. Tom Cruise is like 8th or 9th on that list, but every other person ahead of him are all in the Marvel movies, are in the Star Wars movies, are in the whatever that cartoon, what are those, the Toy Story movies? Like all the guys that go above Tom Cruise are all just ensemble pieces in massive franchises. Tom Cruise was the franchise. He only had one franchise, and it was one he built on his own back with his own name. Tom Cruise is the GOAT movie star, and it's not even close. He's got the whole package, guys. But Tom Brady, as I said a few nights ago, is the GOAT of GOATs in sports and team sports, at least the four major principal sports in the United States of America, that being baseball, hockey, football, and basketball. I think Brady is the GOAT of all GOATs, followed probably by Gretzky, quite frankly, after that. Great question, Rand Moss, but I'm sorry, I just have to cop out on that. We've got Fully Leaded 6299 next. Welcome into you, Fully Leaded. I appreciate it. Great job, Skap. Big fan of you and Gary. Fully Leaded, thank you. Shout out to you. I appreciate you guys still being here with me. Obviously, tonight it's been a crazy, ridiculous night, and it still goes on because these super chats are still going on. Gary, I don't know because I can't see the number. But
200.
I was going to say, I think we officially hit. Guys, congratulations to you. You guys are the real MVPs. 200 super chats tonight. We did it. 200 super chats. By far the record breaking number tonight. You guys are crazy, off the charts tonight for me. 148 or whatever, 139 last 2 nights ago was my previous record. Shattered tonight, shattered by like whatever. I'm so fried and buzzed. Whatever. That's 60, shattered by 60 or 61 or whatever it is. So thank you, John O'Ratcliffe. You are the 200th person in, by the way. I'll get to you in a minute. But thank you, Fully Leaded. You big fan of all of you guys, truthfully. So thank you very much. Rand Moss is back in. Rand Moss back in with another GOAT question. GOAT, Michael Jackson or Jordan? This one's way easier than the Tom one. I would say Jordan. I'm not that big of a Michael Jackson fan. I'm going to watch that movie. I want to see that. And I respect Michael Jackson's talent, but his music style, let's say, like not my real genre or my music of choice. So I think I would say, in my book at least, the GOAT, Michael, is definitely Michael Jordan. Okay, Rand Moss is back in again. Rand Moss 45. Here's to 200 super chats. Thank you, Rand Moss. Thank you in helping us attain and acquire this all-time record-setting night, which I believe we are now at 201, actually, Gary, I think. So we just keep on going. There are still 800 people in here, ridiculously enough. It's outrageous, to quote my main man, obviously, Darko Rajakovic. But here's to you, Rand Moss, and here's to the rest of you for 200 super chats. John O'Ratcliffe is in for the 200.
Why don't you let me read? You need to take a break. Hold your throat, your voice there. John asks, what would be more deadly, Duncan with Bird's shooting abilities or AI with T-Mac's height? This should be a really good take for you. Have fun.
I think I would probably say, go with AI, actually, with T-Mac's height. I don't know how much more Duncan was already so dominant. Like, he already won 5 rings. And he went to 6 finals. And to me is on my Mount Rushmore already. So I don't know how much.
But imagine him sniping shots from the 3-point line like Larry Bird could. And
I feel like he would also need handles, though. Like, Duncan wasn't like, he didn't like bring the ball up, right? Like, he doesn't have like specific like ball handling skills. So like, he basically is just going to be a post up or like a spot up 3 shooter. Like, he couldn't get himself into 3-point shooting situations unless he was just spotting up, really. Like, he wouldn't be handling the ball or taking people off ISO and shooting threes or working off screen and rolls or picks or whatever. So I feel like just the shooting ability alone isn't necessarily adding too much more to what Duncan already had. Whereas if AI was 6'8", I mean, T-Mac was like 6'7", 6'8". If now it's a big if. Does AI retain his athleticism, his speed, his quickness, and all that? Is it as everything the same at 5'11" as he would be at 6'7" or 6'8"? Like, if you do that, like, AI is a weapon out there on the floor. So I might go. It's a toss up. It is a close one. But good cases for both. I think I would probably, though, lean towards the AI with height. All right, we've got Vivid Sid is in back next. Gary, go ahead. I'll let you read this one.
Last one, and noted your email. You have Jokic 12th, and you said LeBron could be top 10. I always thought you had Jokic higher, even at this moment.
I mean, I think LeBron has a case for top 10. I think Jokic may have a case for top 10. I think Jokic, the product on the floor, is better than LeBron. Like, to me, I've watched the entirities of both of their careers, and Jokic to me is better than LeBron. Period. Like, I think Jokic at peak is better than LeBron at peak. However, rankings and listicles and all-time lists and stuff, those are more than just who was better head-to-head as a basketball player, in my opinion. And it's more about like your eye test. There has to be some kind of resumes and accomplishments and stuff that go into building your cases for these lists. I do not respect LeBron James at all, the way he got his 4 rings. I don't think they're real rings or that they should count, but quite frankly, they do. Like, I can't take them away. I can rank them less than I rank Hakeem's 2, which is why I have Hakeem at 5 and LeBron at 11, 10 or 11. But he still has 4 rings, and he still, has all of the statistical accomplishments and stuff. So to me, I can see the case for LeBron. Unfortunately, the case doesn't really exist. Like, no one in my top 10 has less than 2. I've got 2 guys in my top 10 with 2, Wilt and Hakeem. Therefore, there is precedent for someone who is so individually excellent, like Jokic, to get in my top 10 with lesser than all of the other guys, like my top 4 being Jordan, Kobe, Duncan, and Kareem, who all have 5 or more. Like, there's precedent to get guys with much less in, but I can't put someone with 1 in. I just can't. In terms of the best I've seen, or the best of all time, like, Jokic is probably the 2nd or 3rd best player I've ever seen in my life in 30 years now. But of watching, 30 years of watching. I've been alive longer than 30 years, but like, of watching closely. But I can't build a case for a guy with 1 ring. So I'm going to need, if Jokic gets 1 more ring, he leapfrogs LeBron for sure. And right now he's in the same tier as LeBron. They're like both 10 through 12, 13. So I hope that clears it up, Sid. And I'm glad that you got my email. All right. We've got our attorney 121 is in next. What's up, our attorney? And what, Gary, I'm going to let you read this one where I look and see where this currency is from, so I can give a shout out to wherever it is.
I think it's New Zealand. First, it should be New Zealand. First ever super chat, any channel. You and Hoop Venue been my favorite content this playoffs. Thanks for everything. Spurs may have a new fan next year. Me.
Our attorney, thank you very much. And thank you so much for bestowing upon me your first super chat ever of any channel. And shout out to you. Yes, Gary, you're right. In New Zealand. Guys, we've got people from everywhere tonight. We had someone from Istanbul in here. We have a couple Australians coming to us, a plethora of Canadians. And now we have someone from New Zealand coming in. What a night, guys. What a magical night on Skap Live After Dark. Thank you very much for your continued support and kindness, and with your time and tuning in and watching me. Really does make it possible for me to do this. The fact that you guys have been so supportive of me now for 3 years. This is basically like the 3rd full year that I've done this. I really started March of 2023, and it's now May of 2026. So it's been an amazing run to this point, and I can't thank you guys enough. And I think you're right, our attorney. I am indebted, eternally grateful for the San Antonio Spurs for putting an end to this unethical run of terror that we have been living through for the last 2 years. No longer, thanks to Victor Wembanyama and his San Antonio Spurs. So maybe I'll be a fan. I am a fan moving forward. And I will continue to be moving into next year. The last Prussian is in again, and maybe for real the last super chat we've got. Gary, was this 203, 204? Where are we at?
203.
The last Prussian is in and says, hopefully I'm last now. Keep fighting the good fight. Last Prussian, you are the last in now. And that is now 5 hours and 30 minutes. It is not quite. Now, look, I said Skap Live after dark till dawn, but guys, I am absolutely wiped.
Skap.
Yeah.
We got one more. Wolfsbane said he sent one earlier, but he didn't think it went through. So I just said, ask your question here. Yeah, there we go. So Wolfsbane asks, well, I don't think Hardenstein will be available this offseason for my Hawks to try and take. With how well he played this series, he had 100 times more heart than Chet. And I agree with him.
True. Maybe Wolfsbane, Chet is on the table now. Maybe you could get yourself an all-defensive player, a first-team All-NBA defensive player who just finished runner-up, defensive player of the year. Can I interest you in that? Maybe, hell, I'd take him on Denver. I'd swap Jamal Murray for him because Chet he won't have to do anything. He could just sit in the middle and just block shots. That's all he would need to do on Denver. So I think he would actually make them much better. And look, they need more ball handling, more scoring on Oklahoma City. Shea needs more help. Well, go ahead. Take Jamal Murray. Go ahead. Have at it. Look, not only that, Shea and Murray are the backcourt on the Canadian national team. So they've been playing for years together. So let's make this dream a reality, I say. I want to give another shout out to the last Prussian, who was the last one in until, of course, and thank you, the last Prussian. Thank you very much. And thank you again for getting that, changing your handle for us to be able to understand it. I appreciate you for being here and for supporting us. And unfortunately, though, you have been eclipsed as the last one because, of course, John O'Ratcliffe had to come in over the top and say good night. Yes, good night, guys. Hopefully, I'll say my good nights, and hopefully that will be a true good night, and there won't be more super chats to come in. But yeah, guys, what a crazy game. What a crazy series. What a crazy NBA playoff run we had to this point. And I think a great final series is looming now on the horizon for us. San Antonio, what a team-wide performance tonight, led by, again, Victor Wembanyama's. The numbers aren't going to jump off the screen, but he's the heart and soul of this team, really, on both ends of the floor through this playoff run, and the fact that he's 22 years old and has delivered this knockout blow to Oklahoma City at this point of his career truly is remarkable. And I think the Knicks, they've been off for a while, but they're fresh, they're rested, they're healthy. I think it's going to be a terrific series that gets underway on Wednesday. Gary and I will be on Monday night to preview that series and discuss it, break it down, make our picks, our selections, whatever. Guys, I know we've only got maybe as little as 4 of these left, at least in the playoffs, and as many as 7. But I am hoping to do like a daily live show for at least like an hour and a half or something, Monday through Friday. So again, stay tuned for more information on that or updates on that. And I look forward to having those 4 to 7 games still to go. Go ahead, Gary.
Real quick, also remember June 23rd is the draft. We need to do a live stream after the draft concludes. Also, just a cherry on top, Kendrick Perkins picked OKC in 7. So his streak continues.
Yep, his streak of heinous picking and stuff. So Kendrick Perkins will never learn his lesson. But yeah, guys, this is now a record-breaking night on many fronts for us. A 5.5 hour live stream now is now 5 hours and 32 minutes, has eclipsed the previous all-time mark, which was just 2 days ago. And 204 super chats also has eclipsed our previous record, which was just 2 days ago, 139, I believe. And still, there's one more super chat in, but still, I will wait to do that last one right till I'm about ready to get out. I will say, It still is crazy. The craziest element of tonight to me is 760 people still in here after 5 hours and 33 minutes, and it's 4:33 a.m. where I'm coming from. So absolutely outrageous. We had 2,000 people in here, which I don't think we've ever hit 2,000 either. So another record, obviously, for viewership for us. I think it was 2,200 to be precise. And like I said, to still have 750 people or around that in here at 5 hours and 33 minutes it's just absolutely ridiculous. But one last one for the road from the last Prussian, fittingly enough, like the Mamba, you'll be even better tomorrow. Well, hopefully. I'll probably be better after I sleep like till noon maybe tomorrow. I think I'm going to take off tomorrow, not do another. I'll do a video on Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and the last flop maybe. That will be coming. That documentary piece will likely be coming on Monday because I just don't think I have the energy to do it tomorrow. But we'll see. Maybe I will. And like I said, guys, make sure that you keep an eye Monday morning or early afternoon at some point. I will put up the live stream, the little link or whatever that Gary and I will be hopping on. We'll set the time and determine when we're going to come on Monday night to break down the series and to talk game, to talk Knicks, talk Spurs, whatever, and whatever else you guys want to talk about, obviously, as always. But for tonight, guys, and this record-breaking live stream, that is a wrap. Thank you guys again so much. I can't express my gratitude enough to all of you guys for being here with me, talking with us, hanging out, and obviously your immense amounts of generous donations. Guys, have a great rest of your night tonight. Have a great day all day tomorrow. We're off tomorrow. We'll see you Monday night. Same YouTube time, same YouTube channel. Until then, guys.